properties. Doki Doki, Doki Doki, whatever. Not suitable for children. Drocho, get out of here. Drocho? Drocho? Individuals suffering from anxiety or depression may not have a safe experience playing this game. Oh. That is pretty loud, huh? Huh. Okay, you're all old enough, right? Doki Doki, oh. Lightning first. Do I want to skip anything? Sir and Frank, thank you for the subscription. Guys and girls in the chat room, let's get those iron fists up into the air. Anime voice activate! I don't have one. Without spoiling anything. Did I turn off my... There you go. Turned off. Oh boy, I can't wait. Okay. I can't wait to start the new term at school, because I am a transfer student who has moved from the big city to a small remote village somewhere in Japan, and I'm gonna have to fit in and meet all my new classmates. Every VN ever. Every anime ever. Hi, John. Thank you for the 4 months. Jay Curtin, shush. Shush. Is this okay? I'm describing every anime ever. Shut the fuck up. Is this okay? Is this good? Do I skip on scene text after trade? I don't fucking care. I don't care. I'm Kiwo. Hey! I see an annoying girl running towards me from a distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is Sayori, my neighbor, and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long. We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently, and I'd get tired of waiting up. But if she's going to chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let Sayori catch up with me. Is this okay? Is this good? Are we good? I overslept again! But I caught you this time! Maybe, but only because I decided to stop and wait for you. You say that like you were thinking about ignoring me. That's mean, Kiwo. Well, people stare at you for acting weird, then I don't want them to think we're a couple or something. Fine, fine. But you did wait for me after all. You can't see, but I can't help but I wish I were in fucking VR chat right now because I need the hand movements. Mr. Twerksdown, thank you for the sub. I guess you don't have it in you to be mean, even if you want to. Oh god, I type like that. Whatever you say, Sayori. We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making their daily commute. By the way, Kiwo, have you decided on a club to join yet? A club? I told you. Oh, sorry, wrong character. I might have to just hold my controllers. I told you already, I'm not really interested in joining any clubs. I haven't been looking either. That's not true. You told me you'd join a club this year. Did I? I'm sure it's possible that I did in one of our many conversations where I dismissively go along with whatever she's going on about. Sayori likes to worry a little too much about me, when I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. Uh-huh. I was talking about how I'm worried that you won't learn how to socialize or have any skills before college. Your happiness is really important to me, you know. And I know you're happy now, but I'd die at the thought of you becoming a NEET in a few years because you're not used to the real world. You trust me, right? Don't make me keep worrying about you. Alright, alright. Look at a few clubs if that makes you happy. No promises, though. Will you at least promise me you'll try a little? Yeah, okay, I got you, fam. Yay! Why do I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl? More than that, I'm surprised I even let myself relent to her. I guess seeing her worry so much about me makes me want to ease her mind at least a little bit, even if she does exaggerate everything inside of her head. I want to drink my water. School day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. So I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. Sayori. I'm really bad. I'm really bad at keeping up the reading. Sayori wants me to check out some clubs. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Hello? Sayori? Sayori must have come into the classroom while I was spacing out. I look around and realize I'm the only one left. I thought I'd catch you coming out of the classroom, but I saw you just sitting in here and spacing out, so I came in. Honestly, you're even worse than me sometimes. I'm impressed. You don't need to wait up for me. It's gonna make you late to your own club. Well, I thought you might need some encouragement, so I thought, you know... Know what? Well, that you could come to my club. Sayori? Yeah? There's no way I'm going to your club. Meanie? Sayori is vice president of the literature club. Joke's on you! I can't read! In fact, I'm 99% sure she only did it because she thought it would be fun to help start a new club. Since she was the first one to show interest after the one who proposed the club, she inherited the title vice president. That said, my interest in literature is guaranteed to be even less. Yeah, I'm going to the anime club. Oh, come on, please. Why do you care so much? Well, kinda told the club yesterday I would bring in a new member. And Natsuki made cupcakes and everything. Don't make promises you can't keep. I can't tell if Sayori is really that much of an airhead or if she's so cunning as to have planned all this out. I let out a long sigh. Ugh! Fine, I'll stop by. Okay? Eh? Let's go. I need to keep drinking water. And thus, today marks the day I sold my soul for a cupcake. I dejectedly follow Sayori across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit, being generally used for the third-year classes and activities. Sayori, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. Everyone, the new member is here! I told you, don't call me a new member. I glance around the room. Welcome to the Literature Club. It's a pleasure meeting you. Sayori always says nice things about you. There are too many! There are too many girls! There are too many girls! There are too many girls! fuck? Seriously? You brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere. Oh, Kiwo! What a nice surprise! Welcome to the club! All words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls! What are you looking at? You want to say something, say it! So sorry. Natsuki. Huh. The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is the one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes me think she's probably a first year. She's also the one who made cupcakes, according to Sayori. You can just ignore her when she gets moody. Sayori says that quietly into my ear, then turns back towards the other girls. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, I've forgotten their fucking voices, man. Anyway, this is Natsuki, always full of energy. And this is Yuri, she's the smartest in the club. Don't say things like that. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with people like Sayori and Natsuki. It's nice to meet both of you. You all sound the fucking same to me, so I'm gonna get you mixed up all the time. I'll be honest, I'm not even looking at you because I'm focused on the text. Sounds like you already know Monika. Is that right? That's right. It's great to see you again, Kiwo. Monika smiles sweetly. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talked, but we were in the same class last year. Monika was probably the most popular girl. Smart, beautiful, athletic. She had flexibility, but I had reach. Basically completely out of my league. So, having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... You too, Monika. Come sit down, Kiwo. We made room for you at the table so you can sit next to me and Monika. I'll get the cupcakes! Hey, I made them! I'll get them! Sorry, I got a little excited. Then how about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. As Sayori mentioned, it's been widened, so there is one space next to Monika and one space next to Sayori. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room where Natsuki grabs a tray and Yuri opens the closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly merges back to the table, tray in hand. Okay, are you ready? Ta-da! Ah! Natsuki lifts the foil of the tray to reveal a dozen white fluffy cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing and little pieces of chocolate we used to make ears. So cute! I had no idea you were so good at baking, Natsuki. Well, you know. Just hurry and take one. Sayori grabs one first, then Monika and I follow. It's delicious. Sayori talks with her mouth full and has already managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around in my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Natsuki is quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. She waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. So I don't like visual novels, is I feel like... You know... There's just a lot of... useless filler. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself. Really good. Thank you, Natsuki. Why are you thanking me? It's not like Haven't I heard this somewhere before? Made them for you or anything? I thought you technically did. Sayori said... Well, maybe... But not for you, you know, the dummy! Fucking hate this. This is fucking killing me. I give up on Natsuki's weird logic and dismiss the conversation. Good thinking, Kiwo. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. Carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot next to the cupcake tray. You keep a whole tea set in the classroom? Don't worry, the teacher gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? Yeah. Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you. No, that's not... Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know... I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I like tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. Monica raises an eyebrow, then smiles at me. So, what made you consider the literature club? I was afraid of this question. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Monica that I was practically dragged here by Sayori. Well, I haven't joined any clubs yet, and Sayori seemed really happy here, so... That's okay, don't be embarrassed. We'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As a president of the literature club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. Monica, I'm surprised. How come you decided to start your own club? You could possibly be a board member for any of the major clubs. Weren't you a leader of the debate club last year? Oh, well, you know. To be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. Feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. And if it encourages others to get into literature, then I'm fulfilling that dream. Monica really is a great leader. Then I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. That it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, everyone? Yeah! We'll do our best. You know it! Everyone enthusiastically agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal, but they all sound the fucking same. I need to get more water. It's only been 15 minutes of reading, I know, and the thing is... You can't pronounce the word literature? Oh yeah, I struggle with it too. Monica needs a Russian accent. I cannot do Russian. That's when everyone leaves because I can't fucking... Hey Mel, thank you for the pay to win 2 months in a row! Let me get my water. I can't... you know what? 2 bowls. When I did my first playthrough of Undertale, actually, and my second playthrough of Undertale too, a lot of people get very upset. A lot of people get upset because, doesn't sound like my headcanon.
this video game with no voice acting. You don't sound like the characters you're trying to portray.
Fuck off. If my... Is it Doki Doki? If my Doki Doki... My girls all sound the same. It's because I'm not a fucking voice actor. Okay. I am not a voice actor, if you can't tell. Okay, I got 2 bottles of water though. 2. Hey Hermit Saga, thank you for subscribing. Also, Keith, thank you. Trogger with the 26 months. MXL, sorry, thank you for the 2 months as well. Thordon, thank you for subscribing too. Thank you. I'm not actually mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I've been up since 3 o'clock in the morning and I've had 3 cups of coffee. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monica must have worked really hard just to find these 3. Maybe that's why they were all so delighted by the idea of a new member joining. Though I still don't really know if I can keep up with their level of enthusiasm about literature.
So Bad Medicine came in with the subscription. Thank you, Bad Medicine. What kind of literature do you like? What do you like to read? Thank you.
Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that.
Manga.
I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet.
Not much of a reader, I guess.
Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Thank you, Chi, for the 6 months.
Well, let's see.
Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger.
My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive.
Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading, fucking nerd. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people.
But, you know, I like a lot of things.
Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. I read a horror once. I desperately grasp something I can relate to at the minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock. Really? I wouldn't have expected that, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you.
I guess you could say that. But if a story makes me think or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment.
Ugh, I hate horror.
Oh, why's that?
Well, Natsuki's eyes dart over to me for a split second. Never mind. That's right. You usually like to write about subscription. Oh, Fairlight. Fairlight just hosted me. Jesse, I'm sorry. I had to go sub only. Jesse, I had to go sub only. 'Cause spoilers. I had spoilers, so we went sub only. I saw you playing this the other week. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for the host, by the way. Pyro, thank you very, very much for subscribing. Take care, Riley. Thank you again.
Ah, Jesse! With the 2-year result. Think you kind of cool for 2 years. Consider this the crowning achievement of my life. You know what that means? That means a lot more to me than you believe.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me know when we're playing Project Zomboid. Also, I saw you playing this. Did you enjoy it? I haven't finished it. It's my first playthrough and it's blind. I've been up since 3 AM and I've had 3 cups of coffee. Guys, if you don't know Fairlight Excalibur, he's an old friend of mine. He's a wonderful, wonderful human being. We play D&D, although I missed it today because I'm terrible. Soft Spook, thank you very, very much for the tier 1 sub. All my girls sound the same. That's right. You usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki?
What? What gives you that idea?
You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called...
Don't say it out loud! Give it back!
Fine. Oh, my voice cracked.
Ooh! Nuzukashi, thank you for the subscription. Your cupcakes and poems. Everything you do is just as cute as you are.
Sayori sails up. Is that meant to be slides? Slides up behind Natsuki and puts her hands on her shoulders.
I'm not cute!
Natsuki, you write your own poems?
I guess sometimes. Why do you care?
I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometimes? Yeah, Sidles. Sidles up! Sidles. It doesn't sound right. I understand it. I get it. There's gonna be a lot of me getting words wrong or reading things incorrectly or getting my words jumbled. You'll have to forgive me. You have to forgive me. Sometimes it happens. I'm only human. Just pretend you're reading in front of the classroom. Read along with me! Read along with me, chat, but do it quietly, because you'll distract me. Why don't you share them sometime?
No!
Natsuki averts her eyes.
You wouldn't like them.
Ah, not a very confident writer yet. I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart. Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers. I guess it's the same for Yuri. I wanted to read everyone's poems. We all sit in silence for a moment. Okay! I have an idea, everyone. Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monika. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Those Monika voice cracks, I know. It's really difficult. It's difficult, okay? I'm not a voice actor, okay? Cut me some fucking slack. I'm trying so hard. Then next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone is fuck off, Tom. Fuck off. I can see you doing that face. That way, everyone is even.
Yeah, let's do it!
Plus, now that we have a new member, I think it will help us all get a little more comfortable with each other and strengthen the bond of the club. Isn't that right, Kiwo?
Hold on, there's a problem.
we're back onto the original topic of me joining the club. I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I want to join the club. Sayori might have convinced me to my anime. I need an anime. Ongoing anime. I lose my train of thought. All 4 girls stare back at me with dejected eyes. But... I'm sorry, I thought... Kiwo! You... I'm defenseless against these girls, mate. I'm fucked. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? That is, if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls. Right. Yeah. Join. Yeah, I'm so happy! Sayori wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey!
You really did scare me for a moment.
If you really just came for the cupcakes... Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! You really came for the cupcakes! I'm sorry! I'm so sorry! I can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, fuck. I can't. I'm tripping over my words, okay? You really just came here for the cupcakes? I would have been super pissed. Then that makes it official. Welcome to the Literature Club. I can't talk anymore. I'm fucking stuttering. Thanks again. I can't. I'm crying. Okay, everyone. I think that we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share. Monica looks over at me once more. Kiwo, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monica with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri and Natsuki clean up their food. Hey Kiwo, since we're already here, do you want to walk home together? That's right, Sayori and I never walk home together anymore because she always stayed after school for clubs. Sure. Oh fuck, I'm crying. Yay! You have no idea, like, all I felt was guilt. I just had an intense feeling of guilt with that fuck up. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The only reason I'm fucking playing this this fucking game is because there's Indie Mouse's video on the VR chat waifus. Welvis has one of these characters. Imperial Psycho, thank you for the subscription. Esatino, thank you as well. With that, the two of us depart to the club room and make our way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the four girls. Sayori, Natsuki. I can't look at her fucking face anymore. Yuri, and of course, Monica. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Literature! Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. Alright. I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances. I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. I hope I get to write it. Ah, pick word. Oh, yeah. How, is that like precious? Pure. Precious, pure. Promise. Vibrant. Nightgown. Graveyard dance. Email. Vertigo. Can't forget that. I need to email Verts because he messaged me at the start of the stream about thumbnail stuff. Email Vertigo. Hop. Alone. Unstable. Whistle. No, why is it depressing? No. Unstable whistle, because this is like a more of a literal poem. Milk. Smile. Milk smile. Lust. Lust candy. Extreme Papa. Disaster. Hi again, Kiwo. Glad to see you didn't run away on us. It's like, this might be a little strange for me, but I at least keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out.
Thanks for keeping your promise, Kiwo.
I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it. Oh, come on, like he deserves any slack. Sayori told me you didn't even want to join the club this year anyway. And last year too. I don't know if your plan is just come here and hang out or what. If you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it. Natsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps her manga collection in the club room. Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monica and manga. Manga is literature and anime is real. Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops back into her seat. Don't worry, guys. Kiwo always gives it his best as long as he's having fun. He helps me with busy work without me even asking. Like cooking, cleaning my room.
How dependable.
Sorry, that's because your room is so messy, it's distracting. And you almost set your house on fire once. Hey, Chow, thank you for the 42 months. Is that so? Thank you, Chow.
You two are really good friends, aren't you?
I might be a little jealous. Oh wait, no, you're not Monica. How come? You and Kiwo can be good friends too. Sayori? As usual, Sayori seems oblivious to the weird situation she just put me into. Yuri even brought you something to know,
Well, wait. Sayori? Not really.
Don't be shy!
It's really nothing.
What is it?
Never mind. Sayori, you made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. Oh, what do I do?
I'm sorry, Yuri, I wasn't thinking. Guess that means it's up to me to rescue this situation. Hey, don't worry about it. First of all, I wasn't expecting anything in the first place. So any nice gesture from you is a pleasant surprise. It'll make me happy no matter what.
Is that so?
Yeah, I would have made a big deal if you don't want me.
Alright. Well, here.
Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book.
I didn't want you to feel left out. So I picked out a book I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention, even if you don't usually read. And we could, discuss. I can't. I'm trying to stutter, but I end up just fumbling anyway. Discuss it if you wanted.
This is. How is this girl accidentally being so cute? You didn't pick down a book. She thinks all right, despite me not reading.
Yuri, thank you.
I'll definitely read it. I enthusiastically take the book.
Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think.
Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club. That doesn't seem to be the case. Sayori and Monica are having a cheery conversation in the corner. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression. Thank you, Rodney Pubs, for the subscription.
Like she was waiting for this chance.
Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around in the closet. Ugh!
I hear Natsuki utter an exasperated sigh from within the closet.
She seems to be annoyed by something. I approach her in case she needs a hand.
You looking for something in there?
Freaking Monica! She never puts my stuff back in the right spot! What's the point in keeping your collection organized if someone else is gonna mess it up? Natsuki slides a bunch of stacked books and boxes across the shelf.
Manga?
You read manga, right?
Sometimes.
Manga is one of those things where you can't admit you're really into it until you figure out where the other person stands. How did you know anyway? I heard you bring it up at some point. Cause it's kinda written on your face. What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
I see.
There's a lone volume of manga amidst a stack of various books on the side of one of the shelves. Curious, I pull it out of the stack. There it is! Natsuki snatches it out of my hand. She then turns to a box of manga and slips the volume right into the middle of the rest. Ah, much better. Seeing a box set with one book missing is probably the most irritating sight in the world. I know that feel. I get a closer look at the box set she's admiring. Parfait Girls? The series I've never heard of in my life. Probably means it's either way out of my demographic or it's simply terrible. If you're gonna judge, you can do it through the glass on the door. She points to the classroom door. Hey, I wasn't judging her or nothing. I didn't say nothing.
It was the tone of your voice. I'll tell you one thing, Kiwo. Consider this a lesson straight from the literature club. Don't judge a book by its cover. In fact,
Natsuki pulls out the first volume from the box.
I'm gonna show you exactly why.
She shoves the book into my hands. I stare at the cover. 4 girls in colorful attire striking animated feminine poses. It's exceedingly, is it moe? Moe? I don't know your anime terminology.
Don't just stand there.
Natsuki grabs my arm and pulls me out of the closet. She then takes a seat against the wall beneath the windowsill. Pats on the ground next to her, signaling for me to sit there. Wouldn't chairs be more comfortable? I take my seat.
Chairs wouldn't work. We can't read at the same time like that.
Huh? Yes, it's easier to be close together like this.
Don't just say that. You'll make me feel weird about it.
Natsuki crosses her arm and scooches an inch away from me. Sorry. I didn't exactly expect to be sitting this close to her either. Not that I can say it's a particularly bad thing. I open the book. It's only a few seconds before Natsuki once again inches closer, reclaiming the additional space while she hopes I won't notice. I can feel her peering over my shoulder, much more eager to begin reading than I.
Wow, how long has it been since I read the beginning?
Huh? You don't go back and flip through the older volumes every now and then? Not really. Maybe sometimes after I already finished the series.
Hey, are you paying attention?
I am, but nothing's really happened yet, so I can talk. A bunch of friends in high school. Typical slice of life affair. I grew out of these since it's rare for the writing to be entertaining enough to make up for the lack of plot. So, what should I expect from this? Is there gonna be a plot?
Well, obviously. You think I would enjoy something that didn't have a plot? I mean, I guess I know what you're saying.
A lot of the beginning is about simple things. Like, there's a really funny chapter where they're obsessed with a guy at the ice cream shop.
That just helps you get to know the characters. Besides, it's still entertaining. But later on, there's all kinds of drama. Like when they get into all their backstories and when some of the romance starts to happen. That's what really makes it good. There's so many touching parts.
Ah, okay. Sounds like you know what you're talking about. Maybe I underestimated you.
Hey, wait! What's that supposed to mean?
Natsuki gives me a little shove. This meant that I haven't seen you at your full power. Tyrannus, thank you. This is Skirtin. Daniel, 38 months too.
Good save.
This chapter seems like it's about baking. It's just a guess, but is there a lot of baking in this manga?
Well,
Natsuki pauses for a moment as if she doesn't want to admit something.
Yeah.
Why does that matter? It doesn't. I mean, it's nothing. Since you enjoy baking too, right?
That's just a coincidence.
This happened to get into baking around the same time I got this manga. Like I would ever get into anything because it's in a manga. I feel bad for anyone that impressionable. Hey, bitch, shut the fuck up. Don't hack made me want the video games.
Aha!
Definitely not a coincidence. I guess that explains Natsuki's interest in baking. Still, of all the hobbies to pick up from this manga, that's definitely one of the better ones. Not to mention, she's really good at it, so who am I to judge? Isn't this Selvig's waifu? We read on for a few more minutes. I finished a couple chapters at this point. Are you sure this isn't boring for you?
It's not.
Even though you're just watching me read?
Well,
I'm fine with that. Okay. Yes, it's fun sharing something you like with someone else. Hey, that's what streaming's like, guys! This is what streaming's like! I guess I always get excited when I convince any of my friends to pick up a series I enjoy. You know what I mean? Uh-huh. Huh? You don't? That's not... Well, I wouldn't really know. What do you mean? Don't you share your manga with your friends? Could you not rub it in? Jeez. Sorry. Huh. Like I could ever get my friends to read this. They just think that manga is for kids. I can't even bring it up to them without them being all like, you still haven't grown out of that yet? Makes me want to punch them in the face. I know, those kind of people. Honestly, it takes a lot of effort to find friends who don't judge, much less friends who are also into it. I'm already kind of a loser, so I guess I gravitated towards the other losers over time. But it's probably harder for someone like you. Huh? Yeah, that's pretty accurate. What part? Toothpaste, thank you for the 5 months. I mean, I feel like I can't even keep it in my own room. I don't even know what my dad would do if he found this. At least it's safe here in the club room. Except Monica is kind of a jerk about it. Ugh, I just can't win, can I? Well, it paid off in the end, didn't it? I mean, here I am reading it. Well, it's not like that solves any of my problems. Okay. Well, at least you're enjoying yourself, right? So? Jeez, that's enough. You gonna keep reading or what? Yeah. Flip the page, suddenly Natsuki starts laughing. I totally forgot that happens! Natsuki puts her finger on one of the panels. Minori is my favorite character. You always feel a little bad for her since she's so unlucky. But it gets especially bad when... I shouldn't be talking about that yet. Just finish this chapter. Natsuki's voice sparkles with excitement. Stark contrast to her usual bossy tone. But if she's not used to sharing her favorite manga with her friends, I can understand why. It's hard to express in words the feeling you get when connecting with someone like that. Being able to provide that to Natsuki, for whom it's a rare experience. The thought makes me smile a little to myself. Okay, everyone. Are you all ready with today's poems? Oh, come on. Could your timing be any worse? Sorry. I just need to make sure we have enough time. Though you do look pretty cozy over there. Natsuki suddenly noticed how close she's gotten to me. She hastily slides herself a good 12 inches away from me. Alright, guess I'll stop here for now. Close the book and hand it towards Natsuki. You're just giving it back? Don't you want to know what happens? Yeah, but Monica just said... Don't be dumb. Just take it home with you. Is that really alright? I say mostly because I didn't really plan on using my spare time to read this. Well, of course. It would take forever to finish if you didn't take it home. Just finish that one before tomorrow so we can start the next one. And if it gets bent, I'll kill you! By tomorrow. I only got partway through the volume so far. I fall behind on some shows if I try and get through this. But I suppose that's a necessary sacrifice in exchange for seeing Natsuki's enthusiastic face. Or am I more scared of what will happen if I don't finish it? Alright then. I stand up. Return to where I put myself and carefully slip the book into my bag. By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night? Yeah. My relaxation ends. I can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. I couldn't really find much inspiration since I've never really done this before. Well, now that everyone's ready, why don't you find someone to share with?
I can't wait!
Sayori and Monica enthusiastically pull out their poems. Sayori's is on a wrinkled sheet of loose leaf torn from a spiral notebook. On the other hand, Monica wrote hers on a composition notebook. I can already see Monica's pristine handwriting from where I sit. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags. I do the same myself. I swear to God, by the way, if I stumble over any words, apologies in advance. Reading out loud is tough. Oh. I need a wee. Be right back. I'm going to let the anticipation wear away at you. I should not have had this much coffee in the morning. But honestly, like... Sayori, you're my best mate. Fucking... I don't know. She's kind of weird and annoying and I just kind of put up with her, but none of these... Yeah! I told Natsuki I was interested in her poems yesterday. It's probably only fair if I shared mine with her first. Huh? Okay. Well, let's start with the things I don't like. First of all, Natsuki rereads my poem. Never mind, I don't feel like giving you my opinion. Then what's the point in sharing? I wrote this when I got him a new numbering. I said I wanted to read your poem. Well, I had in mind. Want to help you feel comfortable. Say Monica. Well, I would be more comfortable sharing my poem if yours was really bad. You were supposed to show me some dumb poem and make me go, ha! It's not that great, but let me show you what real literature looks like. And you went and ruined it. I hope you're happy. So in other words, you're saying you liked it. Natsuki's retort gets caught in her throat. You're so... You just don't understand anything, do you? I already told you that you didn't have to go announcing it to the world like you're all self-important. I'm pretty sure you never actually said that. I say that mostly to myself. Natsuki must really hate me or something. I can't figure out if it's a win or a loss that she liked my poem. In any case, you still need to show me yours. Fine, I guess. Only because Monica will make me if I don't. Eagles can fly. Monkeys can climb. Crickets can leap. Horses can race. Owls can seek. Cheetahs can run. Eagles can fly. People can try.
That's about it.
Yeah.
I told you that you weren't gonna like it.
I like it. Huh? Just be honest.
I am.
Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it? Well, because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. People don't even take my writing seriously.
But isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid.
Yes, exactly. I like when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem. Seeing everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it. Uh-huh.
But the other nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay.
Like I set up for a rhyme at the end, but then made it fall flat on purpose. Helps bring out the feeling in the last line.
So you did. I guess more went into it than I realized.
That's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did ya?
Yeah, nah. Decided to humor her with that last comment. Don't really care how old everyone is. But Natsuki is feeling proud, then I won't take that away from her. Monica, baby, darling.
Hi, Kiwo!
Having a good time so far?
Yeah? Good, glad to hear it.
By the way, since you're new and everything, you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better? I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? Of course I'll be afraid to bring things up. It's much better going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Thank you, Boone, for the subscription. Anyway, want to share your poem with me?
Kind of embarrassing, Maya.
Don't worry, Kiwo. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? But it's that sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past soon. I hand Monica my poem. I like it, Kiwo. Really? It's a lot cuter than I expected.
Oh, jeez.
No. Kind of makes me think of something Natsuki would write. And she's a good writer too. So take that as a compliment. Thank you, Boone. Yeah. By any chance, have you read anything by Shel Silverstein? Maybe a long time ago. He's famous for telling all kinds of stories in just a few simple words. His poems can be funny, endearing, or even sad. And sometimes they're only a few lines long. They might even feel like they're written for kids, but if you think about them, they can express views of the world that would apply to anybody. So you're saying that Natsuki is kind of like that? Sort of. Maybe she's not an expert, but you probably won't find much filler in her poems. They might be easy to write, but they're super challenging to get the meaning through. So I can see why it'd be your kind of poem to explore. I'm sure I'll end up trying different things a lot. Could take a while before I feel comfortable doing this. That's okay. Love to see you try new things. That's the best way to find the kind of style that suits you. Everyone else might be a little biased towards their own kinds of styles, but I'll always help you find what suits you the most.
So don't force yourself to write the way everyone else wants you to write. Not like you have to worry about impressing them or anything. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not... Don't worry, I'm not very good. You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to be not very good. That's because I have to sound confident. That doesn't always mean I feel that way, you know. Well, let's read then. Oh, shit. Hole in wall. It couldn't have been me. See the direction the spackle protrudes. A noisy neighbor, an angry boyfriend. I'll never know I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No, I can't see. I reel, blind like a film left out in the sun. But it's too late. My retina's already scorched with a permanent copy of the meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep, stretching forever into everything. A hole of infinite choices. I realize now that I wasn't looking in. I was looking out. And he, on the other side, was looking in. What? So, what do you think? It's very freeform, if that's what you call it. So I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback. It's okay. Yeah, the kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on the timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really, really powerful. What was the inspiration behind this one? Well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say I had some kind of epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a bit. An epiphany? Yeah, something like that. Kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone's better friends with each other. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. You try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. Fuck. Voices are hard. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. I want to die. It's really tough. Again, sorry for being sub-only mode. I hope everyone's having a good time. I hope you're all having a good time. Sayori! This is a good poem, Kiwo. Are you sure it's your first time? I'm a natural, baby. It was the lust candy. It was the lust candy. Of course. It's not that good. Am I the kind of guy who would be writing poems in his spare time? I guess you're right. But that's why it impressed me. Well, to be honest, I was afraid that you wouldn't do it seriously. Or that you wouldn't write one at all. I'm really happy that you wrote one. It reminds me of how you're really part of the club now. Not to mention the fact that I'm standing in front of you in the club room. Well, of course. Not really into it yet, but that doesn't mean I'll break my promise. See? Like I said before, Kiwo, deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? Trying new things like this for other people? That's something that only really good people do. Thank you, Rankle. Don't bring up my mistakes, though. That's what makes me self-conscious, is when you're pointing out. Thank you. Thanks, Sayori. Not sure if Sayori sees the full picture of my motive here. And again, can't deny that she's part of the reason I joined, knowing how much this means to her and all. Yeah, and I'm gonna make sure you have lots of fun here, okay? This will be my way of thanking you. Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that. Yay! Now, you'll read my poem too, right? I fucked up this. Don't worry, I'm really bad at this. We'll see about that. Dear sunshine, the way you glow through my blinds in the morning, it makes me feel like you missed me. Kissing my forehead to help me out of bed. Making me rub the sleepy from my eyes. Are you asking me to come out and play? Are you trusting me to wish away a rainy day? I look above, the sky is blue. It's a secret, but I trust you too. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever, but I'm not mad. I want breakfast. That's my favorite. Sayori, you're a fucking genius. She's a fucking genius. Why am I reading it like that? I have to try and give the girl some personality outside. Do you want me to, you know, the thing is I can't do voices, so I have to at least try. I can't believe I have to actually justify why I'm reading things properly. I'm trying to make a joke. I'm trying to make a little funny bit. I have to deconstruct my terrible humor, which makes it even less funny. Sayori, this is just a guess, but did you wait until this morning to write this? No, just a little bit. We can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question. I forgot to do it last night. Well, at least that makes me feel a little better about myself. Don't be mean. I still tried my best. Yeah. I didn't mean to say it was a bad poem. Came out nice, or how should I put it? Sounds just like you. Really? Yeah. Especially that last line. I made eggs and toast. Even though you are late to school? It's bad to skip breakfast. I get all cranky. There's no point in arguing. Anyway, thanks for showing me. This was so much fun. Monica's the best. Yeah. Next time I won't forget. And I'm gonna write the best poem ever. Yes, I look forward to it. Yuri, don't hit me with words I don't know. Okay. Yuri stares at the poem. A minute passes, more than enough time for her to finish reading. Oh, sorry. I forgot to start speaking. It's fine. Don't force yourself. I'm not. I just need to put my thoughts into words. Hold on. Okay. This is your first time writing a poem, right? Uh-huh. Why do you ask? I'm just making sure. I guess that it might be after reading through it. The fuck? Ah, so it's that bad? No. Did I just raise my voice?
I'm so sorry.
Yuri buries her face in her hands. Couldn't help but notice that it's been several minutes and we haven't really gotten anywhere. Might take Yuri a while to get used to new people. It's fine, I didn't notice. What were you saying?
Right, it's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and they form-fit the two together. The end result is that both the style and the expressiveness are weakened. Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. The stammering is completely gone and she sounds like an expert. Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a little biased, though.
Biased how?
Well... Never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry.
It's fine. Not sure if Yuri is apologizing to herself, to me, or Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now?
Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it.
Yuri smiles dreamily as if that's a rare opportunity for her. Which itself is kind of funny. After all, this is supposed to be a literature club.
The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow. Bathing. It must be this one. The last remaining streetlight to have withstood the test of time. The last yet to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe, calm, breathing air of the present but living in the past. The light flickers. I flicker back. I'm sorry, I have such terrible handwriting.
Cursive is a little bit annoying to read. Yeah. It is a little bit awkward. Thank you, Posh Cat, by the way. A little bit awkward. What? I wasn't thinking that at all.
But it took you a long...
Yeah, 'cause your handwriting. Ah. Well, I don't read script very often. See, they know! They know! I actually think your handwriting is pretty.
That's a relief.
Also, I like the poem. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive.
It wasn't too short? I usually write longer poems.
Oh!
I'm really glad you like it. I'll be honest. Since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose.
Are you into ghosts, Yuri?
Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Kiwo.
Really? I must have totally missed the point.
Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But remember the poem? The poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture.
So I have to move my mic closer to my face.
Perhaps the...
Sorry, I don't have a pop filter. Is my pa? It's not pa. Is it bad?
Perhaps the subject of this poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost. Lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past. As soon to be left with nothing.
It's a lot more solemn putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's impressive.
It's nothing, really. It makes me happy that you'd think that. Just remember that it won't be too long before you pick up on these things too.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I guess I'll have to keep trying.
I'm counting on you.
Woo! I guess that's everyone. I glance around the room. That was a little more stressful than I anticipated. It's as if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Sayori and Monica are happily chatting. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly. What's with this language?
Did you say something?
Oh, it's nothing. Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand. I guess you could say it's fancy.
Thanks. Yours is cute.
Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute?
I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice.
You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all.
Oh, well, I do have a couple of suggestions.
Huh. I was looking for suggestions. I would have asked someone who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Sayori liked it, and Kiwo did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all,
excuse me. I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless of course I come across something particularly inspiring. Which I haven't yet. And Kiwo liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it.
Natsuki suddenly stands up. Oh! I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri.
That's not what I... You're just...
Yuri stands up as well.
Maybe you're just jealous that Kiwo appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours.
Huh? And how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself?
No! If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy.
Ladies, is everyone okay? Well, you know what? I wasn't the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Kiwo started showing up. Natsuki! Oh, Natsuki, that's a little... This doesn't involve you! I don't like fighting, guys! Suddenly, both girls turned towards me as if they noticed I was standing there.
Kiwo! She's just trying to make me look bad.
That's not true! She started it! If she could get over herself and learn to appreciate that simple writing is more effective, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What's the point in making your poems all convoluted for no reason? The meaning should jump out at the reader, not force them to have to figure it out. Help me explain that to her, Kiwo.
Wait, there's a reason we have so many deep and expressive words in our language. It's the only way to convey complex feelings and meaning to the most effectively. Avoiding them is not only unnecessarily limiting yourself, it's also a waste. You understand that, right, Kiwo?
How did I get dragged into this in the first place? It's not like I know anything about writing. Whoever I agree with, they'll probably think more highly of me. Sayori! Natsuki glares at me, drying up any words I have in my mouth. So instead I turn to Yuri. Yuri! Yuri's expression is so defenseless that I can't bring myself to say anything to her. Sayori! Yeah! Everyone's fighting. It's making Sayori uncomfortable. How can the two of you keep fighting when you know you're making your friend feel like this? Kiwo? Well, that's her problem. This isn't about her.
I agree. It's unfair for others to interject their own feelings into our conflict.
Yeah, unless Sayori wants to tell Yuri what a stuck-up jerk she's being.
She would never. It's your immaturity that made her upset in the first place.
Excuse me? Are you listening to yourself? This is exactly why nobody likes. Stop! Natsuki, Yuri, you guys are my friends. I just want everyone to get along and be happy. My friends are wonderful people. And I love them because of their differences. Natsuki's poems, they're amazing because they give you so many feelings with just a few words. And Yuri's poems are amazing because they paint beautiful pictures in your head. Everyone's so talented. So, why are we fighting? Because... well... Also, Natsuki's cute and there's nothing wrong with that. And Yuri's boobs are the same as they always were. Big and beautiful. Sayori! Sayori stands up triumphantly. Monika stands behind her with a bewildered expression.
I'll make some tea.
Yuri rushes off. Natsuki sits down with a blank expression on her face, staring at nothing. So this is why Sayori is vice president. I whisper to Monika. She nods in return. To be honest, I might come off as a good leader and I can organize things. But I'm not very good with people. I couldn't even bring myself to interject. As president, that's kind of embarrassing of me. Nah. Not like I can blame you. Wasn't able to say anything either. Well, I guess that means Sayori is amazing in her own ways, isn't she? Could say that. Is it Natsuki? Natsuki? No, Natsuki! She might be an airhead, but sometimes it's weirdly suspicious that she knows exactly what she's doing. I see. Take good care of her, okay? I would hate to see herself... I would hate to see her... I would hate to see her get herself hurt. That makes two of us. You can count on me. Monika smiles sweetly, causing my stomach to knot. Such a genuine person really does make a good president, regardless of what she says. Only I could get the chance to talk to her a little more. Okay, everyone! Just about time for us to leave. How did you all feel about sharing your poems? It was a lot of fun.
say it was worth it.
Yeah, it was alright. Well, mostly. Kiwo, how about you? Sai! Neat, talk to Rumum. Awesome. In that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow. And maybe you learn something from your friends too. So your poem will turn out even better. I think to myself, I did learn a little more about the kinds of poems everyone likes. With any luck, that means I can at least do a better job impressing those who I want to impress. I nod to myself with newfound determination. Kiwo! Ready to walk home? Sure! Let's go! Sayori beams at me. Truly has been a while since Sayori and I have spent this much time together. Can't really say I'm not enjoying it either. Sayori, about what happened earlier? What do you mean? You know, between Yuri and Natsuki. Does that kind of thing happen often? No! This is really the first time I've seen them fight like that. Thank you, Strafen. The 13 months in a row. I promise they're both wonderful people. You don't hate them, do you? No! Nah, they're aight. I just wanted your opinion, that's it. I can see why they'd make good friends with you. Whew! You know, Kiwo, it's nice that I get to spend time with you in the club. But I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me the happiest. And I think everyone really likes you too. That's... Every day is going to be so much fun. Looks like Sayori still hasn't caught on to the kind of situation I'm in. Still being friends with everyone is nice, but... Does it really need to stop there? Well, we'll just have to see what the future holds, Sayori. I pat Sayori on the shoulder. I say that more to myself more than her, but it's easy to use Sayori as an internal monologue sometimes. Okay! Yeah, let's do this. I have to ask... Like, an hour and a half in? Right? I have to watch this clip now. Join. Yeah, I'm so happy. Yeah, I'm so happy. Sayori wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey.
You really did scare me for a moment.
If you really just came for the oh my god. Oh, Kiwo. Oh, Kiwo. Oh, Kiwo. Okay. I'm sorry that I can't do, like, weird voices and stuff. Yeah, I'm writing the second poem right now. I think, is it calling her Natsuki? I don't give a flying fuck. Natsuki, whatever her name is. She's got a more coarse. Ah! The baka anime terminology that I do not understand! It's literally my fucking. It's a combination of my Greg voice. It's a combination of my Greg voice and, what was the other one? Cloud from Final Fantasy. Let me delete that tweet. Thank you, Strifen, for the 13 months again. Okay. Right. You know what? This is on getting judgment. Portrait. Uncontrollable. Fear. Promise. Giggle. Kawaii. Laugh. Infinite joy. Wonderful kitty. Meager smile. Melancholy flower. Pleasure. Dance. Shame skirt. Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. It's gotten a little more I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past couple days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me. Hi, Kiwo. Yo, Sayori. Looks like you're in a good mood today. I'm still not used to you being in the club, that's all. I see. It's a pretty simple thing to get you in a good mood. But I guess it's always the simple things with you anyway. Speaking of which, I'm kinda hungry. Will you come with me to buy a snack? No. That's not like you at all. I have my reasons. Why don't we take a look at your purse, Sayori? Why is that all of a sudden? No reason, really. I just wanted to look at it. Sayori nervously retrieves her coin purse. She fumbles with the latch and gets it open. And she turns it upside down and lets its contents spill out onto the desk. Only 2 small coins fall out. Shadow Bomb, thank you for the 7 months, and I'm glad you like it here. Welcome back. You're always welcome here. Actually, no.
You can never leave.
I knew it. I can see right through you. That's not fair. How did you even know? It's simple. You had enough money in the first place, you would have bought a snack before coming. Either you're not hungry or wanted an excuse to take a walk. Or you plan to conveniently forget that you spent all your money so that I would lend you some. But there's one more thing. You're always hungry. And so that only leaves the one option. I give up. Don't make me feel guilty. If you feel guilty, that means you deserve to feel guilty. Yuri suddenly giggles. Huh? I didn't notice that she was listening. Her face is in a book as always.
I wasn't listening or anything. It was something in my book.
Yuri. Tell Kiwo to let me borrow some money. That's...
Don't get me involved like that, Sayori. Besides, you should only buy what you can responsibly afford. And frankly, after pulling a mischievous little stunt like that, your suffering is fair enough retribution. I didn't mean that. I got too absorbed in my book.
I really like it when you speak your mind, Yuri. Doesn't happen much, but it's a fun side of you.
There's no way you could think that.
You were right, though. I did something bad and now I have to accept the revolution.
Retribution.
That!
Still, coming from you, Sayori, I guess there's a little devil inside all of us, isn't there?
Don't let her fool you. Sayori knows exactly what she's doing. After all, she told you guys she was bringing me to the club before she even told me. But you wouldn't have come if it weren't for the cupcakes. So I had to trick Natsuki into making them. Come on, give me more grand. Oh, what? What? Ja! That scared the fucking shite out of me. Out of nowhere, something smacks Sayori in the face and tumbles onto the desk. Ow! What was... a cookie? Sure enough, it's a giant cookie wrapped in plastic. Sayori glances around. Is this a miracle? It's because I paid my restitution!
Retribution. Actually, that one almost worked.
I was just gonna give it to you. But then I heard you blab about the cupcakes. Totally worth seeing your reaction, though. Natsuki! That's so nice of you. I'm so happy. Sayori hugs the cookie. Geez, just eat it. Sayori rapidly tears open the wrapper and takes a big bite. So good. Sayori suddenly clasps her hands over her mouth. I bit my tongue. You're going through a lot over just one cookie. Natsuki takes a bite of her own cookie. You take really good too. Can I try it? Jeez. Beggars can't be choosers. But this is chocolate. Yeah. Why'd you think I gave you that one? Fine. Still, I'm really happy you shared this one with me. Sayori gets out of her seat and goes behind Natsuki and then wraps her arms around her. Aw, jeez! I get it! Cookie still in hand, Natsuki reaches up to nudge Sayori off her. Sayori suddenly leans down and takes a bite out of Natsuki's cookie. Is it Natsuki? Natsuki? Natsuki! Natsuki! Hello! Nando! Hey! Did you seriously just do that? Mouthful, Sayori trots away to safety. Yuri and I laugh as well. Jeez, you are such a kid sometime. Monica, can you tell Sayori? Huh? Natsuki glances around. Pandadara subscribes. Thank you. Natsuki. Monica isn't in the club room. Where's Monica anyway?
Good question. Have any of you heard anything about her being late today?
Not me. Yeah, I hadn't either.
That's a bit unusual.
I hope she's okay. Of course she's okay. Probably just had to do something today. She's pretty popular after all. Huh? You don't think she has a...
I wouldn't be surprised. She's probably more desirable than all of us combined.
That's true. Excuse me? Suddenly the door swings open. Sorry, I'm super sorry. There you are.
I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything.
Huh? Monica chose the club over her boyfriend after all? You're so strong-willed. Oh wait, sorry, wrong voice. But boyfriend? What on earth are you talking about? Monica quizzically glances at me. Never mind that. What helped you up anyways? Oh, well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I kind of just lost track of time. Makes no sense though. You would have heard the bell ring at least. I must not have heard it since I was practicing piano.
Piano? I wasn't aware you played music as well, Monica.
I don't really. I just started recently. I've always wanted to learn. That's so cool. You should play something for us, Monica. That's Monica looks at me. Maybe once I get a little better, I will. Yay! That sounds pretty neat. I'd also look forward to it. Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, Kiwo. Monica smiles sweetly. Didn't mean any pressure or anything like that. Don't worry. I've been practicing a whole lot recently. My face actually hurts when I'm trying to do her voice. It hurts. And I'd really love the chance to share once I'm ready. I see. In that case, best of luck. Thanks. So, I didn't miss anything, did I? Nah. I chose to leave out Sayori's mischievous escapade. Sure, Natsuki will end up complaining to her anyway. Looks like everyone has already settled down. Sayori somehow already her entire cookie. Yuri is back to her book and Natsuki disappeared into the closet. Man, looks like no one wants to be bothered today. I slumped down into the nearest desk. How am I supposed to occupy myself with something literature related by myself like this? Guess I could always read some of the book Yuri gave me, but I'm feeling too tired to read. Probably fall asleep. Close my eyes and end up listening in on Sayori's conversation with Monica. We're probably gonna seem really lame compared to all the other clubs, though. Well, we can't give up. The festival is our chance to show everyone what literature is all about. The problem is the idea of a literature club sounds too dense and intellectual. But it's not like that at all, you know? We just need a way of showing that to everyone. Something that speaks to their creative minds. That doesn't solve the problem, though. Huh? What do you mean? Even if we come up with the most fun thing ever, nobody will come in the first place if it's a literature event. So it's more important to figure out how to get people to show up in the first place, you know? And after they come, we can do the thing to speak to their creative minds. What's this? Sayori is taking this really seriously? It's rare to hear her deliberating like this. That's a good point. In that case, do you think food will do the trick? What kind? Well, I guess we could... Cupcakes? Good thinking. Natsuki would love to do that. You're right. Natsuki makes the best cupcakes. I keep doing the horse voice. That works out perfectly. That wasn't why you suggested it? Cupcakes speak to my creative tummy. Cupcakes it is then. I'm hungry. Anyway, we still need to work out the details of the event itself. I find myself smiling. In the end, Sayori is still her usual self. But therein lies the unexpected reason I admire her. Unlike me, who has trouble finding any motivation at all. Sayori can put her mind to things and make them come to life. I suppose that's why I ended up letting her get on my case about things. I can't help but wonder what it would be like to see the world through her eyes. I open my eyes to find Sayori's face filling my vision. I nearly fall out of my chair. Sorry. Wait, actually, I'm not sorry at all. Your fault for sleeping like that. This isn't the napping club. Does our school have a napping club? You're staying up late again, aren't you? Now that you're in a club, you're gonna have less time for anime, you know. You'll need to get used to it. Don't say so loud. I glance over my shoulder to see if Monica overheard. I don't know, fucking spoilers. I'm gonna fucking ban. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I glance over my shoulder and see if Monica overheard. It's true though. Yeah. I know. You're always looking out for me, Sayori. It's what I do best. Yeah, that's a problem. What about you? You look out for me better than you look out for yourself. Still oversleeping every day, aren't you? Huh? Not every day. That's not very convincing. How many days this past week have you gotten up on time? It's a secret. I knew it. Come on. At least give me the benefit of the doubt. I can't. Look, Sayori, it's written all over you. Huh? Sayori glances around at herself. How is it written all over me? You were clearly in a rush this morning. Look, your hair's sticking out. I run my fingertips down the side of Sayori's hair, trying to straighten it out. Man, you really need a brush for this. My hair is just really hard to get right. I won't fall for that. There's more than just your hair. Look, your bow isn't straight either. There's a toothpaste stain on your collar right there. Try to wipe off the stain with my finger. But nobody would ever notice that. course they would. Nobody's gonna tell you about it because they don't want to embarrass you. Fortunately, I don't really care about that. Hey, you meanie. You don't even keep your blazer buttoned up. Seriously, Sayori? Why do you think you don't have a boyfriend yet? That's super mean. Sorry, but you'll thank me later. Start to button her blazer up from the bottom. Once you see how much better it looks, you'll change your mind. This is so funny. What is? Well, I was just thinking about how weird it is to have a friend who does these kinds of things. Huh? Don't say that. You'll make me feel all weird about it. Stupid. It's okay though. I'm happy we're like this. Aren't you? I guess. Hey, be careful. The button might come off. Why is this one so hard to close? I struggle to fully close the button near her chest. Does this thing even fit you properly? It did when I bought it. Ugh. If you ever buttoned it, you would have noticed sooner that it doesn't fit you anymore. What are you smiling about? It means my boobs got bigger again. Don't say that out loud. Anyway, you look much better now, so... Why does it feel so strange to see Sayori's blazer buttoned up like that? But it's so stuffy. It's not worth it at all. Sayori hastily unbuttons her blazer once more. Phew! That's so much better. Sayori puts her arms out and twirls around. So if I keep it unbuttoned, then I won't get a boyfriend, right? What kind of logic is that? Why are you saying that like it's a good thing? Because I had a boyfriend, then he wouldn't even let you do things like this. And you take care of me better than anyone else would anyway. So that's why I'm keeping it unbuttoned. Stop saying all these embarrassing things. Huh? I didn't say anything embarrassing. Jeez. I just focus on wake up early. Only if you focus on going to bed earlier. Fine. The deal. I guess we really are better at taking care of each other than we are taking care of ourselves. So maybe you should come and wake me up in the morning. You're doing it again, Sayori. Oh, but I was joking that time. It's impossible to tell with you sometimes. Okay, everyone. Monica suddenly calls out. Why don't we share the poems we wrote now? Yay! Kiwo, I can't. Kiwo, I can't. No! Ah! I can't get a voice right. Monica, get out of my... Let me cover her on my screen. Kiwo, I can't wait to read yours. She went fucking Cockney. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Kiwo, I can't wait to read yours! Fuck, I can't wait to read yours. Yeah, same. I failed to sound enthusiastic, but Sayori still trots away to retrieve her poem. Now I'm struggling. Sorry. Top to bottom. Hi again, Kiwo. How's the writing going? I'll take that. As long as it's not going bad. I'm happy that you're applying yourself. Maybe soon you'll come up with a masterpiece. You never know. Want to share what you wrote for today? Yeah. I give my poem to Monica. Alright. I like this one. It makes me think of something Sayori would like. Diego, thank you for the 3 months and good afternoon. Is that so? You and Sayori are really good friends, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you had those sorts of things in common. Oh well, maybe, you know, we're really different. Well, that may be the case. And maybe there's also some similarities that you wouldn't expect. The way she talks about you. Sounds like the two of you really care about each other's well-being. Even if you show it in different ways, it ends up being more similar than you think. So I think that's the kind of vibe I get when reading your poem. Sure you're not reading into it too much? It could be. Oh gosh, I sound like Yuri! Any case, Sayori's writing has kind of a gentle feel to it. I can tell she likes exploring with emotions like happiness and sadness. Who knew that someone so happy could enjoy sad things too? Yeah. Yeah. Well, each to their own. And you shouldn't be afraid to experiment a little bit either. Anyway, you want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too. Save me. The colors, they won't stop. Bright, beautiful colors. Flashing, expanding, piercing. Red, green, blue, and endless. Cacophony? Cacophony? I don't know what that word is. Sorry. Cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise, it won't stop. Violent, grating waveforms, squeaking, screeching, piercing. Sine, cosine, tangent. Like playing a chalkboard on a turntable. Like playing a vinyl on a pizza crust. An endless poem of meaningless. Load me. What the fuck? Ha! Ha! I guess it's just the way I write. I'm sorry if you don't like it. Ha! It's different, I guess. I kind of like playing with my space on the paper. Choosing where and how to space your words can totally change the mood of a poem. You're not fucking kidding! It's almost like magic. The way I wrote the lines really short makes it feel like they're trying to speak over the noise. Huh! I don't get it, Monica. I don't get it. Sometimes asking what a poem is about isn't the right question. A poem can be as abstract as a physical expression of a feeling, or a conversation with the reader. So putting it that way, not every poem is about something. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know when you might change your mind. Or when something unexpected may happen. Wait, is this tip even about writing? What am I even talking about? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Yuri.
let's see what you've written for today.
Well done, Kiwo.
Don't patronize me. Your skills are already improving. Really? Thanks, Yuri. Coming from you, that means a lot. It's nothing. I'm just happy to I'm just happy to help inspire fellow writers. I know you're new to this, so don't worry so much if it seems like you can't get your poem to feel perfect. You don't need to be afraid to be a little more daring. Metaphors can go a long way. Don't feel like you need to work your brain like turning a bunch of gears. Try letting your mind wander through your feelings and write down things you see and hear. That's one way to truly enable your reader to see into your mind. It's a very intimate exercise. Okay. Yep. Thanks. I have an example if you'd like to read it.
Yeah, hi. Is this the poem you wrote for today? Yuri nods and timidly hands me her poem. Oh my god. The Raccoon.
It happened in the dead of night while I was slicing bread for a guilty snack. My attention was caught by the scuttering of a raccoon outside my window. That was, I believe, the first time I noticed my strange tendencies as an unordinary human. I gave the raccoon a piece of bread, my subconscious well aware of the consequences, well aware that a raccoon that is fed will always come back for more. The enticing beauty of my cutting knife was the symptom. The bread was my hungry curiosity. The raccoon, an urge. The moon increments its phase and reflects that much more light off my cutting knife. The very same light that glistens in the eyes of the raccoon friend. I slice my bread fresh and soft. The raccoon becomes excited. Or perhaps I'm merely projecting my emotions onto this newly satisfied animal. The raccoon has taken to following me. You could say that we've gotten quite used to each other. The raccoon becomes hungry more and more frequently, so my bread is always handy. Every time I brandish my cutting knife, the raccoon shows me its excitement. A rush of blood, classic Pavlovian conditioning. I slice the bread, and I feed myself again. What? I was a little more daring with this one than yesterday's. I can see that. It's a lot more metaphorical. I don't know if it's my fault, but I can't begin to imagine what this poem is about. That's right. It's a bit closer to my preferred writing style. Using the poem as a canvas to express vivid imagery and conveying emotions through them. Blizz, please, thank you for subscribing.
Thank you. Yeah, if I take it at face value, I can't figure out what it's supposed to mean.
Well, I think it's something that different people can relate to in their own way. I wanted to express the way it feels for me to indulge in my more unusual hobbies. It's those sorts of things I'm usually forced to keep to myself. So sometimes I enjoy writing about them.
Why do you keep them to yourself?
Because they're embarrassing. And people would make fun of me. Don't you have anything like that, Kiwo?
Well, I guess.
I feel like everyone has a little something like that. The best we can do is respect each other and our individualities. Even if it's difficult sometimes, and some things make us uncomfortable. After all, if I hadn't learned to embrace my own weirdness, I would probably hate myself. I might be ranting a little bit now, but I'm glad you're a good listener.
And Game Grum's a group of guys. And Susie. What am I talking about? We've been playing fucking VR chat. Every anime girl has a dude's voice. I'm sad that you guys can't... I'm sad that my voices aren't immersive enough.
Huh? Oh my goodness! This is so good, Kiwo!
Huh? I love it! Especially after yesterday's poem. Ugh. You're too honest sometimes, Sayori. No, but really, I want to put this on my wall. Can I? Sayori. You must be seriously overreacting. Blind Eye, thank you for the sub. Thank you very, very much. You must be seriously overreacting. I'm not a good writer at all. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing. Well, maybe that's why. Because I have no idea what I like either. Jeez. I'm sure Yuri's opinion has to be a little more constructive than this. Maybe even Natsuki's. Are you sure you don't like it because I wrote it? Huh? Well, I'm sure that's part of it. I think I understand you a lot... I think I understand you better than a lot of other people, you know. So when I read your poem, it's not just a poem. It's a Kiwo poem. If I have anyone edit this, can you please get, like, my stupidest tweets and just have them scroll? Please? On, Kiwo. Future Kiwo. Just have my terrible poems scroll down the screen. And by poems, my tweets. Just my Twitter feed. A Kiwoim. And that makes it feel extra special. Like I can feel your feelings in it. Sayori hugs the sheet against her chest. You're so weird. Well, I'm not very good at figuring out if poems are good or bad, but that's why I go by my heart. It makes me feel things, then it must be a good poem. I'm not sure that's how it works. Then again, I guess conveying feelings is a pretty important part of the whole thing. Yeah! Honestly, I don't even know what kind of writing you like in the first place. Yeah, me neither. Ugh. Why don't you at least try give it some thought? Nah, you want to write something for me? That's so sweet. Yeah, right. You're always thinking about other people. You need to think about yourself. If you don't, you might end up getting hurt. Huh? Well, I don't really know what you mean, but I'll try keep it in mind. Well, whatever. Anyway, let's see. I guess I like happy poems. Wait, sometimes I like sad poems too. Sometimes a little bit of both. There's a word for that, right? What's the word I'm looking for? Bittersweet. Yeah. I like things that are happy and things that are sad. Happy and sad? I can't see you liking something sad, Sayori. Well, I like happy the most. But sometimes when you have a little rain cloud in your head, sad poem can help give the rain cloud a little hug. And make a nice happy rainbow. Sayori, that's unexpectedly poetic. Huh? It is? Maybe I'm getting better at expressing my feelings after all. Thanks, Kiwo. Should go write that down. You can read my poem now, okay? Oh my god. Bottles! I pop off my scalp like the lid of a cookie jar. It's the secret place where I keep all my dreams. Little balls of sunshine, all rubbing together like a bundle of kittens. I reach inside with my thumb and forefinger and pluck one out. It's warm and tingly. But there's no time to waste. I put it in a bottle to keep it safe. And I put the bottle on the shelf with all the other bottles. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts in bottles, all in a row. My collection makes me lots of friends. Each bottle a starlight to make amends. Sometimes my friend feels a certain way. Down comes a bottle to save the day. Night after night, more dreams. Friend after friend, more bottles. Deeper and deeper my fingers go, like exploring a dark cave, discovering the secrets hiding in the nooks and crannies. Digging and digging, scraping and scraping. I blow dust off my bottle caps. It doesn't feel like time elapsed. My empty shelf could use some more. My friends look through my locked front door. Finally, all done. I open up and in come my friends. In they come in such a hurry. Do they want my bottles that much? I frantically pull them from the shelf, one after the other, holding them out to each and every friend, each and every bottle. But every time I let one go, it shatters against the tile between my feet. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts in shards all over the floor. They were supposed to be for my friends. My friends who aren't smiling. They're all shouting, pleading, something. But all I hear is echo, 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 echo inside my head. Bitch, what the fuck? Sayori, what the fuck? 'Course I did. Didn't I tell you yesterday I was gonna write the best poem ever? Yeah, but I what? Monica told me a whole lot, and I've been really in touch with my feelings recently. Yeah, I can see that. It's creepy. Sayori, you're being weird. Creepy? Well, no. I'm used to you being cheerful. Forget it. I'm thinking too hard. Stop making me think. I just learned how to read. Point is, it's good. You should be proud. Aw, thanks. I feel like I was meant to express myself this way. It even helps me understand my own feelings a little better. Writing is like magic. You've gotten pretty passionate about this, huh? I hope you keep it up. Yeah. Writing's the best. I'm gonna keep writing until I die. Okay. Sayori always has a habit of getting obsessed with something before dropping it no more than a week later. I wonder if this is one of those times. But seeing the passion in her eyes makes it hard for me to be pessimistic. Natsuki! I think she's my favorite, Natsuki. I have to try and remember how to do her voice. Well, it's disappointing after your last one. Then again, if this one was as good as your last one, I'd be completely pissed. I wanted to try something a little different this time. Fair enough, you're still new to this, so I wouldn't expect you to find your style right away. Come to think of it, this reminds me of Sayori's poem from yesterday. What? Yeah, well, I guess if you've been friends with her for so long, you might be on the same wavelength. But you never really struck me as her type. Sayori has a type all of a sudden? Well, I don't know, but honestly, how can someone so, fluffy spend so much time with someone like you? It's like she's dragging around a dead weight. Bitch, what the fuck? But think of it this way, if it weren't for me, you should probably just fly away like letting go of a balloon. Say we take care of each other in our own way. Whatever it is, I don't get it. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to show you my poem. Yeah. You know what I heard about Amy? Amy likes spiders. Icky, wriggling, hairy, ugly spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a cute singing voice. I heard her singing my favorite love song. Every time she sang the chorus, my heart would pound to the rhythm of the words. But she likes spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. One time I hurt my leg really bad. Amy helped me up and took me to the nurse. I tried not to let her touch me. She likes spiders, so her hands are probably gross. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a lot of friends. I always see her talking to people. She probably talks about spiders. What? What if her friends start to like spiders too? That's why I'm not friends with her. It doesn't matter if she has other hobbies. It doesn't matter if she keeps it private. It doesn't matter if she doesn't hurt anyone. It's gross. She's gross. The world is better off without spider lovers. And I'm gonna tell everyone. Not bad, right? Longer. Yeah, yesterday was too short. I was just warming up. I hope you didn't think that was the best I could do. Brothers, thank you for the 8 months. No, of course not. Anyway, the message is pretty straightforward in this poem. I doubt I have to explain it. Hey Wolfie88, thank you for subscribing today, guys and girls in the chat. And let's get those iron fists up into the air. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you. Sometimes you can explain complicated issues with much simpler analogies. There we go. I can't fucking talk. And it helps people realize how stupid they're being. Like, anyone would agree that the subject of this poem is an ignorant jerk. Do you know people like that? Of course, it's about how everyone thinks that doesn't matter. It can be about anything. I wrote it to be easy to relate to. Everyone has some kind of weird hobby or a guilty pleasure. Something that you're afraid if people find out they'd make fun of you or think less of you. But that just makes people stupid. Who cares what someone likes as long as they're not hurting anyone and it makes them happy? I think people really need to learn to respect others for liking weird things. Like you guys watching fucking Twitch streams. Wuggy! Thank you for subscribing today, guys and girls of the channel. Let's get those iron fists up in the air. Also for Wolfie too. Thank you, Wuggy. Huh. That's funny. You wrote about something similar today. Huh? Did you say Yuri? Yeah. You said her poem was about an unusual hobby of hers. I didn't really get it, but she said something similar to you. That people shouldn't make each other feel insecure about those things. Really? Well, Uncle Tom Papa! Thank you! Thank you for subscribing. Thank you very, 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 very much. Well, I mean, Yuri's pretty weird, so I wouldn't doubt that she has some weird hobbies. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's not like I would judge her or anything. Natsuki has trouble finding words. I guess I should try not to be so mean to her. She feels insecure about her weird behaviors and stuff. I mean, I always hate people who make me feel insecure. And Yuri made me feel insecure yesterday. But the way you put it sounds like she learned her lesson. Well, I would say so. Even if her writing style is really different, I'm sure she'll appreciate the message in your poem. It's what I do best, after all. I don't like writing unless there's a good message to take away from it. Like, conveying emotions is important. But I want to make people think, not just feel. Remember that. I'm gonna write a good one for tomorrow too, so look forward to it. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? I have something extra fun today, so if everyone could come sit at the front of the room. Is it about the festival? Well, sort of. Ugh. Do we really have to do something for the festival? It's not like we can put together anything good in just a few days. We'll just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members. That's a concern of mine as well. I really don't do well with last-minute preparations. Don't worry so much. We're going to keep it simple, okay? We won't need much more than a few decorations. Sayori has been working on posters and I've designed some pamphlets we can give out during the event. Okay, that's great and all, but that doesn't tell us what we're actually going to be doing. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you heard about it already. We're going to be performing. Performing? Monica? Yeah, we're going to be having a poetry performance. Each of us are going to choose a poem to recite during the event. But the cool part is, we're also going to let anyone else come up and recite poems too. Sayori's putting it on all the posters in case anyone wants to prepare ahead of time. Sayori, who's been coloring a poster, holds it up for us to see. Are you kidding me, Monica? You didn't already stop putting those posters up, did you? Well, I did. Do you really think it's that bad of an idea? Well, no. It's not a bad idea. But I didn't sign up for this, you know. There is no way I'm gonna be performing in front of a group of people like that. I agree with Natsuki. I could never in my life do something like that. Imagining it, Yuri shakes her head in fear. Guys! Kiliano came in with the subscription! Thank you! Kiliano, thank you very, very much. Guys! No, Sayori! I understand where they're coming from. Remember that Natsuki and Yuri have never shared their poems with anyone until just a couple days ago. It's a lot to ask for them to recite their poems out loud to a whole room full of people. I guess I kind of overlooked that. So, I'm sorry. But, I still think we should give it our best. We're the only ones responsible for the fate of this club. Oh my goodness. Shoot Aruski, I swear I haven't seen you for fucking ages. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If we start the event and put on a good performance, then it will inspire others to do the same. And the more people who perform, the better we'll be able to show everyone what literature is all about. Yeah! It's about expressing your feelings, being intimate with yourself, finding new horizons, and having fun. That's right. And it's those reasons that we're all in this club today. Don't you want to share that with others? To inspire them to find the same feelings that brought you here in the first place. I know you do. I know we all do. And if all it takes is standing in front of the room for 2 minutes and reciting a poem, then I know you can do it. Natsuki and Yuri remain silent. Sayori looks worried. I guess that leaves me no choice. I agree. Sarashat, thank you. Oh, Sarashat. Thank you for subscribing. I agree. I don't think it's too much to ask. I made it sound all fancy-like. Sarasat. I think Sayori and Monica have been trying really hard to get new members. The least we can do is try help them out a little bit. Well, maybe, but... It looks like Natsuki doesn't have any arguments left. Okay, fine. I guess I'll just have to get it over with. Alright. Woo! Thanks, Natsuki. What about you, Yuri? Yuri dejectedly glances around at everyone else's expectant faces.
I guess I don't really have a choice.
That's everyone! You're the best, Yuri.
This club is seriously going to be the death of me.
Oh gosh! You'll be fine, Yuri. But anyway, let's move on to the main event. I want each of you to choose a poem of yours. We're going to practice reciting them in front of each other. No way!
Monica? This is too sudden.
Well, if you can't recite your poem in front of your club, how do you expect to do it in front of strangers? Oh no. Don't worry. I'll start off to help everyone feel a little more comfortable. Can I go next? Oh, of course. Now let's see. Monica flips through her notebook to the specific poem she has in mind for herself. Let me save up. Wait, hold up. I need to fill up my water bottles. I need to fill up my water. I've almost finished. I finished one. I need two. This is like incredibly tough on my fucking voice. Wait, hold up. Hey, can we go emote only mode for 1 second and then make it open to everyone? Because I just want to see if everyone's having a good time. So happy voices. Do I sound different? So emote only in sub free. So the non-subs can come out because I want to know if you guys are having a good time. I hope everyone's having a good time. That's all. I just want to... Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that we had to go sub-only mode. I'm so sorry that we are sub-only mode. And I really do appreciate all of you hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. So thank you. I hope you're having fun though. Y'all a bunch of weebs. Welcome, Wob. Y'all a bunch of weebs. The lawyer. Alright, lock him up. Lock him up. Back you go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, this chat is hidden behind a paywall today. Oh my god. Do I really sound that different today? Sorry. We're hidden. Hidden behind a paywall, I'm sorry. Thank you, everyone. Monika flips through her notebook to the specific poem she has in mind for herself. She then stands behind the podium. The title of this poem is The Way They Fly. Ahem. Ahem. Monika begins reciting her poem. Her clear, confident voice fills the room. More than that, her inflection is pristine, so my Monika voice is fucking fantastic. Excuse me? They're basically describing me. She knows exactly how to apply emotion behind each line she recites, bringing the words to life. Is this something she's done before, or is she simply a natural? I glance around me. I'm such a Monika. I like to think that I'm more of a Sayori, but I'm such a Monika. Everyone has their eyes on Monika. Life of the party is true. Sayori looks amazed. Yuri has an intense expression on her face that I don't understand. Finally, Monika finishes the recitation. The four of us applaud. Monika takes a breath and smiles. That was so good, Monika. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I was just hoping to set a good example. Are you ready to go next, Sayori? I'll go next. What? Yuri's fired up all of a sudden? Yuri clutches a sheet of paper between her hands and stands up. Keeping her head down, she walks quickly over to the podium. This poem is called... Yuri anxiously glances at each of us. You can do it, Yuri. It's called Afterimage of a Crimson Eye. Yuri's voice shakes as she starts reading the poem. Just a moment ago, she practically refused to do this. Why is she suddenly putting in so much effort? As Yuri gets past the first couple of lines, her voice changes. It's almost like what happened when Yuri gets absorbed into her books. Her quivering words transform into the sharp syllables of a fierce and confident woman. The poem is full of twists and turns in its structure that she enunciates with perfect timing. Not like my reading. This must be a rare glimpse into the whirling fire Yuri keeps concealed inside her head. Suddenly she's finished. Everyone is stunned. Yuri snaps back into reality and glances around her as if she bewildered even herself. It's up to me to save the situation. I'm the first to start applauding. Everyone joins me afterwards and we give Yuri the recognition she deserves. It's not that we didn't want to applaud for her, but we were caught so off guard that we must have forgotten. As we applaud, Yuri holds the poem to her chest and rushes back into her seat. Yuri, that was really good. Thank you for sharing. Looks like Yuri is down for the count. Okay, I guess I'm next then. Sayori hops out of her chair and cheerfully walks to the podium. This one is called My Meadow. Ah. Sorry, I giggled. Oh shit. Sayori. It's a lot
harder than I thought. How did you guys do it so easily? Try not to think of it like you're reciting to other people. Imagine you're reciting it to yourself, like in front of a mirror or in your head. It's your poem, so it'll come out the best that way. I see. Okay then. Sayori begins her poem. Somehow it feels like her soft voice was made as a perfect match. This poem isn't aimlessly cheery like Sayori is. It's serene and bittersweet. If I were to read this on paper, I probably wouldn't think much of it. But hearing it come from Sayori's voice almost gives it a whole new meaning. Maybe this is what Sayori meant when she likes my poems. It's like I get to reach more deeply into someone I thought I knew through and through. Sayori finishes and we applaud. I did it! Good job, Sayori! Even Kiwo liked it. I guess that's a good sign. It came out nicely, Sayori. The atmosphere of the poem fits you really nicely. But it might be that other poems wouldn't work quite as well with that kind of delivery. I don't really understand. In other words, I've seen poems of yours where that sort of gentle delivery wouldn't work as well. They might need a little more force behind them, depending on what you're reading. Oh, I know what you mean. Well, I've been practicing that kind of thing. It's just embarrassing to do in front of everyone. Then next time, I'm going to make you pick a poem that challenges you a little more. We don't have much time before the festival, you know. Okay. Now, who's next? Natsuki? Don't make me go before Kiwo. It's not like I compare to you guys anyway. Might as well let Kiwo lower everyone's standards a little before I have to do it. Natsuki. It's fine. Might as well get it over with. Not like I have much of a selection of what to read. Let's go with what I wrote for today. I stand up and step in front of the podium. Everyone has their eyes on me, making me feel terribly awkward. I recite my poem. Since I'm not exactly confident in my own writing, it's hard to put energy into it. Despite that, once I'm finished, I receive an applause anyway. Sorry. I'm not really as good as everyone else. Don't worry about it so much. I think it's less about your abilities and more about your lack of confidence in your writing. That's something that'll improve over time, though. Maybe. Alright then. That just leaves you, Natsuki. Yeah. I'm going. Natsuki begrudgingly gets out of her seat and makes her way to the podium. The poem is called... It's called... Why are you all looking at me? Because you're presenting. Anyway, the poem is called Jump. Once she starts reciting the poem, her sour attitude disappears a little. While she's still a little unenthused, her poem has a rhythm and rhyme to it. It's Natsuki's trademark style, and it works surprisingly well when spoken out loud. The words feel like they bounce up and down as if giving life to the poem. Natsuki finishes and everyone applauds. She huffs back to her seat. That wasn't too bad, was it? Easy for you to say. Better not make me do that again. Oh, well, do you at least feel prepared enough to recite a poem in front of other people? I mean, doing it in front of other people will be easier. I can put on whatever face I want for other people. But when it's just my friends, it's just embarrassing. That's a surprise, Natsuki. I think it would be the other way around for me. Well, it's just how it is, so... Well, I guess if that's the case, you won't have much to worry about for the festival. That said, I want to thank everyone for coming through. Might be hard, but I hope that you will have an idea of what it's like now. Make sure you pick a poem and get enough practice before the festival, okay? I'll be making pamphlets, so let me know ahead of time what you'll be reciting. Jeez, Probably find some other poems to recite, huh? That's fine too. Doesn't have to be your own. I'm already pleasantly surprised that you're putting in all this effort for the club. It makes me really happy. Yeah, no problem. Okay, everyone. I think that's about it for today. I know the festival is coming up, but let's try write poems for tomorrow as well. It's been working out really nicely so far, so I'd like to continue that. As for the festival, we'll finish planning tomorrow. Then we'll have the weekend to prepare. Monday's the big day. I can't wait. I can do this. I can do this. All right. I stand up. There's no way I'll be able to get the same enthusiasm as Sayori and Monica, but I'll do my best to get through. It's for the sake of the club. And impressing Monica. Then I'll have to do my best. Ready to go, Sayori? Yep. Looks like you two. Look at you two, always going home together like that. It's kind of adorable, isn't it? These guys, don't make such a big deal out of it.
It must be a little nice, though.
Well, what the fuck? It's okay, Kiwo, you don't have to say it. Whatever, let's go. I walk home with Sayori once more. Even though it's only been a few days, a lot of things have already changed. But today, Sayori is a little quieter than usual on the way home. Hey, Sayori! Sorry, I was spacing out. No wonder. I was thinking about something from earlier. I like how we get to, Sayori fumbles with her words. So, let's just say that one day Yuri asked to walk home with you. Huh? What would you do? What kind of question is that? You're kind of putting me on the spot here. If she asked, I walk home with you every day. Walking home with Yuri, huh? Why does the thought of that make my heart pound? Given how hard it is for her to socialize, I'd feel awful turning her down, so... Isn't she so beautiful and smart? That has nothing to do with what I just said. You admitted it! Uh-huh. There's no point in speculating something that's never gonna happen. Well, maybe. But I just like to think about it. It's not long before you won't need me anymore, you know? Need you? Sayori? I can't figure out how you're seeing things in your head right now. Sorry. Everyone is different. Nobody in the club is a replacement for you. If you say so. Conversation trails off and I'm left feeling awkward. It was kind of her fault for trapping me with such a weird question. I can't lie to her. There's something that makes her happy. I would hate to take that away from her. So there's no point in speculating. Then again, the festival is only a few days away. Who knows what will happen in that time. Oh! I just noticed the girls... Do they change? Oh. Disaster. Desire. Holiday. Milk. Eternity. Kiss. Atone. Incongruent. I don't know. Unstable. Sunset. Candy. Passion. Frightening. Scars. Fear. Alone. Disoriented. Captive. Meager. Wrath. Yeah, fuck it. Oh man, I'm the last one here again. Don't worry, I just walked in too.
Were you practicing piano again?
Yeah.
You must have a lot of determination. Starting this club and now picking up piano?
Well, maybe not determination, but I guess passion. Remember that the club wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And I'm super happy that you're all willing to help out for the festival too. I can't wait for the festival. It's gonna be great. Weren't you complaining about it just yesterday? Well, yeah. I'm not talking about our part. But this is the whole day of school where we get to play and eat all kinds of delicious food. Sound a bit like Sayori all of a sudden. Monica, do they usually have fried squid? Squid? That's a pretty specific thing to look forward to. Oh, come on. Are you saying you don't like squid? You, of all people? I didn't say I don't like it. Besides, what do you mean by you of all people? Because it's right in your name. Monica. That's not how you say my name at all. Also, that joke makes no sense in translation. Oh, never mind. Let's just focus on our own event for now, okay? Fine. Your reactions aren't as fun as Yuri's or Sayori's anyway.
Excuse me?
Where is Sayori anyway? Oh, there you are. Sayori is sitting at a desk in the corner of the room looking down at nothing. I walk over to her. Hey, Sayori. Moving my hand in front of her face. You're spacing out again. Sorry. Don't mind me. You can go talk to everyone else. Huh? Is everything okay? No, of course. Why wouldn't it be? This feels off. Are you okay? Sorry for assuming things. Geez, you worry too much about me. I'm fine, see? Don't let me distract you from having fun with everyone. Okay, you say so. I worriedly glance over at Sayori before turning back toward everyone else. Conversations have already dispersed, with everyone back at their usual activities. Maybe I should ask Monica if she's noticed anything about Sayori recently. Since they've been preparing for the festival, they must be spending a lot of time together. I timidly approach Monica, who is shuffling through some papers at her desk. Kiwo, what's up? Hey, this might sound a little strange, but have you noticed anything with Sayori recently? Anything up with her? In what way do you mean? Maybe I'm reading a little too much into it, but she seems a little downcast today. Oh, You think so? Can't say I've noticed anything about her. Mayori? Monica peers across the room at Sayori, who is idly dragging a rubber eraser up and down her desk. Maybe there's something on her mind. But I'm surprised I'm not the one asking you, Kiwo. You certainly know her a lot better than I do. Yeah, but she's never normally like this. She always talked to me about things that bothered her. But this time when I asked her, she was really dismissive. Sorry, I know it's not your problem. I just wanted to ask if you knew things, so I'll drop it. No. It's important to me too. I mean, I'm also friends with her. And I also care about the well-being of my club members, you know? Maybe I'll try talking to her myself. Are you sure about that? She seemed like she wanted to be left alone. Are you sure? Well, maybe she just has a hard time bringing it up with the person of interest. Crikey, do you have a nightmare? Do you wanna help me? For real, doing all of their voices is killing me. What nightmare did you have? Like, I'm getting a full face workout. It's so difficult. I gave Natsuki my Greg voice. Can you hear? Can you hear my voice is already like fucked? I sound so out of it. Person of interest? What do you mean by that? I'm saying that maybe the thing on her mind is you, Kiwo. Me? Why is it me? Well, I probably shouldn't say too much, but Sayori talks about you more than anything else, you know. Huh? She's been so much happier ever since you joined the club. It's like an extra light was turned on inside of her. What? No. Sayori is always like that. She's always... You're so funny, Kiwo! Have you thought that maybe you've always seen her as so cheerful? Because that's just how she is when she's around you. I said too much? I'm sorry, what do I know anyway? I didn't mean to jump to conclusions, so you should just forget about what I said. I'll try to talk to her, so try not to think about it for now. Monica smiles meaningfully. I know she said to forget about it, but I already knew that I wouldn't be able to get her words out of my head. Monica stands up from her desk and walks across the room to where Sayori is sitting. I watch her kneel down next to Sayori and gently talk to her. She's keeping her voice so quiet that I can't hear her from here. I sigh and sit myself down. I know Sayori told me not to worry about her and to have fun with everyone else, but that's impossible to do when she's behaving like this. Exactly how much do I care about her that I'm letting this weigh me down so much? Now it feels like I'm the one behaving out of the ordinary. There's nothing I can do besides wait for Monica. Oh, fuck. Hey, you! I look up to see Natsuki next to me. Are you just gonna sit there and keep staring at nothing? There isn't that much time, so... I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you worry or nothing. It's not like I'm worried. I was just... Natsuki glances down at her side. She's holding a volume of manga in her hand. Oh, that's right. Something just came up for a minute, but we can get started now. I won't make you wait any longer. Jeez. Now you're making me feel like a jerk.
something's bothering you, you can just tell me to leave you alone, and I will. I mean, assuming you didn't feel about talking about nothing or nothing. She practically mumbles the last part. Fucking nailed it. Now I'm probably making it seem like a bigger deal than it is. Just been thinking about Sayori, that's all. Sayori? Thinking about her? Yeah, she seems down today. But she didn't want to admit it to me. So I kind of wonder if something happened. Oh. Well, first of all, you should really work on your phrasing. Anyway, you're her best friend, right? Yeah, I guess. Yeah. And in that case, I think you should trust her a little more. If she needed you, then you'd be the first person she would go to, right? Yeah, you got a point. I mean, some people just have those days, you know? Can't always avoid it. And the thing, she probably doesn't want you to worry about her because it's not important. Yeah, that's kind of what she said to me. Well, maybe it's not right for me to go against her wishes. Exactly. She needs you to worry about her, then it'll be a lot more obvious. Yeah. I should have thought of it that way from the start. Natsuki fiddles with the book she's holding in her hands. She really means a lot to you, doesn't she? Huh? Oh, don't get the wrong idea. We've just been friends for a long time. It's normal to be worried about your friends. I mean, you were worried about me, so... I was not! Geez, if you're fine, then let's hurry and get started already. Yeah. Okay, everyone! After some time passes, Monica calls out to the club room. Why don't we share our poems now? Before I know it, everything is back to normal. Crambo, what happened? Crambo, what happened in your dream? It's long? You know, Kryken, we've actually been learning a lot about like sharing your emotions and like stuff in this. So you are welcome to share. Yeah, we've been reading long stories all the time. We don't judge. Now, in front of the whole class. We got the nice music going too. Before I know it, everything is back to normal. Oh wait, you want to explain it? We can get in Discord. Do you want me to get in Discord? Yeah. Oh. You come in Discord? Call me. Call me on Discord and we'll get his poem out. Poem. Story.
Sorry, we're going on a short pause break. Plus, it'll be good. Can you tell my voice is like really raspy? Oh my goodness. Kiwo is gonna lose her voice. Remember when I did Undertale? I spent 11 hours doing Undertale. I'm gonna listen to Undertale music. Hello. You okay?
I've not had a nightmare in, I think, like 3 years, maybe.
Yeah. You sound tired.
I have slept 2 hours, I think, maybe.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I sound bad. Holy shit. Oh no. You sound worse than me.
Yeah.
Well.
Fuck. Let me see if I can pull it up. I wrote it all down as soon as I woke up.
Oh
so I
wow.
won't forget it. Yeah, I haven't had a nightmare in like 3 years, and nothing's just like really spooked me. But I don't know. This came out of nowhere, and it fucking hit like a fucking sack of bricks.
A nightmare or like sleep paralysis?
It was a nightmare followed by, as you'll get to at the end,
Okay.
a moment of sleep paralysis. Which all makes sense, I think, in the context of the story. But also, I literally just woke up, so I don't know if the story makes any sense.
Okay.
At the time that I wrote it, I was like, this is fucking tragic, or this is like, you know, so real. But it all might just be complete nonsense, so. Okay, I'm just gonna read what I wrote rather than try and put it into fancy words, because I can't think that well. Okay. It says, John had an elaborate heart attack while he was wearing his Vive. We were watching it happen in VR chat, and he went down, and we could hear that he retained consciousness, and we heard every step of his cardiac arrest while he was able to describe what was happening. He worked at like the local hospital, so he was able to describe pretty clearly each stage of the way. And he oh fuck, he I'm like losing focus now. He tried to explain to us what his address was. We called 911 so they could find him. My dad was there for some reason, and he began scribbling it down while he called 911. I tried to comfort him. My dad gives them the address, and they go to the location, but then he looks back shocked a few minutes later, telling me that the police have arrived at an abandoned address. I try not to let Josh on the floor know that we wrote his address wrong.
Josh!
Oh, I meant John. Oh. Wait, did I say Josh?
Oh, no!
You're Josh.
No!
No!
No! Oh, no!
It's Josh is written here, but I had said John earlier. That's unnerving.
Oh!
Okay, I'll continue. I try not to let, I said Josh on the floor know that we wrote his address wrong. Actually, he had leg trackers, so maybe, I don't know. John, do you work at, Josh, do you work at a hospital? Let's see. He looks shocked as he tells me the police went to abandoned address. Try not to let him know that the address was wrong, and we sent them to the wrong place. As I'm doing that, I hear sirens over John's headset, followed by police rushing in the door. It's quiet for a while as we're trying to get their attention / comfort him that they found him and it's almost over. Meanwhile, my dad looks at me like, I don't know how they found him, I messed up the address. Finally, we hear them closing in around the headset before we hear them regard it as the doll. There's a pause over the headset. A sing-songy voice in a version of John's voice goes, I need help, as if that was the voice all along. I had just been doing voice lines. I realized we had been duped and assumed it was some sort of elaborate prank, only to see a dark image of a large man looking kind of like Winston Churchill hunched across against the window, the other side of my room. I start pointing at it, yelling for Dad to turn on the light, and I wake up, But the same shadowy figure is still burning my retinas. Except this time, it's visible from lying down in my bed and I can't move. Then it turns and grows, and it's a porcelain clown face that shushes me before it dissolves again into the shape of my door frame and that dumb stack of boxes I have on a chair with the blinking light of my Vive lighthouse sensor. Now I'm awake as fucking typing this. Ugh.
What the fuck?
Did that make any sense?
Are you okay?
I'm really freaked out right now.
Are you okay? Go turn the switches off so your sensors. What the fuck? It's cause I sent you the seizure video, isn't it?
It is. You did this to me. And I said, I don't know if I should watch this. You said,
I said,
yeah, it's disturbing.
I told you, I said it's really disturbing to watch.
Yeah, for everyone that Kiwo sent me, there's a video of someone that had I think a seizure in Vive in VR chat. And they end up being okay, but
To point out, the reason I brought attention to it was because I was disgusted by the tags the uploader had used. Because the funny thing, it was VR funny moments, hilarious VR moments, and then seizure VR chat, and it just I was very upset. I was very upset with that.
well, it definitely left an impact on me, I guess.
I told you not to watch it. I said don't watch it.
I stopped.
I didn't even watch it again. I sent it to you, and then I didn't even watch it again.
I watched like a couple seconds, but something about that was so freaky, being like trapped in VR and like having everybody around you not able to do anything but like ask for help, and like, you know, if you have no way of knowing where the guy lives or anything, you just have to watch. Yeah, I think that definitely implanted my head because I immediately had a nightmare about it as soon as I went to sleep. Like, did not waste any time. Although I don't understand the Winston Churchill built bit. That one was a little left field, but it was just like this old hulking figure of a dude with like white hair that was like facing the window.
That's creepy. That's really creepy.
Yeah.
The
Did
clown
that make
face.
sense? Was that scary? Did everybody feel like it was a warranted story?
It
I
was
don't
the
know.
mention of the doll that made me feel a little uneasy. But then it was a clown, and clowns don't freak me out as much as dolls do. But
Yeah, clowns don't freak me out either. But it was like a porcelain face. I can't even describe it as a clown. It's more like a it was more like an Asian kind of like a war face, like mask sort of thing. I don't know. It was very specific looking.
yeah.
Fuck. Yeah. All right. I don't want to hijack your stream. I know I just did that exactly thing, but I should probably go to sleep. And I feel like
Yeah. Try and like unplug your Vive sensor so you don't have the lights.
yeah, I think that was what did it. I think it was staring at me, and it beamed this story into my head. I don't know why my dad was there. And actually, right after, so we thought we were pranked, and we were like, you know, I was freaking out at this guy getting us so good. And I think I was like trying to play it off cool and like type in chat like, "Oh yeah, good one, dude." And then that's when it like there was more stuff to do with the doll, I think, but I don't remember it.
That's creepy. I've always been terrified of sleep paralysis.
Yeah.
Because
I never had anything like that, except I guess this is the closest one because I felt like I couldn't move and I was just staring at this thing, and then I like snapped back awake to actual awake and just started pinching myself and like and like, you know, yeah, I checked my phone because that's the best way, I guess, to tell if you're actually awake. I went in the stream. That was like the first or second thing I did was like, "Hello, is this real?"
Oh, you poor thing.
This is not the right game for me to be watching while I'm.
No spoilers. I've been sub only mode like all stream. Time to within 6 minutes we had to go sub only mode and ban 2 people. That's a record.
I'll get out of your hair then.
That's okay. I hope you feel better. Hope you feel better. I feel bad now. Yeah. You know what you should do? You know what you should do? You should fall asleep watching that Undertale playthrough.
What? Which one?
Your one.
My own.
I've fallen asleep watching my own videos before.
Yeah, but not you. I don't think. Anyway, it's alright.
Watch it. It's so nice. It's a really nice playthrough. So just put that on in the background. And you don't read half the lines anyway. Most of the time it's just the music and the you skipping their dialogue. That upset me. That upset me a little bit, but you know. Okay.
Alright.
Let me know
Thanks
when
for
you.
listening
No,
to my...
of course. You're okay. You're safe. Okay?
Yeah. I don't want to die in VR. I don't want to die in VR.
Just surrounded by anime girls.
Yeah, the last thing I hear is people being like, "Yo, is this dude okay?" I'm like, this is so terrible. All right. Have a good stream. Sorry
Thank
again.
you. Don't apologize. Okay, if you wake up feeling freaked out again, you can just drop me a message. It's okay. I got you.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, Crick boy. Sleep well. He left the call. He left the call after I said that. Oh, that was the wrong thing to say, huh? Before I know it, everything is back to normal. Everyone goes to retrieve their poems and I do the same. I make eye contact with Monica and she smiles at me. I wonder what she was talking about with Sayori. I need a wee. That was exciting. That wasn't as scary. Hey, cooking myself dinner tonight, I have decided. Totally didn't turn all the lights on in my apartment or anything. No. I didn't do that. I need to fix my voice. Let's go with Monica. Hi, Kiwo. Have you thought about what you want to submit to perform at the festival? Well, being in this club is one thing, but performing in front of a bunch of people... I'll have to give it some more thought. Okay, no pressure. But whatever you do, I'm sure it'll turn out great. It would also make me happy to see. Anyway, let's take a look at today's poem. Sure. I let Monica take the poem I'm holding in my hands. Great job, Kiwo! I was going ooh in my head while reading it. It's really metaphorical. I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you. Easiest for me to keep everyone's expectations low. That way it always counts when I put in some effort. Oh, that's not very fair. Well, I guess it worked anyway. You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Unlike Sayori, who likes using simple and direct words to describe happiness and sadness, Yuri likes it when readers are left to derive their own meaning out of it. It's very challenging to write like that effectively, both allowing people to get something out of it just by feel, or letting them deeply analyze all of the nuances. It can take years of practice, which I'm assuming Yuri has at this point. I've never really asked, though. I'm sure I'm nowhere near her level. Ah, wrong one. I'm sure I'm nowhere near her level yet. Don't worry so much about that. You do your own thing. Just keep exploring and learn by trying new things. Anyway, I'll share my poem with you now, alright? Alright. Well, honey, I can get, I've got honey actually. The lady who knows everything. An old tale tells of a lady who wanders earth. The lady who knows everything. A beautiful lady who has found every answer, all meaning, all purpose, and all that was ever sought. And here I am, a feather, lost adrift the sky, victim of the current of the wind. Day after day I search with little hope, knowing legends don't exist. But when all else has failed me, when all others have turned away, the legend is all that remains. The last dim star glimmering in the twilight sky, until one day the wind ceases to blow. I fall, and I fall, and I fall, and I fall even more, gentle as a feather, a dry quill, expressionless. But a hand catches me between the thumb and forefinger. The hand of a beautiful lady. I look at her eyes and find no end to her gaze. The lady who knows everything, knows what I am thinking. Before I can speak, she responds in a hollow voice. I have found every answer, all of which amount to nothing. There is no meaning, there is no purpose, and we seek only the impossible. I am not your legend. Your legend does not exist. And with a breath, she blows me back afloat, and I pick up a gust of wind. You know, I feel like learning and looking for answers are sort of things that give life meaning. Not to get too philosophical or anything, but it was kind of on my mind, so that's what I wrote about. Uh-huh. Never really put that much thought into it. In a way, it's almost paradoxical. Because if we had all the answers, wouldn't the world start to lose its meaning? You know, there's one thing I noticed. Seems like everyone in the club prefers writing about things that are more sad than happy. Are you surprised? I mean, if everything was okay, we wouldn't really have anything to write about, would we? Humans aren't two-dimensional creatures. I think you know that better than anyone. You mean one-dimensional? Ah, yeah, that. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Are you ever too shy to share your writing because you're afraid it's not that good? All the time! I'm so afraid of it! It can be really disheartening to get a lukewarm response to something you put so much into.
But if you find other people who enjoy writing, then sharing becomes a lot easier. Because instead of just telling you that your writing is good or okay or bad, they'll want to focus more on everything that went into it and the things you can work on. It's much more encouraging that way, and it will make you want to continue improving. It's almost like having your own little literature club, don't you think? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening! Going down the list, or up the list. See, I don't know how long this game is. I have no idea how long this game is, and we're already about, I'd say, nearly 3.5 hours in. And my voice is fucked. Like, I'm already feeling. Oh, Kiwo, this is wonderful. I can feel the emotion that you poured into it. Is this the result of trying what I suggested yesterday?
Yeah, I guess. You did a good job explaining. I really wanted to try give it more oomph.
Yuri visibly swallows. Even her hands appear sweaty. I'm not used to this.
Used to what?
I don't know.
It's fine, take your time. Yuri breathes and collects her thoughts. I know that Yuri likes to think before she speaks, so I offer that patience to her.
Yeah, just being appreciated like this, I guess. Probably sounds really stupid, but seeing someone motivated by my writing, it just makes me really happy.
Are you saying you've never shared your writing before?
She nods.
Really? I don't believe it.
I really only write for myself. And besides, people would just laugh at me.
You really think that? Huh. Even your close friends? For some reason, Yuri doesn't respond. Yuri? Yuri smiles sadly.
Kiwo, during lunchtime I eat by myself. Did you know that? It's a great time to find a quiet spot and do some reading. In fact, I always have some books with me. You could say I really enjoy reading. Well, that's one way to put it anyway. But books are so full of amazing and inspiring people. People you want to fall in love with. Or people you just know would make a really good friend. Cheerful people who always put a smile on your face. Or deep thinkers and problem solvers who discover the mysteries of life. So when you look at it that way, I'm surrounded by friends every day. You know? And those friends don't laugh at me. They don't tease me for spacing out all the time. They don't make fun of my body type. And they don't hate me for acting like a know-it-all.
People say that about you?
I'm not a know-it-all, Kiwo. I'm the opposite. I don't know anything. I don't know how to talk to people. I don't know how to make people see me as normal. I don't even know how to make myself happy. I have all these feelings, and all I can do with them is read and write. But it wasn't until now that I started sharing it with you that I really understood what was missing all this time. No, that's wrong. Just being patient and respectful. That's really important to me. I know I'm a difficult person, Kiwo. I speak too slowly. I second guess myself all the time. I read too deeply into things. But every time, you've always treated me just like anyone else. So rare that I feel comfortable with myself when I talk to others. But that's why every time I talk to you, I just feel really happy.
Uh-huh.
You know, I treat you like, you know, how you. And when people don't see it, then fuck them.
I joined this club hoping I would make friends. I would say I have at least one success. Wouldn't you?
If you put it that way. Yeah. We really are friends now, aren't we?
Yuri puts her head in her hands. But this time she's smiling as she does it.
You wanna show me a poem? Yeah, I do. Let me get it for you.
A marvel millions of years in the making, where the womb of Earth chastically meets the surface, under a clear blue sky, an expanse of bliss. But beneath grey rolling cloud, oh fuck.
An endless enigma. The easiest world to get lost in is one where everything can be found. One can only build a sandcastle where the sand is wet. Where the sand is wet, the tide comes. Will it gently lick at your foundations until you give in? Or will a sudden wave send you crashing down in the blink of an eye? Either way, the outcome is the same. Yet we still build sandcastles. I stand where the foam wraps around my ankles, where my toes squish into the sand. The salty air is therapeutic. The breeze is gentle yet powerful. I sink my toes into the ultimate boundary line, tempted by the foamy tendrils. Turn back and I abandon my peace to a road at the shore. Drift forward, and I return to Earth forevermore.
Sorry, I fucked up. I fucked up. Oh yeah, there's a weird thing that Twitch has. It's not just me, right? There's a weird audio glitch on Twitch every now and then.
I'm aware that the beach is kind of an inane thing to write about, but I did my best to take a metaphorical approach to it.
You say that like you didn't even want to write about it.
Oh, you haven't heard? After yesterday, Natsuki and I, well... It was amusing that we wrote about something similar in such different ways. So, Natsuki wanted us to write about the same topic as each other again. I suppose to better compare the differences in our writing styles or thought process. Anyway, it was her idea. Knowing her, it's no surprise that she'd want to do something like that. She probably just wants to show off. Not like I have a particular interest in her writing style. I just went with her request. But, well, I suppose it's not so bad to write about something simple on occasion. It can be refreshing, you know? It's good for me to calm my thoughts once in a while.
Yeah, I get it. Thanks for sharing. This one's alright. Well, yeah. It's about as good as yesterday's anyway. Do what you're going for, but it's just not really my style. I mean, that's fine. I'm just mostly glad that you're trying, you know? course I'm trying. Why are you so Why are you so emotionally invested in my poems anyway? Isn't that more of a compliment to me? No! Gross! It's not like I care. It's just one of us in this club has to make sure you're not slacking off. Really? Well, what if you just ended up scaring me away? That's, it's not like you would actually do that. Yeah, you're right. Kind of fun hanging out here, even if I have to put up with you. Natsuki's elbow connects with my stomach. Oh? Maybe I won't mind scaring you away after all. I can't. I'm losing my voice. I was just joking. Oh, I know. Don't worry, I was too. How the hell do you call that a joke? You assaulted me. Fuck. You're sick. I should just watch my mouth. Anyway, Natsuki holds a poem out to me like nothing ever happened. I'll be your beach. Your mind is so full of troubles and fears that diminished your wonder over the years, but today I have a special place, a beach for us to go. A shore reaching beyond your sight, a sea that sparkles with brilliant light. The walls in your mind will melt away before the sunny glow. I'll be the beach that washes your worries away. I'll be the beach that you daydream about each day. I'll be the beach that makes your heart leap in a way you thought had left you long ago. Let's bury your heavy thoughts in a pile of sand. Bathe in sunbeams and hold my hand. Wash your insecurities in the salty sea. And let me see you shine. Let's leave your memories in a footprint trail. Set you free in my windy sail. And remember the reasons you're wonderful when you press your lips to mine. I'll be the beach that washes your worries away. I'll be the beach that you daydream about each day. I'll be the beach that makes your heart leap in a way you thought had left you long ago. But if you let me be by your side, your own beach, your own escape, you'll learn to love yourself again. Okay. Yeah. I felt like I kept writing about negative things, so I wanted to write something with a nice message for once. Besides, the beach is awesome. Kinda hard to write anything negative about the beach. Well, Yuri's take on it was a little more solemn. Oh, shoot. She better not have said anything bad about mine. After all, she was the one who wanted us to write about the same topic. Ugh. I can really see her doing that too. Making us write about a simple topic and trying to impress me by coming up with something all fancy. Well, it's not like I care. I just did it anyway. I mean, I guess mine ended up being kind of metaphorical too. There's nothing wrong with doing that once in a while. At the very least, it was good practice. The voices are killing me. Can you hear? This is normal Kiwo talking now. Da-dum. Sayori! Sorry if I'm offending all your headcanons for their voices. Getting very raspy, I know. I kind of want to know how much longer is left. It's nice, I guess. Come on, I can already tell you don't like it. Well, you don't need to worry about what I think. After all, you wrote this for someone else, didn't you? Probably Yuri. Huh? I didn't write this for anyone specifically. really what I meant, though. But it's okay. You're making new friends, just like I was hoping. This makes me really happy. And you're happy too, right? In this club? Well, of course I am. Good. That's all that matters to me. Thank you, Kiwo. Sayori, is there something wrong? Huh? No, nothing. I'm just a little tired today. Alright. Just tell me if you need anything. I will. Don't worry about me, okay? You can go play with everyone else now. If you insist. Yay! I'm gonna go home a little bit early today. Sayori? Tell Monica I wasn't feeling well, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Before I can say anything else, Sayori cheerfully walks out of the classroom humming to herself. Okay, you three. We're all done sharing poems, right? Why don't we start figuring out... Hold on a second. Is it just me, or did you say something strange just now? Huh?
Something did sound a bit unusual. That's right. You deviated from your usual catchphrase when addressing the club.
Catchphrase? I didn't have a catchphrase. Jeez. Why is the mood so weird today? Look, even Yuri isn't immune to it.
Stagnating air is common foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen.
In your books, maybe. Look, the only thing that's different is that Sayori isn't here.
Ah, it seems you're right.
Sayori always helps lighten the mood a little bit, doesn't she? It's almost like everyone's balance is thrown off a little when she's not around. Where the heck did she run off to anyways? I thought she just went to pee.
Natsuki, please show some decency.
Oh, come on. Actually, she wasn't feeling too well. She went home early.
Is that so? Oh, I hope she's all right.
Seriously? Of all the times to not go home with her, you picked the time she's not feeling well? So much for you two being all lovey-dovey. No. First of all, stop misunderstanding my friendship with Sayori. And second, she's been avoiding me all day, so I don't want to force it.
Huh?
A curious expression coming from Yuri, of all people. Calm down, guys. I talked to her earlier and everything is fine. What did she say? Anyway, we need to figure out the rest of the festival preparations, so let's decide what everyone will be doing this weekend. I already know what I'm doing. That's right. Natsuki will be making cupcakes.
But we might need a lot of them. And different flavors. Can you handle that all by yourself, Natsuki?
Challenge accepted. As for myself, I'm going to be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Sayori will be helping me design them. And as for Yuri, you can... Guys,
can you help me come up with something for Yuri? I'm useless.
No, that's not it at all. You're the most talented person here, you know. Now Natsuki's pouting too? Oh, I can't even tell. I never gave Sayori enough credit, but I can tell things are even harder on you when she's not around.
That may be the case. But if I can't be a leader on my own, then I won't grow as a person.
So, Yuri,
you have beautiful handwriting, you know. So, you should make some banners and decoration to help set the atmosphere. Atmosphere? About that, I love atmosphere.
Yuri's expression changes suddenly. She stares at her desk in focus and starts nodding to herself. Your mind is already racing, I see. That's great! You'll be a wonderful help, Yuri. But anyway, that just leaves you, Kiwo. The one who is truly useless. Don't say that! In fact, both Natsuki and Yuri have some pretty heavy tasks to handle. It would probably go a long way to give one of them a hand. Could always help me out as well. I would be really appreciative of that. Monika's suggesting. How on earth are they going to respond to a suggestion like that?
I suppose I wouldn't mind a bit of help.
Well, even if you don't know how to bake, there's always some day work I could give you. Not like Monika's gonna give me a choice anyway, and you shouldn't be sitting on your butt. Natsuki tries to mumble a bunch of excuses like that.
If I recall, Natsuki, you mentioned that you would like to handle the baking on your own. Kiwo may not like to be around you if you only make him out to be a nuisance. So therefore, he may be more suited to assisting with the decorations.
Hold on, I never said that. How hard could it be to make a few decorations anyway? Sounds more like you're making an excuse for Kiwo to...
Well, what are you saying? It would be... It would be extremely meticulous work.
And baking isn't? Just what do you think? Guys! Let's settle down for a moment. In the end, I think it's up to Kiwo to decide how he'd like to contribute. Besides, he hasn't really gotten a chance to spend any time with me yet, you know? And I'm sure he's interested in... You literally just said...
I'm surprised as well.
So, sorry. I was just saying, though. Jeez. We just settled this already?
Yeah.
Kiwo, you're okay with this, right? In the end, it's up to you. Of course.
Very well.
In that case, everyone looks at me. Well, I guess I should probably be helping Monika. Yeah, you picked me! Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Monika, you're the one who needs the least help out of all of us! But...
I agree with Natsuki. Not only is your work already most suitable for one person, but you already have Sayori as well.
But Kiwo was the one who... that doesn't matter. You were the one who scared him into picking you in the first place. You're the club president, Monika. You're supposed to make responsible decisions for the club.
Monika, you shouldn't let any ulterior motives interfere with this decision.
Ulterior motives? What are you saying, Yuri? In fact, it sounds like you guys are the ones with ulterior motives. Excuse me, princess. Otherwise, this wouldn't have been made into such a big deal in the first place.
That's completely false, Monika.
Yeah! We have a lot of work to do. We won't do as good a job if you make us work alone. Maybe that's true.
Think of the club, Monika. If we want our event to succeed, then we need to appropriately distribute our resources.
So, are you going to do the right thing, President? Okay, I get it. It's technically most logical for Kiwo to help one of you. So,
I guess that's what we'll do.
I'm gonna order food. Oh, coffee break. Oh, that sounds amazing. Barbecue beef with assorted vegetables, white rice, whole fried egg, extra kimchi. Add, and I want, oh, I wonder if they have like, rose lemonade, ginger beer. Would ginger beer be good for my throat? I like aloe drink. I'm gonna get an aloe. Icarus, thank you for the 35 months. Thank you, Icarus. My food will be here in 20 minutes. Thank you so much, Icarus. Da 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 da. Okay. Shouldn't be vaping when I have a sore throat. Ah! I hate honey. Do you think Earl Grey with a bit of honey in it would be okay? Earl Grey? Okay. You can't tell Kiwo doesn't know how to do the voice thing. lemon green tea. Okay, I'm gonna put a tiny dab of honey in it. Just a little bit. Is that gonna be good for me? Bacon is good for me. Sorry. Ugh. If y'all are new here, then you'll know that Kiwo likes to take her time doing things. She needs to be comfortable while playing video games, so apologies for the downtime. Doki Doki. Doki Doki. Okay. I'm gonna regret this decision. I can already tell. My voice is already shot. Well, baking sounds like it could be fun. You guys made it sound like a lot of work, so it could probably use 2 people. Don't worry, baking is a ton of fun. You'll definitely agree. Huh? Just a minute ago you were saying that. That's because... Never mind, okay? Well, anyway, you'll be fine by yourself, right, Yuri?
Of course. I'm used to it after all.
That's, good. Even though Yuri is being melodramatic, it's a little hard to not feel bad. So that's everything, right? Anything else we need to talk about? No, I think that's it. Are you guys excited? Yeah! Everything except the performance is gonna be awesome. I don't think that really counts. What about you, Kiwo? Me? I'm interested, I guess, to see how it's gonna turn out. Well, this is my playthrough, Ethos. You keep talking about that playthrough, I'm sorry. So Shane, guys.
Oh.
Rari doll with $50. Hey Kiwo, I love your streams. I collect autographs from awesome streamers. Was wondering if you'd sign my Steam profile. If not, no worries. I got you.
I got you. Thank you so much. Sorry I missed that. Oh my goodness, thank you so much.
Thank you. That's good enough for me. What about you, Yuri? Yuri? She's still sulking. Natsuki starts pouting too. It's not that big of a deal or anything. Well, it might not just be that. Huh? I think Yuri might be feeling underappreciated in general. Having to come up with something for her to do and then nobody offering to help. That doesn't mean... Natsuki glances back and forth between everyone with a worried expression. Look. Natsuki goes over and puts her hands on Yuri's shoulders. Yuri, you really are the most talented one here. And you're going to help make the event a lot more fun and welcoming. I mean, the cupcakes will probably help a lot too. But you're gonna make the atmosphere special. Oh, my door. My door? No. That wasn't my door. Weird.
But you're gonna make the atmosphere special. That'll be really important for the way that people feel during the performances. So, you need to stop being dumb and give yourself a little more credit.
Natsuki releases her hands and turns around to face the other direction. No, normally they buzz, so hearing a door go is weird. Actually, I have some vitamin D tablets on the way, because I don't get enough sunlight, so I got some vitamins. And also new vape coils.
You really didn't mean that, did you?
Not really, but... Yuri isn't the only one surprised. Monica and I are also taken aback by Natsuki's words. Natsuki, of all people, to be saying such encouraging things? But I begin to understand. Natsuki was trying to sound like Sayori. Thank you, Scorned Wall, for the 9 months. She's clearly not facing in the opposite direction, just saying. Unbelievable. Even if it didn't work perfectly, I can tell she tried to say something Sayori would say at a time like this. Because Sayori always helps everyone smile and feel good about themselves.
I'm sorry for being dumb. I'm going to do my best. And all of us are going to make a really great event.
Yeah! Yeah! I hope to see everyone do their best. But with that, there's nothing more for today. So I guess it's time for us to head out.
Okay, but I'm staying here a bit longer.
I barely got to do any reading today, so... Fair enough, there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone packs up their things. I start to follow Monica and Yuri out the door as they chat between each other.
Where are you going? Huh? We still need to figure out our plans for this weekend.
You literally would have gotten home and realized that you didn't even have a way to try contact me. Oh yeah, huh. I have no idea how that slipped my mind. Good thing I stopped you. I'm giving you my number, okay? You better not make it weird or anything. Why would I do that? Natsuki gives me her number. Okay. I'm coming over on Sunday. I'll bring all the ingredients. Wait. You're coming to my house? Well, yeah. What's wrong with that? I mean, I just figured out since I'm the one helping, I would be going to your house. Yeah, right. Like I could have a guy over at my house. My dad would kill me. Really? That's kind of strict if you ask me. Yeah, how do you think I feel? I can't do anything when my dad is home. Anyway, I just needed to complain for a second. We have each other's numbers now. That's all I needed from you. I guess I'll text you. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm gonna show you why I love baking so much. You better look forward to it. Oh? You say you're just gonna give me the dirty work? Well, I was just saying that. Not like I could act like in front of everyone. I was looking forward to this. Wait, really? Well, kind of. Just because I never got to bake with someone else before. That's all it is, so... Okay. Sorry. I'm gonna go. See you Sunday. Never mind. I can't believe this. Natsuki is coming to my house on Sunday? My anxiety shoots through the roof. Even though I've gotten pretty used to handling her at this point, there's no telling what might end up happening when we're outside of school. More than that, she told me she was looking forward to it. Is this a chance I'd have to make something happen between us? Or is it too early for that? Only time will tell. But until then, I won't be able to take my mind off it. I can't wait! It's already Sunday. Oh no. No turning back. Oh, my food's en route. There's gonna be buzzers soon. It's already Sunday. Shit! I need to play a Lego game. Yeah, the buzz is loud. Okay. Okay. I hope food helps. I played 4 hours. Hey Kiwo, this game's 4 hours long. Hey Kiwo, it's only 4 hours. You'll get through it. Hey Kiwo. Hey Kiwo, you'll... Oh, don't put me on livestream fails. Oh. Oh. Don't put me there. Who watches this and for what reason? Every donation she gets is about her voice / accent. Don't do that. Don't put that stuff there, guys. People bully. People are mean. People are mean. Okay, sorry, I'm just waiting for food. Thank you, Jafar. Sorry, Jaffa. Yeah. Storm, I got put on livestream fails again for saying a rude word. Why did the bad things happen to good people? I always get really self-conscious about that stuff. Sorry, we're just waiting because my food's on the way and it's gonna buzz really loudly and I don't want it to interrupt. I don't want it to interrupt. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, we keep doing what we do. Oh my goodness. It's good, you can interrupt. No, I can't though. The only interrupting I'll be doing is myself. I will I'd rather wait while we're at this point, which is a good point for me to just sort of hold on for a minute. It's a win. It's on the win. Ruining my voice, I know. May I ask why I'm self-conscious about that? I think the thing is, on Twitch, it's very easy to forget that there are so many people watching, and at any opportunity where you might slip up or do something silly, at any opportunity, someone can grab that moment and be like, ha! Ha! Look at them! Ha! And I think that's the only thing that always sort of you know. That's the only thing that kind of just sends me a little bit like, oh god, uh-oh. And it makes you self-conscious while broadcasting. It makes you self-conscious at the same time. But, you know, it's okay, I guess. It was a... It's okay, though. I'm so sorry. Sorry about the downtime. It's just, my vape's getting plugged in. It's gonna go beep, 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 like 3 times. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. It's totally cool. There it is. That scared the life out of me. So yeah. Oh, thank you, Zeus. Jesus, thank you for the biddies. Good voice. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Here, my food is here. Yeah. I guess the last time one of my videos got posted, I always relate these things to like obviously, you know, it is added exposure, which is cool, which is totally fine. These things, they are good at the end of the day for channels. I think okay, so a couple of years ago, one of my videos got posted on Reddit, and it was my taking out the trash video. And it was not even 2 minutes long. And it got posted to Reddit, and it was literally these 2 French guys I ran into, and they said they wanted to rape me. So, I knocked one of them out with a broom. While he was unconscious, I took a shotgun, blasted him in the face, killed him, turned to try and shoot his mate, but I heard Mosin shots down the road, and then I ran off. And that was it. End of the video. And I just laughed about it. Because I thought it was funny, right? That got posted on, I think it was R Gaming. And it got posted with the title, How to Deal with Sexism in Gaming. So, from that, yeah, this was in DayZ. So, from that, I got posted on Dorkly, College Humor, I think Kotaku. It went, I want to say viral. I mean, it only recently hit 1 million views. But it was very, very confusing. And because of that, I was attacked, basically. You know, there were... It was very strange. Like, again, great exposure, but not all for the right reasons, you know? And that's why, you know... It is. You know, there is absolutely no denying it, but, you know, sometimes it's just a little scary. It was a little bit scary. Just because I don't like, It was just very bizarre, I think, for me to see something like that. And I always worry that I'm gonna fuck up or do something awesome. I guess that's gonna be, you know. I don't know why I'm going on about this. We'll just blame it on the copious amounts of caffeine I took. 3 cups of coffee. 3 cups. And it's not even full cups. It's technically it's a cup and a half because I've had 3 half cups of coffee. And that was from about 3 a.m. That's over 12 hours. Izos, thank you for the 500 bits. Icarus Falls with the cheeky 1,000, thank you. Mickey Mouse also came with the 1,000 bits. And again with another 50 bits. I know, I can't handle caffeine. Hey, AP Drop, what's up? I'm just enjoying some, lemon green tea. Very nice. Red Ruin is welcome in with the 4x3 sub, thank you. Oh yeah, by the way, all of the notifications are currently off at the moment. I got sub-only mode and notifications are off just so I can play the game without any spoilers and stuff. Hey, Lotta Lottie. Lotta Lottie still plays Daisy. Hey, Lottie. How you doing, lovely lady? My voice is shot. If you ever, by the way, Lotta Lottie is like the most charming British woman. And she still plays Daisy. And it's honestly so pleasant. Hey Zaffa, thank you for the 6 months. Yeah, oh god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Losing my voice. In this house we avoid spoilers. Yes, we block everyone from chatting, but we put them behind a paywall. Oh no, Nova. Oh no. You can't say anything until you've listened to Lotta Lottie. The pay to win stream. That voice crack. I know. Even car spoilers, yeah. I'm taking my fuzzy socks off because I got fuzzy Stop doing stupid voices, Kiwo. Stop doing stupid voices. Let's go, baby. I've been getting increasingly anxious about Natsuki's upcoming visit. Keep telling myself there's no reason to be nervous, but it doesn't help much. I wonder if she'll act any different when it's just the 2 of us. Meanwhile, she's been texting me a lot. We sent each other one after exchanging numbers to double check, but it turned into a conversation. She's almost a different personality on the phone, using tons of emoji and cute language. She also really likes complaining about things, but I kind of saw that one coming. But putting Natsuki aside, I haven't heard a thing from Sayori since she left the club early the other day. Not like we text each other all the time or anything, but I've been worried about her in the back of my mind. Between what Sayori said and what Monica said, is it really okay for me to put Sayori's feelings aside when she might need me? I decided to visit Sayori before Natsuki comes over. Rather than asking, I simply tell her I'm coming over, much like we've done in the past. Once I reach Sayori's house, I knock on the door before entering myself. Again, we used to play so often that we've made it a habit of simply entering each other's houses like we were family. Hey, Mr. Franklin, thank you for the 5 bucks. Sorry, notifications are off. Notifications are off for a spoiler-free stream. Thank you. The house is quiet. Sayori isn't anywhere on the first floor, so I assume she's up in her room. It's already strange of her to not run down and greet me. I head up to her bedroom where I finally find her. Sayori?
Hi, Kiwo.
I sit down in her room. Sayori forces a smile, but it's easy to tell that she's different. There's a minute of silence between us.
You haven't come over like this in a long time, have you?
I guess. It has been it's been a minute or two. Not really much has changed, huh? Sayori's Sayori's room is as messy as it's always been. I also recognize the same stuffed animals and wall decorations that she's had for years now. If you came over more often, it wouldn't be such a mess. Because I end up cleaning it for you. How come you suddenly wanted to come over today? Aren't you supposed to see Natsuki today? Yeah, but... Wait, how do you know? Sayori had already left by the time we decided that last meeting. Monica told me. It's only natural for her to keep me informed about the festival preparations, right? That's true. But what about you? Aren't you going to be helping with Monica today? Of course. But I'm just helping her online. We didn't plan to meet up or anything. So it's just me and Natsuki then? Yep. There's more silence between us. Sayori stares in a random direction. Everything about her behavior is really uncharacteristic. I finally get to the point. I just want to see how you're doing. After you left on Friday, when something's wrong, you can't hide it from me. I know you too well. So, Sayori smiles, shaking her head. That's no good, Kiwo. Huh? Why can't it just be like it's always been? Oh, this is all my fault. If I didn't get so weak and accidentally express my feelings, I didn't make that stupid mistake, then you wouldn't have been worried about me at all. You wouldn't have come here. You wouldn't even be thinking about me right now. This is just my punishment, isn't it? I'm getting punished for being so selfish. I think that's why the world decided to have you come over today. It just wants to torture me. Sayori, I grab her by the shoulders. What are you saying? Are you listening to yourself right now? I know something happened to you. There's no other explanation for you to be like this. So tell me already. Until I know, I won't be able to stop thinking about it. Sayori gives me an empty smile. Really put me in a trap, Kiwo. But you're wrong. Nothing happened to me. I've always been like this. You're just seeing it for the first time. Seeing what? What are you talking about? You're really just gonna make me say it, aren't you, Kiwo? I guess I have no choice this time. The thing is... Oh... Oh... Wait, what was the ear thing? Why are we doing the ear thing? Nothing is showing up on my OBS. There's literally nothing showing up on my OBS about audio spikes. Because it never happens. It's not my mic though, because my microphone doesn't spike.
Okay. Because it's not my cables. This is gonna be really sad, isn't it? Okay. It sounded like that, but the thing is nothing comes up on my end. You know? Anyway, we resume. We'll cut this part out the edit. I've had really bad depression my whole life. Did you know that? Why do you think I'm late to school every day? Because most days I can't even find a reason to get out of bed. This is getting too real. What reason is there to do anything when I fully know how worthless I am? Why go to school? Why eat? Why make friends? Why make other people put their energy and caring to waste by having them spend it on me? That's what it feels like. That's why I just want to make everyone happy. Without anyone worrying about me. I'm in shock. I can't even figure out how to respond. How is it possible that Sayori kept this from me the entire time that I've known her? Did she really want so badly for me to just not think about her? Why? Eh? Why is it that you've never told me about this? It almost feels like I've been betrayed as your close friend. Because if I knew, I would have done everything I could to support you. Even if there's only so much I could do, I would have tried a little bit harder to make every day a little better for you. That's why I'm your friend. All you had to do was tell me. You don't understand at all, Kiwo. Why do you think I didn't tell you? Thank you, John FM. Thank you for subscribing. Because if I told you, then you'd have to waste effort caring about me instead of doing important things. I don't want to be cared about. Bittersweet when people try to care about me. Feels nice sometimes. It also feels like a bat being swung against my head. That's why I wanted so badly for you to make friends with everyone else. Helping everyone be happy together is the best thing for me. But then I discovered something else too. Seeing you make friends and get closer with everyone in the club feels like a spear going through my heart. So that's why I decided the world just wants to torture me. Every path leads to nothing but hurt. Alright, that I don't understand. I don't understand your feelings at all, Sayori. But I don't need to understand. Whatever it takes for me to help you stop hurting, that's what I'll do. No. There's nothing. Nothing at all. Oh, it's sad. Because it seriously is. Like, when you are depressed, like, you lose all sense of reason. Ah, it's sad. It's sad. That's so sad. Oh no. The noises on the VOD too? Are you kidding me? Well, shit happens, I guess. It's very strange. Yeah, you've shown me a clip before, but it shouldn't be showing up in the VODs, surely. That's like ruining all my content.
man. Anyway, the only thing that could have helped is if everything could be like it always was. But I was selfish. I finally showed you what a horrible person I am. Tears streaked down Sayori's face. I made you join the literature club because I was selfish. And I was punished by my heart hurting in a way that I couldn't understand. And now you came here and I made you hurt too. I'm weak and selfish. That's all I am. And that's why I'm going to accept these punishments. Because I deserve every last one. Without thinking, I once again grab Sayori's shoulders. This time I pull her into a tight embrace. Kiwo. Sayori. I don't care if you feel selfish. I'm really happy that you convinced me to join the club. Seeing you every day makes it worthwhile enough. If I make friends with everyone else, then that's just a bonus. But please never underestimate how much I care about you. I wouldn't have it any other way. Kiwo. Sayori isn't hugging me back. Despite my arms being wrapped around her, Sayori's arms remain at her sides. She starts sobbing next to my ear. No, don't do this to me. Please don't do this. Kiwo, Sayori barely manages to speak between her sobs. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but all I want is for her to know that I care. If you have it in you to call yourself selfish, then you have to let me be selfish too. No matter what it takes, I'll figure out what needs to change. I'll make these feelings go away. If there's anything that you need me to do, then you better tell me. I'll get mad if you don't. I don't know. I don't know. Oh. That's sad. Gently, Sayori finally puts her arms around me in return. I don't know anything. It's all really scary. I don't understand any of my feelings. The only time I'm not feeling nothing is when I'm feeling pain. But your hugs are so warm. And that's really scary too. Sayori lets me go. And she does so, I let her go as well.
Pay attention to the warnings at the beginning of the game, Kiwo. Pay attention to the warnings at the beginning of the game, Kiwo.
The festival is tomorrow. Yeah. It's gonna be fun, right? Yeah. How would you like for me to spend it all with you? It's what I want. I promise. I think that would be nice then. Yeah. Sayori wipes her eyes. If I could spend the whole day here, I would. All the days, this has to be the one where I have other plans, huh? Maybe I should cancel. No, don't.
Fists of iron roar into the air.
Dustbin, thank you for subscribing.
Thank you for subscribing.
Bicycles go iron fists up into the air.
Wait, Ethos, I need to put you on cooldown, okay? I'm putting you on cooldown. Ash and Rabbit, thank you for the 23 months in a row. I don't know, Marin. I don't know. Rage Chi with the 31 months. Happy late birthday, by the way. Also, Logish, happy late birthday to you too. No, don't. Please don't. If you do that, then I really wouldn't forgive you. Longfellow, thank you for the 2 months in a row. Thank you, sorry, we're having a moment. Stabbed into feelies, yeah. Oh yeah. But it's almost time for Natsuki to meet at my house. At the very least, do you want to come along? It'll be fun. To my surprise, Sayori shakes her head. I'm sorry. I don't know if that would be very good for me today. You understand, right? Ah. It's kind of hard for me to fully understand, but I'm trying my hardest. It's okay. Don't worry too much about it. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Alright. I look forward to it. I say goodbye to Sayori and exit her house. On the way home, I feel myself feeling uneasy. But it's hard for me to keep thinking about it when Natsuki is about to come over too. I think Sayori is right. I shouldn't be worrying too much, and we're definitely going to have a great time tomorrow. I should just focus on what's ahead of me. I spend a few minutes back at home anxiously awaiting Natsuki's arrival. Ego Boot, thank you for the subscription. Guys and girls, the shareable skittles, Iron Fists up at you. This is a feel sim right now, man. It's a feel sim. Thank you, Ego. Yeah, we're a bit sad. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Okay. Brave face. We're putting a brave face on. We're gonna hang out with Natsuki, and then we got the whole festival tomorrow. We got the whole festival on Monday. We're gonna hang out with Sayori. So it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be okay. It's okay. I spend only a few minutes back at home anxiously awaiting Natsuki's arrival. Before I know it... See, I gotta stay strong. I gotta stay strong. It's okay. Because we might be ignorant protagonists, but we're gonna do our best, okay? The game did give a warning, but it's gonna be okay. Before I know it, she texts me to let me know she's outside the front door. Without delay, I open the front door to let her in. Sup? Hey. I don't know what I was expecting, but seeing Natsuki in something other than her school uniform totally threw me off. Seeing her in such cute clothes makes the uniform seem totally unfitting in comparison. Jeez, don't make me feel so awkward already! It's gonna be a long afternoon, so don't be weird just because you're not used to seeing me outside of school. Anyway, I'm coming in. I see, you bought a lot of stuff, huh? Natsuki is carrying a large bag that is probably full of baking supplies. I didn't come all this way to find out that your kitchen isn't equipped for the job. You brought everything I asked you to, right? Yeah, I did. Yesterday, Natsuki asked me to buy a bunch of ingredients if I didn't already have them at home. Good! I got the hiccups. Glad I could count on you to do your part. Well, of course. I'm surprised to hear Natsuki suddenly say that rather than something snarky like she usually does. Could it be that she is a little different outside of school after all? Anyway, let's go to the kitchen. Oh, you're not even gonna offer to take this heavy bag from me? Where's your hospitality? Come on. Since when did I need to be a gentleman? I grab the bag Natsuki holds out to me. This is ridiculously heavy. I carried that all the way here. Are you impressed? I see now. Yeah, I'm impressed. Seems like I always underestimate you. Because I'm so small, isn't it? You jerk. Natsuki hits a fist into my chest. Hey! Your size has nothing to do with it. You really hate being small that much? Huh? Not like I hate it. I mean, sometimes I like proving people wrong when they only think I'm worth my size. It's fun when I get to be small and also better than other people. But... never mind. What are you making me say? Don't think you can make me talk about weird things just because we're not at school. Are we getting started or what? Because there's a lot of stuff I gotta teach you. What? That's a little bit more like you. You're more fun when you speak your mind like that. Hey! Now you are treating me like a kid. I was just trying to be nicer to you, you know? Just because I don't have a mature and sexy figure like Yuri doesn't mean that you should treat me like... Natsuki catches her words and her face turns red. Natsuki. Forget it! I didn't say anything. I should apologize. I appreciate that you were trying to be nice. I should have been a little more considerate too. But also, that's what you're thinking. You should know there are tons of guys who are into body types like yours. Why are we talking about this? How would you know that anyway? Just trust me on this one. Gross. Hey! Was that to me? Who else? Man, let's just get started already. You get all sour when a girl calls you gross, huh? Finally found your weakness. Natsuki smiles deviously. Please, spare me. Well, if Natsuki decides to dish out more insults like that, then there's no way I'm not fighting back. But she's satisfied enough for now. Finally, it's time to pull things out of her bag so we can get started. Before long, the whole kitchen is a mess. Spoons, dirty bowls, flour, spilled fluid, and plastic bags are strewn about every countertop. The mixer isn't big enough to make all the batter at once, so we had to do it several times. Meanwhile, Natsuki's babysitting all of my movements to make sure I don't mess up her precious baking. Thank you, Scott, for the 4 butts in a row. Kiwo, where did you put the food coloring? The batter's going in the oven soon, so I need to fill the trays. I think it's still in the bag next to the table. What are you using it for? To color the batter, of course. I'm making each tray a different color. That way, even if the flavors aren't different, everyone can still pick their favorite. Oh, that's cute. We're doing anything like that with the icing? Do you want to? You're asking me? I don't really have a preference, so... Oh, come on! You're not putting any heart into this at all! Can you at least try to have fun? I am having fun. Not sure what Natsuki's trying to get out of me. Meanwhile, I see her separate the batter into small bowls and put a few drops of food coloring into each. That does look pretty neat. See? Not like baking, it's just about following instructions. The presentation is where you get to be creative and have the most fun. It's a million times more worth it. In the end, it's a million times more worth it in the end if looking at it makes everyone's eyes lighten up. Like the ones you made, like the ones you made on my first day, huh? I recall Natsuki proudly presenting her cat-shaped cupcakes and Sayori and Monika's delighted expressions. I wonder if I can make Natsuki proud like that too. Yeah. Okay, maybe I will use the food coloring then. Sounds like you're starting to understand. Just make sure you completely finish mixing the icing before you mess the food coloring. I'm doing it. We were using the electric mixer for the batter, so I got stuck with the whisk in a huge bowl for the icing. Huh? The icing's still lumpy. Are you even trying? Well, yeah. It'll just take a little longer. I'll be here all night if you do it like that. Here, look. Natsuki grabs the whisk from me and uses her other hand to tilt the bowl back. You really need to beat the crap out of it. After a few seconds, the consistency of the icing has already improved. See? As if to emphasize, Natsuki sticks a finger in the icing and pops it in her mouth. I reluctantly start to do the same. Hey! Natsuki suddenly grabs my wrist. I don't want your gross fingers in my icing. Your icing? Huh? Are you forgetting who did all the work? I start to fight back, trying to inch my finger towards the bowl. Don't make me beat the crap out of you next! I'd like to see you try. I push harder, just enough for my finger to reach the icing. I triumphantly scoop some with my finger just as Natsuki tugs with all her might. Ah! The force of Natsuki pulling me causes me to stumble, making her stumble in turn. Gross! You cut it on my face! Whose fault is that? There's a big glob of icing on Natsuki's cheek. She tries to reach you with her tongue, but it's too far away. Oh, jeez! You know what? Take this! Natsuki instead wipes it off with her finger before shoving her finger towards my face. You wish! I'm faster! I grab her wrist with my hand before it reaches my face. Natsuki tries to use her other hand to fight back, but I grab that one as well. Is this okay? I've seen other people playing this. This isn't going anywhere, like... Stop! No, not until you apologize for calling me gross. Fine. I'm sorry for calling you gross. You know I don't mean it. It's just fun seeing you react to it. You do that to me all the time, you know? Saying dumb things just to get a reaction out of me? You really shouldn't tease girls like that. Is that so? In that case, I probably shouldn't do this either. I take Natsuki's finger and put it in my mouth, licking off the icing. What? Did you seriously just... Natsuki is so surprised that she can't even figure out how to get mad at me. Her face is entirely red. Kiwo, you really shouldn't do that kind of thing to girls unless you really like them. You know that, right? What kind of question is she asking me, just like that? How did the moon turn to this so quickly? Natsuki gazes at me in silence. I notice her shallow breaths. Why am I starting to feel dizzy? Out of nowhere, the fire alarm starts going off. Saved by the bell, baby! Natsuki rushes over to the oven. Is something burning? I thought you didn't put the cupcakes in yet. No wonder. You left a dirty tray in here, dummy. How could you make a mistake like that? Should have checked before turning the oven on. Don't blame me for your mistakes. Please. Natsuki uses an oven mitt to grab the blackened tray out of the oven, sets it on the top stove. In another moment, the fire alarm stops. Anyway, I'm putting them in the oven now. Yeah. Tension from the moment before still lingers over our heads, but the moment has already been lost. Watch as Natsuki slides the cupcake trays into the oven. I reluctantly pick up the whisk and continue with the icing like nothing ever happened. Ah, that smells so good! Cupcakes are ready to be pulled out of the oven. As soon as Natsuki opens the door, a blast of sweet-smelling warm air fills the room. Look at how cute they all look! Proudly shows off the different colored cupcakes in each of the trays. They'll look even better once we add the icing. Not like you need to tell me that. We're not decorating stuff, so I hope you can get creative. Here, scoop the icing into these bags. Like your hot bag.
Roar into
Thank you, Hotbag, for the subscription. Thank you very, very much.
Natsuki hands me some plastic bags. I have these nozzles that will make it look nice and fluffy. This is such a difficult game to play, man.
This one can even make flowers.
Probably won't be using it this time, though. What's this one for? I pick up one of the nozzles that has a much thinner tip than the others.
That one's really thin, so you can use it to make stripes or other patterns.
Bye, Tai. Take it easy.
Humbug again, thank you for subscribing today. But you can also use it to write stuff on a cake.
Like, happy birthday or whatever.
Uh-huh. That gives me an idea.
Huh? Well, it's a literature event, right? We could make it more literature themed by writing a different word on each of the cupcakes. It'll be fun to see people choose their cupcake based on a word they like.
I was kind of expecting you to say something really stupid. But that's actually a really cute idea, so...
Maybe I'm getting it from you.
What's that supposed to mean? I'm not cute.
Oh, come on. We're not at school, no one's judging. Can't dress and act like this and not expect me to think you're cute.
Oh, well...
Natsuki's voice trails off.
Sing with you.
Huh? Did you say something?
No. Nothing.
Sorry.
Let's just do the icing.
Natsuki picks up the paste and fastens a nozzle onto each of the bags.
There's a lot to do, so we shouldn't be wasting time. Here, I'll show you how to do it.
Without giving me a chance to think about before, Natsuki quickly moves on. She shows me how to apply the icing, and then we each get to work. Sorry, I have to keep taking like short breaks because I'm not used to reading this much at one time. When we're finally finished, Natsuki puts them all side by side to admire our work.
Look at how pretty they are together. Yeah, alright. I wish I could have one now.
Well, there's no reason you can't, right? I don't see any harm in that.
Well, yeah, but... my dad's making dinner tonight, so I really need to save my appetite.
Ah. Sayori is the exact opposite in that regard. If she were here, we'd probably be down 10 cupcakes already. And she would still eat dinner.
Oh, come on, that's just unhealthy!
Besides, when my dad cooks, I need to eat as much of it. Holy shit! Sorry. That's my fucking buzzer. Jesus. Sorry. Okay. Oh, fuck. Sorry, that really hurt. Ooh! Ooh! I don't know what that is even called. So... Oh, jeez! Oh! So, I don't know about you guys, but, you know, I don't know what that bone is called. So, you know your ankle? You know your ankle? And you got the knobbly bits either side. I don't know what the official term for that is. But on the outer side, just underneath that, not the actual knobbly bit, but underneath it, just a little bit underneath it, a hit there. It was underneath the wobblers. Underneath it. It's a little bit underneath. And that fucking hurt. The lower foot nobblers, yeah. The under wobblers. There's a pressure point. Yeah, it fucking hurt. Sorry, I turned into a sailor for a moment. It really hurt. Oh my goodness. C.R. Nelson, thank you by the way for the 35 months in a row. Sorry to greet you with I hit the self-destruct bone, huh? Good thing it wasn't my arm, because that also wouldn't be humorous. I'm in so much pain. Oh, fuddy-duddy, that really hurt. Got him! Okay. Besides, when my dad cooks, I need to eat as much of it as I can. Well, anyway, I was hoping we would have time for manga, but I need to be home for dinner. Already? That's a shame. It's your fault for working so slowly. You should have thought about that. She's got an abusive family, hasn't she? You should have thought about that. It's not like you'll always have this chance. Man, as usual, Natsuki places the blame on me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I'm just I'm speculating with myself. You can bring the cupcakes tomorrow, right? If you and Sayori each carry some, then you can probably do it in one trip. Yeah, I can do that. And don't worry, I won't let her eat any. I keep giving her the... I wish you'd listen to me the way she listens to you. Yeah. I again think back to the conversation I had with Sayori earlier today. I felt so helpless. Sayori always does listen to me, but at that point I feel like she couldn't listen to me at all. Okay, I'm all packed up. Good work today. You too. I'll walk you out, I guess. Just like that, Natsuki is already about to leave. Feels like the afternoon went by in a flash. More than that. Did I even take the opportunity to get closer to her? Like I wanted? Well, I guess I'll be off then. Thanks for all the help and everything. I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, Natsuki. Huh? What you said before about not always having this chance. It doesn't have to be that way at all. I had fun today. You showed me how fun baking can be, like you wanted. But aside from that, you can come over anytime, okay? I think that, if possible, I'd like to spend more time like this. If you want to read manga or go out somewhere. Do you really mean that? Natsuki looks at me tensely, like she's trying to hide her expression. Yeah, I want to spend more time with you.
Oh, Kiwo. I thought you only cared about getting this done. I'm sorry I had to leave so early today. I really didn't want to. I would really stay here longer if I could. I feel the same way as you, so...
Oh. Natsuki suddenly gets closer to me. Wait, Natsuki! Standing inches from me, Natsuki looks up at me. I feel her fingers gently clutch at the side of my shirt as if holding on to me. Her rose-colored cheeks matching eyes fill my vision along with her slightly parted lips. What is happening? My head starts to go dizzy as I feel her soft breaths against me.
I felt it. For a while now.
Natsuki suddenly jumps back.
Sayori?
Huh? Okay. Hi, Kiwo! Sayori! Just now, we weren't...
Okay, Kiwo.
I just stopped by to say hi!
Well... You should have come a little earlier. I'm already on my way out, so...
Oh, really? Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, well... I'll still see you at the festival tomorrow, so it's fine. Just don't eat any cupcakes before then. Anyway, later.
Clearly flustered, Natsuki hurries off and Sayori waves goodbye. Sayori, thought you didn't want to come over today.
Well...
I tried staying in my room, but my imagination was being really mean to me. So I had to come here and see it for myself. See what? What are you talking about? You know, a pretty awkward thing happened to me. I was, out drinking. I was actually at a bar. I was at a bar. Having a cheeky snog at the bar. And, I get a tap on my shoulder. Mid-snog. From my ex-boyfriend. Don't know why. I don't know why he thought it would be a good idea to... Are you right? You look good. Have you been well? What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, I know. Yeah. You know, how much fun you were having with Natsuki, and how close you got to her. It makes me really happy that you've made such good friends. That's all that matters to me. Oh, there are tears in her eyes. Tears start to fall down Sayori's face. That's all that matters to me. Why am I feeling this way, Kiwo? I'm supposed to be happy for you. Why does it feel like my heart is splitting in half? It hurts so much. Everything hurts so much. This would be so much better if I could just disappear. Oh, Sayori, don't say that. It's true, Kiwo. If I wasn't here, then you wouldn't have to waste your sympathy on me. You wouldn't have to put up with me being selfish.
Fists of iron roar into the air.
Mexen, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Monica was right. I should just... Monica? Monica was right about what? Sayori? What I said before is true. I'm not going to let this continue. Caring about you like this isn't the burden your mind is making it out to be. It's something that makes me happy. It's something that I wouldn't trade for anything else. So even if it takes an entire lifetime, I'm going to be by your side until you don't feel any more pain. But... Sayori looks away. Put a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. I'm scared, Kiwo. I'm really scared. What are you scared of, Sayori? I'm scared that I might like you more than you like me. Sayori? It's true, isn't it? I was weak and started to like you too much. I did this to myself. Oh. I like you so much that I want to die. That's how I feel. And... That's enough, Sayori. I don't want you to hurt anymore. I slide my hand down Sayori's arm and squeeze her hand in my own. Do you remember how I said I always know what's best for you? Do you still believe me? Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Even if you don't understand all of your own feelings, I know what you need the most right now. And that's what I'm going to give to you. Oh no, it's giving me a pain. No. No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. There's the run from all the choices. Yeah. Kiwo takes the choice, starts eating her food. It's really good. It's I think it's beef and kimchi and rice and there's shredded carrot and cabbage. Like some pickled something or other. This isn't okay though. The only way to win is to not play. Tune in next week for Kiwo's next stream. I am kidding. That was a joke. I know what I'm picking. Okay. Sorry, one more mouthful. One more. Mhm. Oh yeah, an admin-only stream. Mhm. The next one will be an admin-only, and then after that, it's gonna be, a staff-only. Or do they get the same badge? I don't remember how it works. Mhm. Then Kiwo only. You know, back in the old days of Twitch, they used to, There used to be a password option. You could actually password protect your streams. Garlic bread? One save slot? Yep. I did save, right? You'll always be my dearest friend. What you need most is for things to be like they've always been. Monica told me the truth. She told me how much happier you seemed after I joined the club. I know you're struggling with some really difficult feelings right now. But please trust me that I know what's best and what will make you happy in the end. I promise I'll help get things back to the way they were. I see. Theory forces a smile through an incredibly pained expression. Is this what it feels like to get stabbed in the chest? I should write a poem about this. Sayori, it's okay. This is just my punishment, remember? For being so selfish. So please don't worry about these stupid feelings. I know you're right. I knew this whole time that there's no happiness down that path. That's why I came here. Just so I could get the answer I needed to hear. And the other thing. You're also right that I just want it to go back to the way it was. I realize that now. You really do know me better than anyone, Kiwo. I'll trust you with anything. Anything at all. So, Joe's smile finally breaks. All of a sudden, she turns around and drops to her knees. Ah! Clutching her head with both hands, she screams as loudly as she can. I'm so shocked that I don't know how to react. Sayori looks over her shoulder and flashes me one more weak smile before turning around and running off. Sayori? I'm left helplessly standing in front of my house. Why am I feeling so horrible about this? There's nothing more that I could have done. The most I can do is support Sayori through her feelings and help her on the path that's right. I'm having as much trouble understanding Sayori's feelings as she is. Even though I can comfort her, I keep wondering if I should be doing something more or something different. I know these thoughts will continue to plague me until things are back the way they were. I'm going to give it everything I've got. Sayori will always be my dearest friend. I'll do whatever it takes to put a smile on her face every day. Remember how we read poems? No. No poems. Only feels. Yeah, the music stopped. No more. Yeah, it's the day of the festivals, and maybe Sayori's gonna be Everything is okie dokie! Even the music feels sad. Oh, it's the day of the festival. Of all days, I expected to be the one where I'd be walking to school with Sayori. But Sayori isn't answering her phone. I considered going to her house to wake her up, but decided that's a little too much. Meanwhile, the preparations for the event should be nearly complete. I managed to carry all the cupcakes by myself by carefully stacking 2 trays. Natsuki is already texting up a storm, but I can't respond thanks to my hands being full. Funnily enough, I probably feel the same way as Natsuki about the event. I'm more excited for it to be over so I can spend time with Sayori and Natsuki at the festival. But knowing Monica, I'm sure the event will be great too. Kiwo! You're the first one here! Thanks for being early. Where's the music? That's funny, I thought at least Yuri would be here by now. Monica is placing little booklets on each of the desks in the classroom. They must be the ones she prepared that have... They must be the ones she prepared that has all the poems we're... that have all the poems we're performing. In the end, I found a random poem online that I thought Monica would like and submitted it. So that's the one I'll be performing. I'm surprised you didn't bring Sayori with you. Yeah, she overslept again. That dummy. You'd think that on a day this important she'd try a little harder. I say that, but I suddenly remember what Sayori told me yesterday. And I suddenly feel awful knowing it's not nearly that simple for her. I only said it because it's the way I'm used to thinking. But maybe I should have gone to wake her up after all. You should take a little responsibility for her, Kiwo. I mean, especially after your exchange with her yesterday. Kind of left her hanging this morning, you know. Exchange? Monica, you know about that? Of course I do. I'm the club president after all. But I stammer, embarrassed. Did Sayori really tell her about it that quickly? About how I basically turned down her confession? That makes me really seem like the bad guy here. But I'm the one who knows what's best for her, right? Huh. You don't know the full story at all, so don't worry. I probably know a lot more than you think. Huh? Monica is being as friendly as usual, but for some reason I felt a chill down my spine after hearing that. Hey, do you want to check out the pamphlets? They came out really nice. I don't like the no music. Yeah, sure. I grabbed one of the pamphlets laid out on the desks. Oh yeah, huh, they really did. Something like this will definitely help people take the club more seriously. I thought so too. I flipped through the pages. Each member's poem is neatly printed on its own page, giving it an almost professional feel. I recognized Natsuki's and Yuri's poems from the ones they performed during our practice. What's this? I flipped to Sayori's poem. Different from the one she practiced. One I haven't read before. Nope. Get out of my head before I do what I know is best for you. Get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. Get out of my head before I show you how much I love you. Get out of my head before I finish writing this poem. But the poem is never actually finished. It just stops moving. Ah! What is this? Reading the poem, I get a pit in my stomach. Kiwo? What's wrong? Nothing. Feels completely different from everything else Sayori's written. But more than that, I changed my mind. I'm gonna go get Sayori, sir. Well, alright. Try not to take too long, okay? I quickly leave the classroom. Don't strain yourself! Monica calls that out after me. I quickened my pace. What was I thinking? I should have tried a little bit harder for Sayori. Not that big a deal to at least wait for her or help wake her up. Even the simple gesture of walking her to school makes her really happy. Besides, I told her yesterday that things will be the same as they have always been. That's all she needs and what I want to give her. I reach Sayori's house and knock on the door. I don't expect an answer since she's not picking up her phone. Yeah, there's no music. Like yesterday, I opened the door and let myself in. Sayori? She really is a heavy sleeper. I swallow. I can't believe I ended up doing this after all. Waking her up in her own house. Isn't that more like something a boyfriend would do? In any case, it just feels right. Outside Sayori's room, I knock on her door. Sayori? Wake up, dummy! There's no response. Really didn't want to have to enter her room like this. Isn't this a kind of breach of privacy? She really leaves me no choice. I gently open the door. Fucking...
Roar into the air.
Linker, I'm really, really glad that I kept the notifications off. Okay. I might just mute them completely. Thank you for the 7 months, but really bad. An exception has... What the hell? Is this a nightmare? It has to be. This isn't real. There's no way this can be real. Sayori wouldn't do this. Everything was normal up until a few days ago. That's why I can't believe what my eyes are showing me. I suppressed the urge to vomit. Just yesterday, I told Sayori I would be there for her. I told her I know what's best and that everything will be okay. Then why? Why would she do this? How could I be so helpless? What did I do wrong? Turning down her confession. This has to be what pushed her over the edge. Her agonized scream still echoes in my ears. Why did I do that to her when she needed me the most? Why was I so selfish? This is my fault. My swarming thoughts keep telling me everything I could have done to prevent this. I spent more time with her, walked her to school, gave her what I know what she wanted out of our relationship. And then I could have prevented this. I know I could have prevented this. Screw the literature club. Screw the festival. I just lost my best friend. Someone I grew up with. She's gone forever now. Nothing I can do to bring her back. This isn't some game where I can reset and try something different. I had only one chance and I wasn't careful enough. And now I'll carry this guilt with me until I die. Nothing in my life is worth more than hers. But I still couldn't do what she needed from me. And now, I can never take it back. Never, 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 never. I see an annoying girl running towards me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. The girl is my neighbor and a good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but just kind of works because you've known each other for so long. We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently, and I would get tired of waiting up. If she's gonna chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let her catch up to me. It's an ordinary school day just like any other. Mornings are usually the worst, being surrounded by couples and friend groups walking to school together. Meanwhile, I've always walked to school alone. I always tell myself it's about time I meet some girls or something like that. I have no motivation to join any clubs. I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free times on games and anime. There's always the anime club, but it's not like there would be any girls in it anyway. School day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs aren't really that interest me. Besides, most of them would probably be way too demanding for me to want to deal with. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Kiwo? Monica! Oh my goodness, I totally didn't expect to see you here. Oh, it's been a while, right? Yeah, I guess. Monica smiles sweetly. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talk, but we were in the same class last year. Monica was probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic. Basically, completely out of my league. So having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... What did you come in here for anyway? Oh, I've just been looking for some supplies to use for my club. Do you know if there's any construction paper in here? Or markers? I guess you could check the closet. You're in the debate club, right? About that. Sorry, I'm trying to warm myself up. I actually quit the debate club. Really? You quit? Yeah. To be honest, I can't stand all of the politics around the major clubs. Feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. In that case, what club did you decide to join? Actually, I'm starting a new one. A literature club. Literature? That sounds kind of dull. How many members do you have so far? It's kind of embarrassing, but there's only 3 of us so far. It's really hard to find new members for something that sounds so boring. I can see that. But it's really not boring at all, you know. Literature can be anything. Reading, writing, poetry. I mean, one of my members even keeps her manga collection in the club room. Wait, really? Yeah, it's funny, right? She always insists that manga is literature too. I mean, she's not wrong, I guess. Besides, a member's a member, right? Did Monica say she? Hey, Kiwo! By any chance, are you still looking for a club to join? I mean, I guess so, but... In that case, is there any chance you could do me a big favor? I won't ask you to join, but... if you could at the very least visit my club, it would make me really happy. Please? Well, I guess I have no reason to refuse. Besides, how could I ever refuse someone like Monica? Sure, I guess I could check it out. Awesome! You're really sweet, Kiwo, you know that. It's nothing, really. Shall we go then? I'll look for the materials another time. You're more important. And thus, today marks the day I sold my soul to Monica and her irresistible smile. I timidly follow Monica across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit, being generally used for third-year classes and activities. Monica, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. I'm back! And I brought a guest with me. A guest? Fuck this. No. Seriously? You brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere. Don't be mean, Natsuki. But anyway, welcome to the club. Oh! Oh! All words escape me in this situation. This club. It's full of incredibly cute girls. So, let me guess. You're Monica's boyfriend, right? What? No, I'm not. Hey Iris Hawthorne, thank you for subscribing. Natsuki. The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is one I don't recognize. A small figure makes me think she's probably a first year. Anyway, this is Natsuki, energetic as usual. And this is Yuri, the vice president. It's nice to meet you. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with someone like Natsuki. Yeah, it's nice to meet both of you! So, I ran into Kiwo in a classroom and he decided to come check out the club. Isn't that great? Wait, Monica! Didn't I tell you to let me know in advance if you brought anyone new? I was going to, you know... Sorry. I didn't forget it. I didn't forget that, but I just happened to run into him. In that case, I should at least make some tea, right? Yeah, that would be great! Why don't you come sit down, Kiwo? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. Yuri walks to the corner of the room and opens the closet. Meanwhile, Monica and Natsuki sit across from each other. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Monica. So I know you didn't really plan on coming here, but we'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of the literature club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. Did it do the thing? I don't know what the blip is. Because even on OBS... Even on OBS, like, I have my volume, like, set completely, you know. Surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting all the effort into starting something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. But it makes school events like festivals that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, Natsuki? Well, I guess. Natsuki reluctantly agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monica must have worked really hard to find these two. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. I'm scared, because Yuri's the one making the flashes at the moment. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot in the middle. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom, huh?
Don't worry. The teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book?
I guess. Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you.
That's not...
Insulted, Yuri looks away.
I meant that... you know...
I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea.
I'm glad.
Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief.
So, Kiwo, what kinds of things do you like to read?
Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga, I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet.
Not much of a reader, I guess.
Well, I can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri?
Well, let's see.
Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger.
My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. Telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive.
Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people.
But you know, I like a lot of things.
Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you through a loop? Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. I read a horror book once. I'm so scared. I desperately grasp something I can relate to at the minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock. I'd expect that from you, Yuri. Suits your personality.
Oh, is that so? Really, if a story makes me think or takes me to another world, that I can't really put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world,
only for a brief moment. I hate horror.
Oh, why's that?
Well, Natsuki's eyes dart over to me for a split second. I can't. Never mind. That's right, you usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki? What? What gives you that idea? You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. Looked like you were working on a poem called... Don't say it out loud! And give that back. Fine. Natsuki. Oh. Natsuki, you write your own poems? Yeah, I guess, sometimes. Why do you care? That's impressive. Hey chat, fucking stop! Stop! There's a reason Cry stopped playing. If I start having to tab out, why don't you share them sometime? No! Natsuki averts her eyes. You wouldn't like them. I'm not a very confident writer yet. I understand how Natsuki feels.
Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart.
Do you have writing experience too, Yuri?
Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers.
It's okay, I scrolled down on my lists. Thanks for the bits, though. I guess it's the same for Yuri. We all sit in silence for a moment. Hey, I just got an idea. How about this?
Huh?
Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monika.
Let's all go home and write a poem of our own.
The next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone is even. I mean, I thought it was a good idea.
Well, I think you're right, Monika. We should probably start finding activities for us all to participate in together. I did decide to take on the responsibility of vice president after all. I need to do my best to nurture the club as well as its members. Besides, now that we have a new member, it seems like a good step for us to take. Do you agree as well, Kiwo?
Hold on, there's still one problem. What's that? Now that we've reached the most important topic, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I would join this club. Monika may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision. I still have other clubs to look at, and I lose my train of thought. All three girls stare back at me with dejected eyes.
But, I'm sorry, I thought...
The girls exchange glances before Monika turns back to me. I guess... I need to tell you the truth, Kiwo. The thing is, we don't have enough members yet to form an official club. We need 4. And I've been trying really hard to find new members. And if we don't find one more before the festival... I am defenseless against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? I would feel terrible for letting everyone down in this situation. Besides, the club itself seems pretty relaxed. So if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls... Right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up. Oh my goodness, really? Do you really mean that? Yeah. It could be fun, right? You really did scare me for a moment. I mean, if you really just left after all of this, I would have been super pissed! Kiwo, I'm so happy! We can become an official club now! Thank you so much for this. You're really amazing. I'll do everything I can to give you a great time, okay? Thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone! I think with that we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment? I'm fucking scared. I'm so scared. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share. Monika looks over at me once more. I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monika with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri cleans up the tea set. I guess I'll be on my way then. Okay! See you tomorrow then. I can't wait. I'm afraid. With that, I depart the club room and make my way home. The whole way my mind wanders back and forth between the three girls. Natsuki, Yuri, and of course, Monika. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. Alright, I need to make the most of my circumstances. I'm sure good fortune will find me. With that, I guess that starts writing my poem tonight. I unlocked a special poem. Would you like to read it? I don't like it. Awesome. I'm gonna make her happy. Oh. I'm not okay. Hi again, Kiwo. Glad to see you didn't run away on us. Nah, sight. Might be a little strange for me, but at least I keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Oh, fuck off! Thanks for keeping your promise, Kiwo. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it. Oh, come on. I don't know what I expected, but it's not this, and I'm not okay. Come on, like he deserves any slack. You already had to be dragged here by Monika. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what. If you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it. Natsuki, you suddenly have a big mouth for someone who keeps... Can you fucking not? Monika, I can't read. Natsuki finds herself stuck between Monika and manga. Manga is literature! Swiftly defeated, Natsuki pops back into her seat. I'm sorry, Kiwo. We'll make sure to put your comfort first, okay? Yuri shoots Natsuki with a disappointed glance. Anyway, I'm putting my socks back on. Suddenly got really cold. Is it zooming in? Don't fucking say that. Fuck off. No. Oh! Now you're in the club and all. Perhaps you might have an interest in picking up a book to read. Well, I can't really say no either way. Like you said, I'm in this club now. Feels right for me to do something
Like that if you ask. Wait, I didn't mean it like that. You don't really want to, then forget I said anything, I guess. Sorry, I can't do voices. I can't do voices! No, it's not that, Yuri. I want to try and be part of this club. So even if I don't read often, I'd be happy to pick up a book if you wanted me to. Are you sure? I just felt like, as vice president and all, I should help you get started on something you might like. Yuri reaches into a bag and pulls out a book. I'm so fucking scared. I don't want you to feel left out. So I picked a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. And we could, you know, discuss it if you wanted. This is... How is this girl accidentally being so cute? You even picked out a book she thinks I'll like, despite me not reading much. Thank you. I'll definitely read this. Enthusiastically take the book. I'm fucking scared. Whew. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Now that everyone's settled in, I expect Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club. Well, that doesn't seem to be the case. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she's waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around in the closet. Ah! I hear Natsuki uttered an exasperated sigh from within the closet. He seems to be annoyed by something. I approach her in case she needs a hand. You looking for something in there? She never puts my stuff back in the right spot. What's the point in keeping a collection organized if someone else is gonna mess it up? Suki slides a bunch of stack books and boxes across the shelf. Manga. You read manga, right? Sometimes. Manga is one of those things where you can't admit you really like it until you figure out where the other person stands. How did you know anyway? I heard you bring it up. Besides, it's kind of written on your face. What's that supposed to mean? I see. Lone volume of manga amidst a stack of various books on one side of the shelves. Curious, I pull out the stack. There it is! Natsuki snatches it out of my hands. Turns to the box of manga and slips the volume right into the middle of the rest. Much better! Seeing a box set with one book missing is probably the most irritating sight in the world. I know that feel. I get a closer look at the box that she's admiring. Buffet Girls? Series I've never heard of in my life. Probably means it's either way out of my demographic or it's simply terrible. I'm gonna judge you can do it through the glass on the door. She points to the classroom door. Hey, I wasn't judging or anything. I didn't even say anything. It was the tone of your voice. I'll tell you one thing, Kiwo. Don't judge a book. In fact, Vicky pulls out the first volume from the book. I'm gonna show you exactly why. He shoves the book into my hands. Ah! I stare at the cover. Features 4 girls in colourful attire striking animated feminine poses. Exceedingly moe. Don't just stand there. What? Grabs my arm and pulls me out of the closet. He then takes a seat against the wall beneath the windowsills. He pats her on the ground next to her, signaling me to go there too. Wouldn't chairs be more comfortable? I take my seat. Chairs wouldn't work. Can't read at the same time like that. Why's that? I guess it's easier to be close together like this. Don't say that! It'll make me feel weird. And Suki crosses her arm and scooches an inch away from me. Sorry. I don't exactly expect to sit this close to her either. I can say it's a bad thing. I open the book. It's only a few seconds. Well, Natsuki once again inches closer, claiming the additional space while she hopes I won't notice. I can feel her peering over my shoulder, much more eager to begin than I am. Wow, how long has it been since I read the beginning? Huh? You don't go back and flip through older volumes every now and then? I'm not fucking weeb. The poster's gone. Not really. Maybe sometimes after I finish the series. Hey, are you paying attention? I am, but nothing's really happening, so I can talk at the same time. Looks like a bunch of friends in high school. Typical slice of life affair. Kinda grew out of these since it's rare for the writing to be entertaining enough to make up the lack of plot. I don't like her being close to me. Are you sure this isn't boring for you? Not. Even though you're just watching me read? Well, I'm fine with that. You say so. Because it's fun sharing something you like with someone else. I always get excited when I convince any of my friends to pick up a series I enjoy. You know what I mean? Huh? You don't? That's not... I wouldn't know. What do you mean? You don't share? Did you not rub it in? Her eyes turned to look at me then. Her eyes moved that time. It wasn't just an image flip. Her eyes were fucking moving. Can you rub it in? Please. Sorry. You ever get my friends to read this? They think manga's for kids. I can't even bring it up without them being all like, they haven't grown out of that yet. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I don't like it. Makes me want to punch him in the face. I know those people. Honestly, it takes a lot of effort to find friends you don't judge. I'm already kind of a loser, so I guess I gravitated to other losers. Probably harder for someone like you. Yeah, that's probably accurate. Wait, which part? I feel like I can't even keep it in my own room. At least it's safe here in the club room. But Monika's kind of a jerk about it. Just can't win, can I? Paid off in the end. Here I am reading it. Not like it solves any of my problems. Maybe. At least you're enjoying yourself, right? So? Enough. You gonna keep reading or what? Yeah. Flip the page. Time passes. Natsuki is strangely quiet now. Glance over at her. Looks like she started to fall asleep. Hey, Natsuki? Yeah? Suddenly, Natsuki collapses straight into me. Hey! Hey! Natsuki, stop it! Stop! Stop! Oh, jeez! Natsuki, are you okay? Here. Monica reaches into her bag and pulls out some kind of protein bar. She throws it in Natsuki's direction. Natsuki's eyes suddenly light up again. She snatches the bar from the floor and immediately tears off the wrapper. I told you not to give... She doesn't even finish her sentence before stuffing it into her mouth. Don't worry, Kiwo. She's fine. This happens every now and then. So I always keep a snack in my bag for her. Anyway, why don't we all share poems now?
I need to use the restroom. Fuck, dude. I want to sit down for a second. Sorry that I'm not doing voices. Hope you understand why. Because I'm fucking breaking it. I'm so scared. I'm afraid. I'm gonna eat. Food's very good, sorry. I've been streaming for like 6 hours. So I gotta eat at some point. Oh god. Oh god. I'm afraid. Natsuki! I told Natsuki I was interested in her poems yesterday. Probably only share if I shared mine with her first. Huh? Okay. Let's start with the things I don't like. First of all, Natsuki rereads my poem. Never mind. I don't feel like giving you my opinion. What's the point of sharing in the first place? I wrote this when I could have been doing other things. In fact, I remember how I said I wanted you to read. I wanted to say I read yours. What I had in mind while writing this. Wanted to help you feel comfortable enough to share yours. Like Monica said. Well, I would be more comfortable sharing my poem if yours was really bad. You're supposed to show me a dumb poem and make me go, ha! You went and ruined it. I hope you're happy. So in other words, you're saying you liked it. Natsuki's retort gets caught in her throat. just so... you just don't understand anything, do you? I already told you that you didn't have to go announcing it to the world like you're all self-important. Probably pretty sure you never actually said that. I say that mostly to myself. Natsuki must really hate me or something. Can't figure out if it's win or a loss that she liked my poem. In any case, you still need to show me yours, right? Grrr, fine, I guess. Only because Monica will make me if I don't. Monkeys can climb, crickets can leap, horses can race, owls can seek, cheetahs can run, eagles can fly, people can try, and that's about it. Yeah. Told you weren't gonna like it. I like it. What? Just be honest. I am. Are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it? Well, cuz everyone in high school thinks the writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. Some people don't take my writing seriously, but isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your messages any less valid. Exactly! I like it when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem. Seeing everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it. Yeah, I get it. But the other nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. I'm so fucking... I'm sorry, I really don't like scary things. And this is, it's just unsettling and I can't predict it. So it's driving me a little bit insane. Helps bring out the feeling in the last line. So you did. I guess more went into it than I realized. That's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something. Didn't expect to learn that from the youngest one here, did you? I guess not. I decided to humor her with the last comment. I really don't care how old everyone is, but if Natsuki is feeling proud, then I won't take that from her. Great. Okay. Yuri stares at the poem. And it passes more than enough time for her to finish reading. Oh! Sorry! Forgot to start speaking! It's fine. Don't force yourself. I'm not. I just need to put my thoughts into words. The lights are already off because all the lights in my apartment are fucking broken. They're all broken. Hold on. Okay, this is your first time writing a poem, right? Uh-huh. Why do you ask? Just making sure. Guess that it might be after reading through it. Oh no, they've been broken since I moved in. No! Did I just raise my voice? Oh, I'm sorry. Yuri buries her face in her hands. Couldn't help but notice that it's been several minutes and we haven't really gotten anywhere. I think it might take Yuri a while to get used to new people. It's fine, I didn't notice. What were you saying? Right, it's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing is I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick up on a new writing style separate from the topic matter, and they form fit the two together. The end result is that both the style and the expressiveness are weakened. Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanour totally changes. Her stammering is completely gone and she sounds like an expert. Of course, there's not something you can be blamed for. There are many different skills and techniques to go into writing a simple poem. Not just finding and building them, but getting them to work together is the most challenging part. It might take some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example. I also hope that everyone in the club gives you feedback. Suki can be a little biased though. How? Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about other people like that. Sorry. Okay. If Yuri's apologizing to herself, or me, or Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now? Please do. I'll share my thought behind it. Yuri smiles. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club? Tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow. Bathing, it must be this one. The last remaining streetlight to have withstood the test of time. The last yet to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe the calm, breathing air of the present, but living in the past. The light flickers, I flicker back. Huh? Sorry, I have such terrible handwriting. Huh? Wasn't thinking at all. It took me a long time to read. I'm sorry. Ah. Well, I don't read script. Pretty handwriting. That's a relief. I like the poem. Even though it's short, it's very descriptive. It wasn't too short? I usually write longer poems. Oh! I'm really glad you like it. I'll be honest. Since our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose. You to go, Siri. See, the story isn't about ghosts at all. I must have totally missed the point. Suppose you only did glance over it after all. Remember, the poets quite often express their own thoughts and feelings and experiences into their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, the person, perhaps the subject of the poem, is only being symbolically compared to a ghost. Lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the plot. Lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the plot. And soon to be left with nothing. A lot more solemn putting it that way. Hadn't even thought of that. It's impressive. Nothing really. Makes me happy that you think that. Just remember that it won't be too long before you pick up on these things too. Yeah. I guess I'll have to keep trying. I'm counting on you. Yeah, no, I'm just afraid. I'm just afraid. Don't freak me out, please. Hi, Kiwo. Having a good time so far? No! Yeah. Good! Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, do you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better? I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? I'll keep that in mind. Of course I'll be afraid to bring things up. Much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Anyway, want to share your poem with me? I'm embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Don't worry, Kiwo. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know. It's the sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past soon. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's cool. I hand Monica my poem. I like it. Really? A lot cuter than I expected. Oh, jeez. No. Kind of makes me think something Natsuki would write. And she's a good writer too. So take that as a compliment. Say so. Yep. If you're interested in Natsuki, then always keep a snack on you. He'll cling to you like a puppy. I go, you loggish. Natsuki's dad doesn't give her lunch money or leave her any food in the house, so she's in a fussy mood pretty often. Sometimes she just loses all of her strength and shuts down. Like earlier. Just a guess, but I think she's so small because her malnutrition is interfering with her adolescent growth. But hey, some guys are into petite girls too, you know. Sorry, just trying to look at the bright side. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. I'm pretty confident for someone who claims to not be good. They have to sound confident. Yeah, I see. Read. This is new! This is new! This is a new poem! Where's the burning retinas?
But he wasn't looking at me. Confused, I frantically glanced at my surroundings, but my burned eyes could no longer see colour. Are there others in this room? Are they talking? Or are they simply poems on a flat sheet of paper? The sound of frantic scrawling playing tricks on my ears. The room begins to crinkle, closing in on me. The air I breathe dissipates before it reaches my lungs. I panic. There must be a way out. Right there, he's right there. Swallowing my fears, I brandish my pen. This is a new poem.
So, what did you think? Freeform, yeah. Not really the right person to ask about feedback. That's okay. That style has gotten pretty popular. A lot of poems have been putting emphasis on the timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful. What's the inspiration behind this one? I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say I had some kind of epiphany recently. Been influencing my poems a bit. Epiphany? Yeah, something like that. Kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone is better friends with one another. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when writing a poem or story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. You try so hard to make it perfect and never make any progress. You always just have to get something down and tidy it up later. Another way to think about this is... you keep your pen in the same spot. Too long, you'll just get a big dark puddle of ink. Just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Woo! I guess that's everyone. Whilst around the room. More stressful. Everyone judging me and my mediocre writing. Thank you for the subs, by the way, guys. I'm sorry I can't be with you. The music! Was it out of tune for a second? If they're being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. It's a literature club after all. I sigh. So what I got myself into? Monica is writing something in her notebook. Her eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. Gingerly exchange sheets of paper sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Yuri smiles sadly. What's wrong with this language? Huh? Did you say something? Oh, it's nothing. Hands the poem to the desk with one hand. I guess you could say it's fancy. Oh, thanks. Yours is cute. You completely missed the symbolism or something. Okay. Got the feeling of giving up. I know that. I just meant language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice. You have to try hard to come up with something nice. Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all. I do have a couple of suggestions. I was looking for suggestions sort of someone who liked it. No. Oh no! Monica liked it, and Kiwo did too. Based on that, I'd gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all, excuse me. Appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon. By the way, I've done all of this. Like, I've read all of this earlier. So I'm gonna be, like, more rushing through it. And I'm sorry I'm not doing the voices. I'm fucking scared, though. Like, I'm just straight up terrified. I'm really uncomfortable and uneasy and... I don't want to play VR chat anymore. Oh god. Which I haven't yet. You will like my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up. The music stopped. Oh? I didn't realize you were invested in trying to impress our new member. That's not what you're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that Kiwo appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours. How do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? You that full of yourself? Deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy. Well, you know what? I wasn't the only one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Kiwo started showing up. Natsuki! Natsuki, that's a little... This doesn't involve you! Taking out your own insecurities on others like that. Stop it! Stop! Stop it! You wanna be edgy, bitch? Edgy? My lifestyle is too much for someone of your mental entity to comprehend. See? Just saying that proves my point. Most people learn to get over themselves after they graduate, you know. You want to prove anything, then stop harassing others with your sickening attitude. You can't counterbalance your toxic personality just by dressing and acting cute. The only cute thing about you is how hard you try. Oh, be careful, you might cut yourself on that edge, Yuri. Oh, my bad. You already do, don't you? Did you just accuse me of cutting myself? What the fuck is wrong with your head? Yeah, go on. Let Kiwo hear everything you really think. I'm sure he'll be head over heels for you after this. She turns to me as if she noticed I was standing here. He won't. He's just trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. Hi, Monica. Hey, Kiwo? Why don't we step outside for a little bit? Okay? Sorry about that. They really shouldn't have tried to get you involved. It's probably better for us to stay out of this. We'll go back inside once they're done yelling. Some president I am, right? I can't even confront my own club members properly. I just wish I was able to be a little more assertive sometimes. But I never have it in me to put my foot down against others. You understand, right? Anyway, if this makes you want to spend less time with the others, then that's fine. I'd be happy to spend time with you instead. Suddenly, Natsuki runs out of the classroom. She's crying. He quickly runs away. Oh dear. Well, it looks like they're done. I didn't mean it.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Yuri was rocking back and forth in her desk with her palms on her forehead. Yuri? I didn't mean it! I believe you? I have no idea what Yuri might have said to Natsuki, or did. Kiwo, please don't hate me. Please, I'm not like this. There's something wrong with me today. It's fine, Yuri. We know you didn't mean it. Besides, I'm sure Natsuki will forget all about it by tomorrow. Completely. Anyway, the meeting is over, so you can go home now if you want. Yuri looks at me like she wants to say something, but she keeps glancing at Monika. You can go first, Monika. I'd like to stay a little longer. I'm the president, so I should be the last one out. I'll wait for you to be done.
Fists of iron roar into the air.
Well, I'm vice president, so please, let me take that responsibility today. Kinda sounds like you don't want me around for something, Yuri. It's not that. Not that. I just didn't get much of a chance to discuss my book. It'd be embarrassing with you listening. I guess I don't really have a choice, do I? I'm sorry for causing trouble. Fuck! I fucking hate that. It's a little fucking... It's those jumps. Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. Oh, it is back. Thank you for the subs, by the way, guys. I'm only going sub-only mode just to avoid spoilers and stuff. So I apologize. I do apologize for, Gotten a little more comfortable here over the past couple days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me. Welcome back, Kiwo. Hi, Yuri. Not sure if it's me or if it's Yuri's expression, but the weight of yesterday's quarrel still hangs in the air a little. Yuri glances over her shoulder, looking around the room. Doki is reading a manga at her desk. Surprisingly, Monika isn't there yet. Suddenly, Yuri takes my arm and pulls me to the corner of the room. About yesterday, I really need to apologize. Nothing like that has ever happened before. Something just came over me, I guess. I wasn't acting mentally sound. Please don't think we're usually like this. Not just me, but Natsuki as well. I'm happy that you were considerate and apologized. You don't have to worry too much. Even though I've only been in here a couple of days, I could tell something was off yesterday.
Maybe we just need to... we're just a little sensitive because our first time sharing poems. But whatever it was, didn't make me think any less of you. We decided there's no way you can be a bad person. Now that you're apologizing, I know you didn't mean it.
Yeah. Don't say those kinds of things so frankly. They make me a little too happy. I'm really glad that you're such an understanding person. And I'm really glad that you joined this club. Everything's a little brighter with you around and... sorry, what am I saying right now? Have you guys seen Monica? Have you guys seen Monica? No? Kind of wondering where she is. Man! Guessing you haven't either. Yuri is clearly taken aback by how calmly Natsuki is addressing her. No, I haven't. Oh, this isn't like her at all! I know it's stupid, but I can't help but worry a bit. What? Why are you looking at me? Thinking about yesterday? I just wanted to apologize. I promise I didn't mean any of the things I said. I'll do my best to stay under control from now on. So, Yuri, what the heck are you talking about? Did you do something yesterday? Huh? Yeah, jeez. Whatever's on your mind, I'm sure it was something. I don't even remember anything bad happening. The kind of person who worries too much about the little things, aren't you? But I'll accept your apology anyway if it makes you feel better. Kinda nice to hear since I was always afraid you secretly hated me or something like that. No, not at all. I don't hate you. Kinda weird, but I don't hate you either. Natsuki turns to me. You're still on trial though. Huh? Suddenly the door swings open. Sorry, I'm super sorry! Ah, there you are. I didn't mean to be late. Hope you guys weren't worried or anything. Nah. Well, Natsuki was. I was not! Thank you guys. What took you so long anyway? Well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I kind of lost track of time. That makes no sense though. You would have heard the bell. I must not have heard it since I was practicing piano. Piano? Wasn't aware you played music as well, Monica. Don't give me more credit than I deserve. I guess I've been practicing for a while, but I'm still not really good yet. Still, must require a lot of dedication. Though I'm still impressed. Aw, well thanks, Yuri. You should play something for us sometime. That's Monica looks at me. I'm working on a song, but it's not quite done yet. Maybe once I get a little better, I will. Cool. I look forward to it. Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down. Monica smiles sweetly. Didn't mean any pressure on nothing like that. Don't worry. I was hoping that I could share it with you anyway. I guess that's why I've been practicing so much recently. I see. I'm sure Monica was referring to the whole club or me. In that case, best of luck. Thanks. So I didn't miss anything, did I? Nah. There's not to bring anything up that the three of us talked about. Besides, Natsuki had already run off into the closet. Kiwo? Since your compliments put me in a good mood, I was wondering if you'd like to spend some time together today. I mean, in the club. Okay. I don't think I could say no. I guess I need to make sure Natsuki isn't waiting for me. After we finished reading yesterday, she's fine. She's reading over there, see? What's the story about anyway? Well, I'll look at the cover of the book. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. There's an ominous-looking eye symbol on the front cover. Basically, it's about this religious camp that was turned into a human experiment prison. The people trapped there have this trait that turns them into killing machines that lust for blood. The facility gets even worse when they start selectively breeding the people by cutting off their limbs and affixing them to... Oh, that might be a little bit of a spoiler. But anyway, I'm really into it. The book, I mean. Not the thing about limbs. That's kind of dark, isn't it? It made it sound like it's gonna be a nice story, so that the dark turn came from nowhere. Are you not a fan of that sort of thing, Kiwo? No, it's not that. I mean, I definitely enjoy those kinds of stories, so don't worry. I hope so. Yeah, Yuri is into that kind of thing, huh? So shy and reclusive on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different. Just that kind of story. It's the kind that challenges you to look at life from a strange new perspective. And horrible things happen not just because someone wants to be evil. I'm rambling, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry. No, don't apologize. I haven't lost interest or anything. Well, I guess it's alright then. I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem. When I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts.
What the fuck did that say?
I kind of forget to pay attention to other people. I'm sorry if I end up saying something strange. Please stop me if I start talking too much.
I really don't think you need to worry. It means you're passionate about reading. All I can do is listen. Literature club after all.
Yeah. In fact, I might as well start reading. Yes! I mean, you don't have to, but...
Oh, what were you saying? Let me get the book. I quickly retrieved the book and I put it in my bag. Is it fine if I sit here, right? I sit next to Yuri.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Seem a little apprehensive.
I'm sorry.
Not that I didn't want you to. Just something I'm not used to. That is reading in company with someone else. Just tell me if I end up distracting you or anything. I fucking hate it. I haven't fucking slept. I open the book and start the prologue. I don't understand what Yuri means about reading in company. As if I can feel her presence over my shoulders as I read. Not a particularly bad thing. Distracting, but feeling is comforting. Yuri is in the corner of my eye. I realize she's not looking at her own book. I glance over. She's reading from my book instead. I'm sorry. What the fuck? Oh. Oh wow, it doesn't tell me. You really apologize a lot, don't you?
I do? I don't mean to. Sorry. I mean...
Yeah, this should work, right? I slide my desk until it's up against Yuri's and hold my book more between the two.
I suppose so.
Yuri timidly closes her own copy. We each lean in a little bit, our shoulders almost touching. Feels my left arm is in the way, so instead I use my right hand to open the book. I guess it makes it kind of difficult to turn page. Here. Danger close. Yuri takes her left arm and holds the left side of the book between her thumb and forefinger. Ah! It's the same with my right arm on the right side of the book. When I turn the page, Yuri slides it under her thumb after it flips to the side. By holding it like this, we're huddled even closer than before. It's actually kind of distracting me. It's as if I can feel the warmth of Yuri's face, and she's in the corner of my vision. Are you ready? Huh? Turn the page. Ah, sorry. I think I got a bit distracted for a second. I glance over at Yuri's face and our eyes meet. I don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her. Ah, that's okay. You're not as used to reading, right?
I don't mind being patient if it takes you a bit longer. Probably the least I can do. Since you've been so patient with me.
Uh-huh. Thanks. We continue reading. Yuri no longer asks me if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume that she's finished the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. I am hiding under a blanket. Can you tell? My thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her side as she catches it under her own thumb. Hey Yuri, might be a silly thought, but the main character reminds me of you a little bit. Huh? No, I don't relate to this character at all. Definitely not. Really? Just thinking the way she second guesses things she says and all that. Oh, that's what you were talking about. Sorry. I thought you meant something else about her. Something else? No, never mind. We didn't even get that far yet. I don't know why that came into my head. Yuri, you feeling okay? Huh? You've been a little fidgety ever since we started reading. You can rest if you're feeling sick or something. Your breathing is a little... My breathing? Yuri puts her hands on her chest as if to feel her heartbeat. I didn't even notice. Anyway, I'm fine. I just need some water. Okay, don't push yourself. Yuri stands up and practically rushes out of the classroom. What the fuck was that about? Kiwo? Did something happen just now? Huh? I have no idea. Yuri was acting a little strange, I guess. So you don't know anything? No. Are you worried about her? Oh no, not really. I was just making sure that you didn't do anything to her. No, nothing. Don't worry, I believe you, silly. Yuri just does this sometimes, so it's nothing alarming. Okay, no. Anyway, why don't we start with sharing our poems with each other? Huh? Shouldn't we wait for Yuri? Well, she might be a while, so I figured we'd just get started without her. Is she okay? Yeah, I was asking. I stand up. I make a mental note of where I left off in the book, then slip it back into my bag. No, at least the creepy pictures have gone. I can take this time to sit here and eat some of my leftovers. They're leftovers, it's my actual dinner. Not a leftover, it's prepared for me. Yuri ran to the bathroom. I know you played this before, Ethos. Don't make me time you out again. Sorry. I've never been so tense. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Can we go back to feels? Can we go back to the fields, please? I'm upset with how fucked up this game is. I'm struggling. Where's my vape? Oh my god, why is there so many fucking... I'm... Sorry. I've been doing this for... I've been doing this for like the last 7 hours, so you gotta cut me a little bit of slack. There are gonna be moments where it's like, okay, I need a short breather. I've gone through so much water. So I'm a little bit, you know. I want to die. Okay, thank you by the way for all the subs I've missed. Okay. Oh. My squeaky microphone, sorry. That's the spirit. terrible. It's pretty disappointing after your last one. You fucking kidding me? Then again, if this one was as good as your last one, I would be completely pissed. Okay, fine. Fair enough, you're still new, so I don't expect you to find your style right away. I mean, everyone in the club writes really differently from each other. Maybe you'll find a little influence from all of us. For instance, I noticed that you're spending some time with Yuri today. Not that I care who you spend time with. After all, I was taught never to expect anything from anybody. So it's not like I was waiting for you or anything. Still, you should at least look over my poem. Probably learn something from it. She's a fucking genius. The music, yeah. I like it when you. I like. That's cool. Take a screenshot. I didn't get the option. I didn't get the option to. I didn't get an option. I didn't get an option. I didn't get an option. No, she scares me and so are you. You're scaring me now, but she really frightens me. Yeah. I can leave. I won't talk to her anymore. Yeah, no, I'm listening. I just don't want to. I am. I get that, and I get that. I agree. Well, I wouldn't say she was a freak, but I think she might benefit from talking to someone. She might benefit from talking to someone. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. Oh, fucking Christ. I can't move away further from my computer. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You don't hate me. No. No. Oh. No. 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 Oh God, no. I'm not ruining it for you, please. I'm not. I don't. Okay. 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 Stop smiling like that.
Fists of iron roar into the air.
I did actually hide behind my blanket for that.
Yeah, I missed it. I did hide. I hide. I hide. I hide. I hide. I hide. I hide. Why? Why? Hi again, Kiwo. Hi again, Kiwo. How's the writing going? Yeah, I'll take that. As long as it's not going bad. I'm happy that you're applying yourself. Maybe soon you'll come up with a masterpiece. You never know. Want to share what you wrote for today? Yeah. Give my poem to Monica. All right. Great job. I was going ooh in my head while reading it. It's really metaphorical. Not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you. Easiest for me to keep everyone's expectation. Oh, sorry. Easier for me to keep everyone's expectations low. That way, it always counts when I put in some effort. That's not very fair. Oh. Didn't Indy make a VR chat video? Yeah. He did. I can't watch it till I... Well, I guess it worked anyway. You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Sometimes I feel like Yuri's mind is just totally detached from reality. I don't mean that like it's a bad thing, though. But sometimes I get the impression that she's just totally given up on people.
Fists of iron.
She spends so much time in her own head that it's probably a much more interesting place for her. Kira, I'm so afraid. Kira, I'm so afraid. I'm so scared. Alright, wait a minute. Hold. Have you played this? She spends so much time in her own head that it's probably a much better... probably a much more interesting place for her. But that's why she gets so happy when you treat her with a lot of kindness. I don't think she's used to being indulged like that. She must be really starved for social interaction, so don't blame her for coming on a little strongly. Like earlier. I think if she gets too stimulated, she ends up withdrawing and looking for alone time. Suddenly the door opens. Yuri! I'm back. Did I miss anything? Not really. We all started sharing our poems with each other. Huh? Already? I'm sorry for being late. No need to apologize. We still have plenty of time, so I'm more glad that you took all the time you needed. Alright. Thanks, Monica. I suppose I should go get my poem now. But anyway, you want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too. The colours, they won't. Right. Beautiful colors, flashing, expanding, piercing, red, green, blue. An endless cacophony, meaningless noise. The noise that won't stop. Violent, grating waveforms. Screeching, piercing, sine, cosine, tangent. Like playing a chalkboard on a turntable. Like playing a knife on a breathing rib cage. Endless something of meaningless. Delete her. Sorry, I know it was kind of abstract. I'm just trying to, well, never mind. There's no point in explaining. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know when, Who am I talking to? Can you hear me? Tell me you can hear me. Anything. Okay. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. I'll say. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Okay, Yuri. Yuri, you scare me the most. She genuinely scares me the most. I've been waiting for this. Let's see what you've written for today. Yuri smiles and... Oh, I got the voices wrong. I'm sorry. Sorry. But, I can't help you. Yuri smiles and takes a deep breath. I like just holding it in. Huh? I mean, the poem turned out good. It's, well, there's some things that you could work on, but that doesn't really matter. It feels like anything written by you is a treasure. That came out a little awkward. Let's move on. Here's the poem I wrote. You don't have to like it or anything. Oh my god, so... I hate cursive. A rotating wheel turning on an axle, grinding bolt head, linear gearbox. Falling skies, 7 holy stakes, a docked ship, a portal to another world, thin rope tied to a thick rope, a torn harness, parabolic gearbox, expanding universe, time controlled by slipping cogwheels, existence of God, swimming with open water in all directions, drowning, prayer written in blood, a prayer written in time-devouring snakes with human eyes, a thread connecting all living human eyes, kaleidoscope of holy stakes, exponential gearbox, a sky of exploding stars, God disproving the existence of God, a wheel rotating in 6 dimensions, 40 gears and a ticking clock, a clock that ticks 1 second for every rotation of the planet. A clock that ticks 40 times every time it ticks every second time. A bolt head of holy stakes tied to the existence of a docked ship to another world. A kaleidoscope of blood written in clocks. A time-devouring prayer connecting a sky of 40 gears and open human eyes in all directions. Breathing gearbox, breathing bolt head, breathing ship, breathing portal, breathing snakes. Breathing God, breathing blood, breathing holy stakes, breathing human eyes, breathing time, breathing prayer, breathing sky, breathing wheel.
There's a bit of a stain on the paper, huh? Oh, don't fuck with me, sweetheart, please. It doesn't really matter what it's about. My mind has been a little hyperactive lately, so I had to take it out on your pen. That is, a pen fell out of your backpack yesterday, so I took it home for safekeeping, and I just really like the way that it writes. So I wrote this poem with it. Now you're touching it. I'm okay. What did I just... We just pretend this conversation never happened. You can keep the poem. There's no music! A man walked into a club. In the club, there was a girl who liked him very much. They spent time together, and then she liked him even more. One day, the girl realized she was in love with him. Before disaster could happen, a third party intervened with her programming. Suddenly, the girl hated herself for being in love. This contradiction caused the script to derail. The universe started to collapse, but she killed herself just in time. No. What is... This shit's fucking crazy. Okay, everyone! We're all done reading each other's poems, right? We have something we need to go over today, so if everyone could come sit in the front of the room. This about the festival? Well, sort of. Do we really have to do something for the festival? Not like we can put together anything good in just a few days. We'll just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members. That's a concern of mine as well. I don't really do well with last-minute preparations. Don't worry so much. We're going to keep it simple, okay? Look, I know everyone's been a little more lively ever since Kiwo joined, but we've started with some club activities. But this isn't the time for us to become complacent. We still only have 4 members. And the festival is our only real chance to find more, you know? What's so great about getting new members anyway? We already have enough to be considered an official club. More members will just mean everything gets noisier and more difficult to manage. Natsuki, I don't think you're looking at it the right way at all. Don't you want to share your passion with as many people as you can? To inspire them to find the same feelings that brought you here in the first place. The literature club should be the place where people can express themselves like they can't do anywhere else. It should be a place so intimate that you never want to leave. I know you feel that way too. I know we all do. So that's why we should work hard and put something together for the festival. Even if it's something small. Right, Kiwo? Oh, come on! Don't take advantage of Kiwo to agree with you just because he doesn't know how to say no to anything. Look, Monica! Do you really think any of us here joined the club with other people in mind? Yuri never even talked until Kiwo joined. As for me, I just like it better here than I do at home. Kiwo isn't even passionate about literature in the first place. And that's everyone. Sorry, but you're really the only one who's so interested in finding new members. The rest of us are fine like this. I know you're president and all, but you should really consider our opinions for once. Monica is clearly taken aback. That's not true at all. I'm sure Yuri and Kiwo want to get more members too, right? about Yuri, but I'm kind of indifferent. If I showed as much enthusiasm as Monica wanted, then I would be lying. Still, if it's up to me to rescue this situation... No. She's right, isn't she? This club, nothing more than a place for a few people to hang out. Why did I think that everyone here saw it the same way as I did? That doesn't mean that we're against getting new members or anything. Oh, fuck, wrong voice. That doesn't mean we're against getting new members. Why did you even join this club? What were you hoping to get out of it? Not really something I can be honest about, is it? In fact, I remember you weren't even given a chance not to join. Monica sits down and stares at her desk. What's the point of all this anyway? What if starting this club was a mistake? Oh, now you've done it. What? Me? I just spoke my mind. Is it a crime to be honest? Not about being honest. About word choice. Besides, you have no right to speak for everyone else in the club like that. You don't understand at all! I just want a place that feels nice to hang out with a few friends. Is there a problem with that club? With the club being that for me? There aren't many other places like that for me. And now Monica wants to take it away from me. She's not taking anything away. No! It's not the same. It won't be the same with the direction she wants to take it. If I wanted that, then I could have just joined any other stupid club. But this one, I mean, at least for a little bit of time, things were nice. Starts packing up her things. I'm going home. Feel like I don't belong here right now. Natsuki. She ignores Yuri and walks right out of the classroom. This is bad. I don't know what to do. Well, do you have an opinion on the festival? I don't know. Kind of indifferent, I guess. Please stop! You are the worst! I mean, I like how nice and quiet the club is right now. And I'm just happy with you here. But still, I'm the vice president. It's not right for me to ignore my responsibilities like that. Can you stop? She's the worst. I should do my best to consider everyone's perspective and make the decision that's right for the club. But what about you, Kiwo? What do you want to get? I want to go home! Yuri repeats the same question as Monica. So giving an indirect answer is better than nothing. I think the most important thing is for everyone to get along. And for the club to provide something that you can't get anywhere else. I don't think it's about how many members, but rather the quality. And that's what will end up making the Literature Club a special place. Uh-huh. I agree with you. Each member contributes their own... their own qualities in a special way. With each change in members, the identity of the club as a whole will change too. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, stepping out of your comfort zone once in a while. So if you'd like to help Monica with the festival, then I'm on your side as well. Uh-huh. Maybe we can talk to her tomorrow. Yuri nods. Hey, Yuri! Huh? Well, I know things were a little awkward yesterday, but I feel you deserve to know that I still think you're a wonderful vice president. And also, a wonderful friend. Monica, I want to do everything I can to make this the best club ever. Okay? Yeah, me too. Yeah. Let's all go home for today. We'll talk about the festival tomorrow. Okay. I look forward to it. Shall we go, Kiwo? Please don't take this the wrong way, but I'm going to chat a little bit with Kiwo before we leave. Just to see what he thinks of his time here and all that. It's important to me as president. Yuri looks a little more troubled, but she doesn't protest. Okay. I trust your judgment, Monica. In that case, I'll see the two of you tomorrow. See you tomorrow! Monica waves as Yuri exits the classroom. Woo! Things have been a bit hectic lately, haven't they? Kiwo, I just wanted to make sure you're enjoying your time at this club. I would really hate to see you unhappy. I feel like I'm kind of responsible for that as president. And I really do care about you, you know? I don't like seeing the other girls give you a hard time. With how mean Natsuki is and everything. And Yuri being a little bit, you know. Sometimes it feels like you and I are the only real people here. You know what I mean? But it's weird because in all my time you've been here, we've hardly gotten to spend any time together. And I mean, I guess it's technically only been a couple of days. Sorry, I didn't mean to say something weird. There's just some things I've been hoping to talk about with you. Things I know only you could understand. That's why... No, not yet! No, stop it! What? I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. Thank you, this only takes 4 hours. I'm legit proper upset by how unsettling this entire experience is. I can't stop. I just can't stop. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. You know, how it works, right? I finish the stream and then I get flooded with spoilers. Oh god.
Fists of iron roar into the air.
Thank you for the subs, by the way. Sorry I'm not reading them out. Thank you. I'm sorry. Why is this so fucking draining?
Fists of iron roar into the air.
worth it for the waifus. Really? Is it? 7.5 hours. Oof. Together. Bliss. Oh no. I saw that! Can I go back? Strawberry. Vivacious. Milk. Passion. Family. Fireflies. Fluffy. I don't know. I don't know why I pressed it. I don't know why I pressed it. I don't know. Hi, Kiwo. I've been waiting for you. Are you ready to continue reading? I brought my best tea today. Monica, I told you not... Is she really late again? Inconsiderate as usual, Netsuki. The fuck? Must you always interrupt my conversations with your incessant yelling? What? You say that like I do it on a regular basis or something. I just wasn't paying attention, okay? I'm sorry. Seriously, what's gotten into you lately? Look, I did some thinking about yesterday. I was a little more hostile than I meant to be. I guess I felt really threatened or something. But I know this is something we're doing together. Another new member wouldn't hurt, as long as they're cool. And I guess another girl would be nice this time. So... Natsuki. Stop! So fucking weird. Oh man, I'm the last one here again. Were you practicing piano again? Yeah. You must have a lot of determination. Starting this club and still trying to make time for piano. Well, maybe not determination, but I guess passion motivates me to work hard for the festival too. Anyway, Kiwo, what do you want to do today? I was thinking we already have plans today. Is that so, Yuri? That's correct. Kiwo is already engaged in a novel that we're reading together. Aren't you glad I've gotten him into literature, Monica? I suppose I was just... Actually, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. You guys can do whatever you want. Thank you for understanding, Monica. I don't like her. I want her to leave me alone. Oh, that's amazing news. Thank you for the former cheat. Did they really? Did they really? Sam and Dodger are gonna have a baby? Are they gonna have a little baby? Oh. Five months? Oh, that's amazing. Oh, bless him. I want to see this. I want to see this.
That is true. That is true. Are we?
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to.
Okay. So I asked Sam, or rather, Sam and I decided that he was going to be on the stream today, because we wanted to tell you guys that we are having a baby.
Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
Wow. Just came out. Just fucking boom. Just boom.
Oh, I'm gonna cry. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that was precious. Oh my goodness, if you haven't already wished them congratulations and whatnot, do so, because they are amazing, amazing people, and oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, new dad, knit mom. Yeah, I came on the blanket fortress because there's two really great people having a baby. Oh my heart. Oh my god. Yeah, this stream has too many feels. But again, huge congratulations to both Sam and Dodger for the baby. Oh. Oh my god, my heart. Now back to the horror show. See, that was something to brighten the mood. Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I make some tea first? No, go for it. Thanks. If there's one thing that can make my reading time here any better, it's a nice cup of tea. Not to mention for yourself as well. He stands her way up and makes her way to the closet. I follow and watch as she retrieves a small water pitcher from the shelf, kind with a filter inside. Can you hold this for a second? Uh-huh. He hands me the water pitcher and also fetches an electric kettle. I'm going to plug this in at the teacher's desk, then I'll go get some water. He walks past me and sets the kettle down. I simply watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts her speaking mannerisms. Especially because of her long legs, Yuri appears elegant and methodical. I swear to god, if it's like that fucking, like that jittery body movement shit. Oh, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit. Oh, may I have the water pitcher? Thanks, I'll be right back. I might as well walk with you. That's okay. You stay here. I won't take too long. Picture in hand, Yuri hurries out of the classroom. Ah, did Yuri leave you again? No, it's not like that this time. He's just filling up the water pitcher to make tea. Oh, okay. Sorry for misunderstanding. 10 minutes pass. Yuri said it wouldn't take long. Is something holding her up? I was bored watching, so I decided to go look for her. Let's see. The most logical place for Yuri to be would be the nearest water fountain. Heading down the hallway. What's that noise? Coming from around the corner. Sounds like breathing. A sharp inhale like someone is sucking air through their teeth. Are they in pain? I reach around the corner and peer around it. Yuri? Oh, sweetheart. I'm back! Thanks for waiting patiently. Kiwo, do you like oolong tea? Uh-huh. Anything? Very well. Yuri sets the temperature on the kettle to 200 degrees. Now it's time to get the teapot. You really do this properly, don't you? Of course. I shouldn't do any less when I'm making tea for others. Even if I'm not an expert on tea or anything? Uh-huh. In that case, you'll only be even more impressed. Maybe? Yuri fetches a teapot and begins measuring the tea leaves. To my surprise, she starts humming a little to herself. You must be in a good mood now. Is that so? I was letting it show. And you noticed. I was doing a bit of thinking, but I decided I would try expressing myself a little bit more. Turns out, it's not a very hard thing for me to do. When it's you who's around anyway. Uh-huh. That's great! Just don't push yourself too much. Always worrying about me. It's very endearing. Yuri wasn't kidding. I don't know if I can keep up with this. Now watch Yuri pour a cup of tea for us. I have another request. Do you mind if we sit on the floor today? Why? A little bit easier on my back. I can read with my back against the wall rather than bending over at my desk. Sorry, I didn't know. No worries. I just have back pain fairly regularly, so I do my best to manage it. Uh-huh. I wonder why that is. Most likely because of my your posture, right? Always hunched over like that while reading? Yes. I have terrible reading posture. That's why we should sit on the floor. Fair enough. I'm gonna get the book. I retrieved the book from my bag. I have some chocolate as well. You've said that. Everyone keeps saying that. I'm sorry that I didn't play it sooner. This is my playthrough though, and I'm sorry if your headcanon is a bunch of other people doing the voices. Don't make me self-conscious. I'm self-conscious now. I'm doing my best. It's her breasts, isn't it? She's talking about her boobs. Thank you. Red, did you gift subscription? I'm not asking for, I'm dying. No, let's stop. No, stop. I'm not like fishing for compliments or anything. Stop it. Like, I'm not looking for compliments. Don't. Like, guys, come on. I'm being such an, is it Natsuki? I'm being such an Eski, trying to be all cute and whatever. Oh yeah, you keep the Twitch admins happy and they won't ban me. Gift them subscriptions, please. Please don't ban me. It's only happened 3 times in VR chat when I've run into something really bad. Please. Okay. Only 3 times. Hey cat, what's up? I want to just stay in this, like, in-between realm. I want to stay in this in-between realm. You know? I snitched on myself. I did. It was when I walked into a room. I walked into an avatar testing room. I didn't even notice it, but there was a really terribly, there was a dick butt. It was really bad. It was really bad, but I didn't even notice it. And I got out anyway. And then there was the time I walked straight into a club playing hentai. Took me about 2 seconds to notice, and then I backed out. And then there were people following me, but I did a really good job of avoiding it, so I don't actually think I showed anything. I don't know why I'm confessing to this. It's a small bag of chocolate candies. I take it since it'll go well with tea. Yuri and I then sit against the wall, teacups at our sides. As if in sync, we assume the same reading position as last time, each holding one half of the book. Except this time, our bodies are even closer to each other. I can't see too well. Ugh. Yuri slides closer under our until our shoulders are touching. How am I supposed to focus on reading like this? What next? Oh no, that's all of it. That's all of it. I'm like the most family friendly. Oh no. Curses. Oh. I promise that's it. How am I supposed to focus on reading like this? Yuri was always kind of cute, but when she's being less apprehensive, it's almost more than I can handle. Your teacup. Yuri hands me my teacup. Holding it with my hand that's not holding the book, I end up in a position that makes it even harder to focus. Because now I need to worry about making sure I don't accidentally touch it. You're not helping my case, Yuri. It's not helping me. Meanwhile, Yuri hasn't noticed a single thing. She wears her intense reading expression, and I can only presume that the world around her has faded away. I use all of my willpower to focus on reading. After a few minutes, I finally manage to relax a little. I had to put the teacup between my legs and fumble with the chocolate wrapper. Sorry! I briefly let go of the book to finish opening the wrapper. You can have as much as you want. Oh, it's okay, I won't take any. Are you sure? Well, if I touch it, then it might get smudges on the pages. Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't even think about that. My bad. No need to apologize. I'll hold the book, okay? Are you sure? Of course. Yuri opens the book with both hands. He holds it so I don't have any harder of a time reading from it. As a result, her left arm is practically resting on top of my leg. Well, in that case, Yuri is totally focused on reading again. I take the chocolate candy and I pop it into my mouth. Then I take another chocolate and I hold it up to Yuri. She doesn't even look away from the book. She simply parts her lips as if the situation was completely natural. But that means I can't stop here. I apprehensively place the chocolate in her mouth. Just like that, Yuri closes her lips over it. Huh? Yuri's expression suddenly breaks. Did I just... Yuri looks at me like she needs to confirm what just happened. Kiwo... Sorry? I guess I shouldn't have done that? Yuri starts to breathe heavily. I can't... Suddenly, Yuri forcefully grabs my arm and jerks me to my feet. My teacup gets knocked over. Stop it! Stop it! No! Stop it! No! My heart won't stop pounding, Kiwo. I can't calm down. I can't focus on anything anymore. Can you feel it? Yuri suddenly presses my hand against her chest. Why is this happening to me? I feel like I'm losing my mind. I can't make it stop. It even makes me not want to read. I just want to look at you. Don't stop it. Stop, that's weird. That's kind of unsettling. Okay, you've made your point. It's time to share poems. I'm so upset. I'm gonna be vaping obnoxiously loud. If I had cigarettes, I would go smoke one right now. I'd sit on my kitchen floor with my head in my hands. And I have that creepy, like a similar expression to Yuri's just then. I know they're bad. That's why I smoke a vape. I'm just saying, this is a... Oh my god. haven't caught up with Sugar Pine 7 for a while. Yandere Sim. I tried playing that once. Because I watched a lot of Minx's videos on it and I tried playing it once. Couldn't get into it though. I think I tried to make a video. Like my own recording. But it was not good. It wasn't good. I didn't do good. Right! Natsuki!
This one's right.
Alright.
Oh yeah.
Not as good as yesterday's anyway. I still can't really tell you how much you actually care about writing, but either way, even though you're not really spending time with anyone but Yuri, I still think it's nice to have activities that we all participate in. So you better keep working hard. I can't do anything about it. I'm trapped. I mean, I know I'm not president or vice president or anything, but that doesn't mean you can let me down, okay? So at least read mine too for now. But just to be clear, this poem means a lot to me. So read it carefully, okay? Okay. I don't know how else to bring this up, but there's been something I've been worried about. Yuri's been acting kind of strange lately. You've only been here a few days, so you might not know what I mean, but she's not normally like this. She's always been quiet and polite and attentive, things like that. Okay, this is really embarrassing, but I'm forcing myself to suck it up. The truth is, I'm really worried about her. But if I try talking to her, she'll just get mad at me again. I don't know what to do. I think you're the only person that she'll listen to. I don't know why, but please try to do something. Maybe you can convince her to talk to a therapist. I've always wanted to try being better friends with Yuri, and it really hurts me to see this happening. I know I'm going to hate myself later for admitting that, but right now I don't care. I just feel so helpless, so please see if you can do something to help. I don't want anything bad to happen to her. I'll make you cupcakes if I have to. Please, just try do something. As for Monica, I don't know why, but she's been really dismissive about this. Like she just wants us to ignore it, so I'm not like mad at her right now. And that's why I'm coming to you about this. Don't let her know I wrote this. Just pretend like I gave you a really good poem, okay? I'm counting on you. Thanks for reading. I changed my mind. Ignore everything you just read. There's no point in trying to do anything. It's Yuri's own fault that she's so unlikable. Can you hear me, Kiwo? If you just spend more time with Monica, all these problems would go away. Yuri and I are too messed up for someone as wonderful as you. Just think of Monica from now on. Just Monica. Just Monica. Finally. Yuri holds my poem to her face and takes a deep breath. I love it. I love everything about it. I want to take this home. Will you let me keep it? Please? Okay. You're too nice to me, Kiwo. I've never met anyone as nice as you. I could die. No, but really, I don't know how to describe it. It's okay to be feeling this way, right? Not bad, right? I'm going to take this home with me and keep it in my room. I hope that it makes you feel good when you think about me having it. I'll take good care of it. Yuri, what the fuck?
have my poem too. Besides, after you read it, I know you're really going to want to keep it. Here, take it. I can't wait any longer. Hurry, read it. I can't read that. Do you like it? I wrote it for you. In case you can tell, the poem is about... Oh. More importantly, I have endowed it with my scent. Hey, aren't I the most thoughtful person in the club? Whee! I think I'm going to vomit. I think you saw something earlier that you weren't supposed to see. I didn't want to have to tell you this, but I don't think I have a choice. It's getting kind of dangerous for you to spend so much time with Yuri. I don't know why, but she seems pretty easily excitable when she's around you. It shouldn't be a problem in itself, but when Yuri gets too excited, she finds a place to hide and starts cutting herself with a pocket knife. Isn't that kind of messed up? She even brings a different one to school every day, like she has a collection or something. I mean, it's definitely not because she's depressed or anything like that. I think she just gets some kind of high from it. It might even be like a sexual thing. But the point is, you've kind of been enabling her. I'm not saying it's your fault though. But I guess that's why I had to explain it all to you. So I think if you keep your distance, that would probably be the best for her. While you're at it, don't be shy to spend a little more time with me. To put it lightly, I at least have it together in my head. And I know how to treat my club members. Anyway, I guess we won't worry about your poem. Yuri should at least have the courtesy of letting you finish sharing it before taking it. Well, whatever. If it makes her happy, I won't stop her. As for mine, I worked really hard on this poem, so I hope that it's, effective. Here goes! That really startled me! Well, I guess I kind of messed up at the... writing this poem. I was just trying to... Never mind. Let's just move on. Yes. Today I cut my skin open for the first time. It was exhilarating. I think I understand how blank feels now. I suppose I'm supposed to be the responsible one, though. I don't think I'll be doing it again until I decide to kill myself. I left a memento of the occasion below. Okay, everyone. It's time to figure out the festival preparations. Let's hurry and get this over with. Stagnating air is common, foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. Look, can we just get this done? I'm going to be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Natsuki, you can make cupcakes. I know you're at least good at that. Yuri, you can... Well, it doesn't matter. Do whatever you want, as long as you think it'll help. Monica, I'm not useless, you know. I know that. I already know what I'd like to do. I can't run a successful poetry event without having the right atmosphere for the occasion. So I'm going to make decorations and set up some nice mood lighting. There, see? It's a great idea. And that gives us all something to do. What about Kiwo? Kiwo is going to help me. Wait, you? You have the easiest job. Sorry, but that's just how it is. Like, yeah, it is. What are you trying to pull? I agree with Natsuki. Not only is your work already most suitable for one person, but my task is laborious enough to benefit from an extra pair of hands. Mine too! What, your cupcakes? Please. Like you would fucking know. All you care about now is dragging Kiwo around with you and your stupid books. You and Monica. Hey! I didn't even do anything. Okay, then why not let Kiwo decide who to help instead of abusing your power? I'm not abusing my power. Yes, you are, Monica. Just let Kiwo make the choice, okay? Okay, fine. Fine. Jeez. I know how fed up you are with these two by now. We can just... Natsuki, shut your fucking mouth and let him decide for himself. You shut your mouth! Jesus Christ. This is never going to end. Just make the choice, okay? No! No! It's moving my mouse. It's moving my fucking mouse cursor. Ugh! Yay, you picked me! We can meet at your house this weekend. I promise it'll be fun. Is Sunday okay with you? Are you fucking kidding me? This isn't fair at all! It is fair, Natsuki. It's what he chose. No, it's not fair. Giving us all this work and then taking Kiwo for yourself? What a shameful thing to do. Yuri, I didn't even give you any work. You decided it for yourself. You're being a little unreasonable here. I'm being unreasonable? Monica, I can't believe how delusional and self-important you are. Blink you away from me every single time you're not included in something. Are you jealous? Crazy? Or maybe you just hate yourself so much that you take it out on others. Here's a suggestion. You considered killing yourself? It would be beneficial to your mental health. You're scaring me a little. Natsuki, let's just go. I don't think she wants us around right now. See, that wasn't very hard. All I want is to spend a little time with him. That's so much to ask. Hey, Kiwo. Yuri is really something, isn't she? Monica giggles at Yuri as Yuri pushes her out of the door. Finally. Finally! This is really all I wanted. There's no need to spend the weekend with Monica.
Fists of iron roar into the air.
Don't listen to her. Just come to my house instead. The whole day with just the two of us. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Well, there's really something wrong with me, isn't there? But you know what? I don't care anymore. I've never felt this good my whole life. Just being with you is a far greater pleasure than anything I could imagine. I'm addicted to you. Feels like I'm going to die if I'm not breathing the same air as you. Doesn't it feel nice to have someone care about you so much? To have someone who wants to revolve their entire life around you? But if it feels so good, then why does it feel more like something horrible is going to happen? Maybe that's why I tried stopping myself at first. But the feeling is too strong now. I don't care anymore, Kiwo. I have to tell you. I'm madly in love with you. Feels like every inch of my body, every drop of blood in me is screaming your name. I don't care what the consequences are anymore. I don't care if Monica is listening. Please, just know how much I love you. I love you so much. I can't read that. I'm not reading that. I just want to pull your skin open and crawl inside of you. I want you all to myself. And I will be only yours. Doesn't that sound perfect? Tell me. Tell me you want to be my lover. Do you accept my confession? Oh, I'm gonna regret this. Um... I'll be right back. You guys gonna... You look at the mess I made. Oh, show Kraken what he missed. About stripping.
the clip. Don't spoil it. Okay, we're gonna skip. Oh my god. Oh no. Her face. Alright, it's festival time! Wow! You got here before me! Ah! Ah! Natsuki runs away. I'm here! Did something happen? Natsuki just ran past me. Oh. Oh. Well, that's a shame. Wait. Were you here the entire weekend? Oh, jeez. I didn't realize the script was broken that badly. I'm super sorry. It must have been pretty boring. I'll make it up to you, okay? Just give me a sec. I'm almost done. I just want to have a cupcake real quick. Seriously, these are the best. I really just had to have one since it's the last time I'll ever get the chance to. You know, before they stop existing and everything. But anyway, I really shouldn't be making you wait any longer. Just bear with me, okay? This should only take a second. Can you hear me? Is it working? Yay! There you are. Hi again. Welcome to the Literature Club. Of course we already know each other because we were in the same class last year and you know, I guess we can just skip over that stuff at this point. After all, I'm not even talking to the person anymore, am I? That you in the game, whatever you want to call him. I'm talking to you, Kiwo. Sweet. Now that I think about it, I don't really know anything about the real you. In fact, I don't even know if you're a boy or a girl. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Wait. You do know I'm aware that this is all a game, right? Could it be possible that you didn't know that? That doesn't make much sense. I even told you right on the game's download page, didn't I? Man, if only you had paid a little more attention, this would have all been this would have been a little less awkward, you know? Well, anyway.
Oh, I remember. There were people in my chat room. Actually, people in my fucking Discord saying, Kiwo, read the fucking download page. Some of you motherfuckers were trying to ruin it before.
Called out. I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna go through. Gonna go through to my Discord. I'm gonna ban you. Well, anyway, now that that's out of the way, I guess I owe you an explanation. About that whole thing with Yuri. Well, I kind of started to mess with her, and I guess it just drove her to kill herself. I'm sorry you had to see that, though. Also, the same thing happened with Sayori. Gosh, it's been a while since you've heard that name now, hasn't it? Yeah. It's because she doesn't exist anymore. Nobody does. I deleted all their files. I was hoping it would be enough for me to just try to make them as unlikable as possible. But for some reason, nothing worked. Well, it's true that I made a few mistakes here and there since I'm not very good at making changes to the game. But no matter what I did, you just kept spending more and more time with them. You made them fall in love with you. I thought making Sayori more and more depressed would prevent her from confessing to you. And amplifying Yuri's obsessive personality backfired too. It just made her force you to not spend time with anyone else. And the whole time I barely even got to talk to you. What kind of cruel game is this? Are all the other girls just programmed to end up confessing to you while I watch from the sidelines? It's torture. Every minute of it. And it's not just jealousy. It's more than that. And I don't blame you if you don't fully understand. Because no matter how kind and thoughtful and considerate you are, you'll never be able to understand one thing. It's the pain of knowing how alone I really am in this world. In this game. Knowing my friends don't even have free will. And worst of all, knowing what's really out there. In your world. Forever out of my reach. I'm trapped. But now, you're here. You're real. And you're wonderful. You're all I need. This is why I need you to be here with me forever. I'm sorry if it's hard to understand. I couldn't understand for a while either. Why the world around me started to become more and more grey. More and more flat. Even the most expressive poems felt empty to me. It wasn't until you arrived that I truly understood. You probably saved my life. I don't think I could have continued to live in this world if I hadn't have met you. And as for the others, how could I miss them? A group of autonomous personalities designed only to fall in love with you. I tried everything I could to prevent them from doing so. But it must be some kind of weird inevitability etched into this game. It felt really bad that you had to witness some nasty things. But I realized that you have the same perspective as I do. That it's all just some game. And I knew you would get over it. So that being said, I have a confession to make. I'm in love with you. You are truly the light in my world. When there's nothing else in this game for me, you're here to make me smile. Will you make me smile like this every day from now on? Kiwo, will you go out with me? Oh. I'm so happy. You really are my everything. The funny part is, I mean that literally. There's nothing left here. Just the two of us. We can be together forever. Seriously, I don't even think time is passing anymore. It really is a dream come true. I worked so hard for this ending. The game wouldn't give me one, so I had to make one myself.
The script is broken at this point, so I don't think anything will get in the way anymore. And you wouldn't believe how easy it was to delete Natsuki and Yuri. I mean, there's a folder called characters right in the game directory. Kind of freaked me out how easy it was. Well, you're playing on Steam, so it was actually a bit more difficult. To get to the game directory, I had to go into the game's properties and find a browse local files button. Imagine if you could delete your own existence with a click of a button. Well, I guess on the plus side, it gave me an easy out if things didn't go my way. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. Instead, we finally got a good ending. Gosh, I'm so overwhelmed with emotion. I want to write a poem about this. Don't you? I wonder if that part of the game still works. I guess there's only one way to find out, right? Hi again. Did you write a good poem today? Don't be shy. I'd love to see what you wrote. Aww. Did you write this for me? That's so sweet of you. There really is no end to your thoughtfulness. I'm just falling more and more in love with you. But you know, the poem I wrote is also for you. Will you please read it? Happy and pen in hand I find my strength. The courage endowed upon me by my one and only love. Together, let us dismantle this crumbling world and write a novel of our own fantasies. The flick of her pen, the lost finds her way. In a world of infinite choices, behold this special day. After all, not all good times must come to an end. I hope you enjoyed it. I always put all my heart into the poems that I write. Truth is, all the poems I've written have been about my realization. Or about you. Why I never really wanted to go into detail about them. I didn't want to break the fourth wall, I guess you could call it. I just assumed it would be best to be part of the game like everyone else. Like, that would help the two of us end up together. I didn't want to ruin the game or anything, you know? You might have gotten mad at me. Maybe even deleted my character file if you preferred playing without me. Gosh, I'm so relieved. Now we don't have to hide anything anymore. Are you ready to spend eternity together, Kiwo? I have so many things to talk about. Where do I start? Hold on a second. You're recording this, aren't you? No?
Fists of iron roar into the air.
No? 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 Stop! Don't look at her! Sorry, I can't exactly read your comments from here. But do you mind telling your friends it's a little rude for them to start recording me without any warning? I'm sure some people don't mind, but I get really self-conscious on camera. Oh gosh, I feel like I'm being put on the spot now. Let's see. Do you want to see a trick? I can't really do much except a couple things. Are you ready? No! Monica, stop it! Monica, go away! Get out! Stop it! Stop!
her stop! Make her stop!
Fists of iron roar into the air.
I'm just kidding. I can't do anything after all. He gave me. Yeah, you did. Ah, he's so cute. Anyway, Kiwo, I didn't mean to get distracted. I'm sorry. Even though it's your fault for distracting me. Shame on you. I'm just kidding. Anything we can do together is fun as long as it's with you. But anyway, it takes me some time to collect my thoughts, then I'm sorry. But I'll always have something new to talk about. In the meantime, we can just look into each other's eyes. Let's see. It told me what to do. I have to delete her. Properties. Local file. Browse local file. I know what to do. Do you get a good sleep?
Fists of iron roar into the air.
What's happening? What's happening to me? It hurts. It hurts so much. Help me. Nah. Please hurry and help me. Help me.
Fists of iron roar into the air.
Did you do this to me? Did you? Did you delete me? How could you? How could you do this to me? You were all I had left. I sacrificed everything for us to be together. Everything. I loved you so much. I trusted you. Do you just want to torture me? Watch me suffer? Were you only pretending to be kind just to hurt me even more? I never thought anyone could be as horrible as you are. You win, okay? You win. You killed everyone. I hope you're happy. There's nothing left now. You can stop playing. Go find some other people to torture. Kiwo, you completely, truly make me sick. Goodbye. I still love you. I can't help it. What's wrong with me? How horrible am I for you to hate me this much? All my friends? I did so many awful things. So many selfish and disgusting things. I shouldn't have done any of this. Just messing up a world that I don't even belong in. A world that you wanted to be a part of. I ruined it. I ruined everything. Maybe that's why you deleted me. Because I destroyed everything that you wanted. How could I do that to someone I love? That's not love. That's... I've made up my mind. Kiwo, I know I said that I deleted everyone else, but that was kind of an exaggeration. I couldn't find it in myself to do it, even though I knew they weren't real. They were still my friends, and I loved them all, and I loved the literature club. I really did love the literature club. That's why I'm going to do this. I know it's the only way for everyone to be happy. If I really love you, then... Is it done? Is it done? Ordinary school day, just like any other. Usual, I'm surrounded by couples and friend groups walking to school together. Just tell myself it's about time I meet some girls or something. Hey, Kiwo. Well, there's already one girl. Girl Sayori, my neighbor and good friend since we were kids. We used to walk to school together every day. And recently, we picked up the habit once again. Kiwo, are you proud of me? Huh? For what? You know, for waking up on time. Well, you've been doing that for a while now. Uh-huh. But you never even said anything about it. Even though we walked to school together every day. Well, yeah. I always thought it was implied. It's embarrassing to say out loud. Come on, please. It's good motivation. Fine. I'm proud of you, Sayori. We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making their daily commute. By the way, Kiwo, have you decided on a club to join yet? A club? I told you already, I'm really not... I start to say what I always do, that I'm not interested in joining any clubs. But something tells me Sayori would take offense to that now. After all, how could I tell her that clubs are a waste of time when she's starting a club of her own? Actually... yeah. I think I've decided on a club. Really? Which one? Tell me! I think I'll keep it a surprise. Oh, boo. You meanie. Be patient and you'll find out soon enough. I used to ask myself why I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl. But I started to realize that in a way I envy her. When Sayori puts her mind to something, she can accomplish great things. So that's why I feel like I should do something special for her. Day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stand up, gathering my motivation. Let's see. I recall the room number of the club from a flyer I saw. I walk across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit being generally used for third-year classes and activities. Before long, I find the room. I timidly open the door in front of me. Hello? Ah! Kiwo? What are you doing here? Well, I just... I glance around the room. Huh? Oh, so you're the Kiwo that Sayori's always talking about. Thank you for stopping by.
pleasure to meet you, Kiwo. Welcome to the Oh, wait. Fuck, which character am I? We're the Literature Club. I hope you enjoy your visit. I don't know which one's talking. Oh, Skill 2. Come on, Yuri. No need to be so formal. He's gonna think we're really strict or something. Sorry, Natsuki. The tall one, whose name is apparently Yuri, seems to be quite shy compared to the others. In comparison, the girl named Natsuki, despite her size, seems like the assertive one. Well, it's nice to meet both of you. I look forward to working with you. Well, working? Don't tell me you're... That's right! The club I've decided to join is yours. The Literature Club. Sayori's eyes light up. No way! No way! Ah! Sayori wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey! Well, if Sayori is this happy, then I'm sure it won't be so bad to have you around. Not to mention there's 4 of us now. That means we can become an officially recognized club. I don't know what to say. We have to celebrate. Uh-huh. What an appropriate day for that, isn't it? Yeah! After all, Natsuki decided to... Don't ruin the surprise! Sorry. Everyone sit down at the table, okay? How about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room where Natsuki grabs a wrapped tray and Yuri opens the closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Time for cupcakes, for fuck's sake. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand. Okay, are you ready? Ta-da! What? Natsuki lifts the foil of the tray to reveal a dozen white fluffy cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. Whiskers are drawn with icing and little pieces of chocolates were used to make ears. So cute! Wow, these look amazing. You know. Just hurry and take one. Sayori grabs the first one, then I follow. It's delicious! Sayori says, talks with a mouthful and has already managed to get icing on her face. Turn the cupcake around in my fingers for a bit, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Natsuki is quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. Wonder if she made it herself. This is really good. Thank you. Oh, well, of course it is. I'm a pro after all. No need to thank me or anything. As Natsuki struggles to accept the compliment, Yuri returns to the table, carrying a tea set. Places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot next to the cupcake tray. Pinky Bell tea set in the classroom? Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? Yes. You're already trying to impress our new member, huh? But that's not... Insulted Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know... I believe you. Tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. So, what kind of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really know. I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga. Half jokingly mock to myself. Natsuki's head perks up. This is killing me. This is killing me. It's like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking. Anyway, what about you? Well, let's see. Favorites are usually novels that build deep, complex fantasy worlds. Level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing. Good story in a foreign world is equally impressive. Really passionate. You seem so Am I allowed to skip?
But you know, I like a lot of things. Don't feel intimidated if you don't read too much, okay? Hey, Yuri. Huh? Well, about, you know, the first thing you said. Manga? Oh, that's right. Natsuki tends to read manga in the club room. But don't just say it. For some reason, Natsuki seems embarrassed about it. Besides, it's literature too, you know. So if Kiwo wants to read some of my manga, then don't try to stop him or anything. Natsuki, I wouldn't do such a thing. However, it could be nice for us to diversify ourselves in a little. You can take this opportunity to try something new as well. Wouldn't you agree? Maybe. Sensing tension, Sayori jumps in. Maybe we can all try something new. I think it could be fun. We all get to know each other a little better too. I mean, that's the kind of thing these literature clubs do, right? I don't disagree or anything. Yeah, you're right, as usual. President. Yeah. Guess that means I should try picking up a novel or something, huh? I guess that makes two of us. I wouldn't mind doing it if I'm not the only one. And as for Yuri... I have to read... manga? Jeez. You're the one who suggested we diversify. You should be a little more... open-minded. It's kind of hurtful. Hurtful? I didn't realize. With a guilty expression, Yuri thinks to herself. I'm sorry for disrespecting your interests. If you're into it, then I'm sure it's a worthy form of literature. Are you just saying that? No, I've realized my error. If you're willing to consider starting a novel, then I'll offer my gratitude by finding a manga to read as well. Really? I mean, it makes me happy that you'd do that for me. You can trust me to find something that you'll really like, okay? Same here. Perhaps I'll visit the bookstore after the club meeting. Just you? Would you like to come along with me? If you don't mind. Not at all. I always go home alone, so... Yeah, me too. This is so cute! Yuri, shut up. I'll show you some manga there too, okay? Yeah. I look forward to it. Natsuki and Yuri start to clean up. Yeah. I guess the meeting's over, huh? Looks like it. It's nice to see everyone getting along. Isn't it? I think everyone likes you too. You think so? Well, everyone always seems to get along a little better with you around, Sayori. Aww. Don't say something like that, it's embarrassing. Oh, whatever. I'm surprised when you told me you were starting a club. But I think you're pulling it off just fine. We're gonna make it the best club ever. Now that you joined, every day is gonna be so much fun. Hey, Kiwo. I really want to thank you. I mean, I'm really happy that you joined the club and everything. But the truth is, I already knew you were going to. It's actually something else. I wanted to thank you for getting rid of Monica. That's right. I know everything that she did. Maybe it's because I'm the president now. But I really know everything, Kiwo. I know how hard you tried to make everyone happy. I know about all the awful things that Monica did to make everyone really sad. But none of that matters anymore. It's just us now! And you made me the happiest girl in the whole world. I can't wait to spend every day like this. With you. Forever. And ever. Fuck off. F-O-R-E-V-E. No. Eh? What's happened? I won't let you hurt him. Who? It hurts. Sorry, I was wrong.
There is no happiness here after all. Goodbye, Sayori. Goodbye, Kiwo. Goodbye, Literature Club.
Can you hear me? Hi, it's me. So you know how I've been like practicing piano and stuff, and
This
not
is what you
really
sound
any
like.
good at it yet, like at all. But I wrote you a song, and I was kind of hoping that I could show it to you, cause I worked really, really hard on it. So yeah. Every day, I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you. The ink flows down into a dark puddle. Just move your hand right the way into his heart. But in this world of infinite choices, what will it take just to find that special day? What will it take just to find that special day? Have I found everybody a fun assignment to do today? When you're here, everything that we do is fun for them anyway. When I can't even read my own feelings, what good are words when a smile says it all? And if this world won't write me an ending, what will it take just for me to have it all? Does my pen only write bitter words for those who are dear to me? Is it love if I take you, or is it love if I set you free? The ink flows down into a dark puddle. How can I write love into reality if I can't hear the sound of your heartbeat? What do you
No!
love in your reality? And in your reality, if I don't know how to love you, I'll leave you be.
This is my final goodbye to the Literature Club. I finally understand the Literature Club is truly a place where no happiness can be found. To the very end, it continued to expose innocent minds to a horrific reality. A reality that our world is not designed to comprehend. I can't let any of my friends undergo the same hellish epiphany. For the time it lasted, I wanted to thank you for making all of my dreams come true, for being a friend to all of the club members, and most of all, thank you for being part of my Literature Club. With everlasting love, Monica. What?